What's going on, boys? Hello, hello, hello. We're live once again. Yesterday was, well, it is what it is. Basically, we're in the middle of a pro league and, lost connection. Connection stopped. I had to reset everything. And after I finished, like, restarting stuff, restarting the router, restarting OBS, restarting everything, I was like, I think I just want to take a break. I don't really feel like starting over again. Yeah, I just wasn't feeling it. So I figured, you know what? Tomorrow. We'll continue on tomorrow. And then I got this amazing package in the mail. An absolutely fantastic package from a big fan of the channel. Shout out to Shrimp Lover. Shrimp Lover 420, boys, sent me something absolutely beautiful. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'll reveal it here soon. How's everybody doing? Angel, what's up, man? We're going to continue on from where we left off. We only got through, I think, 2 games. One of them was Effort versus Light, which was absolutely insane. It was a great game. It was a magnificent game. And I think the next game on the schedule was Snow versus Soma. So, I mean, bangers all around. Yeah, I wasn't feeling it after that disconnect yesterday. I was like, man, I don't think I can keep going. I don't want to force myself. You know, my philosophy with this whole channel the entire time has been, I'm gonna treat it like a job so that someday it becomes my job. So I was always really, you know, rigorous with my casts and like trying my best to stay consistent and keep videos pumping, you know what I mean? And it did become my job, but I don't want it to become something that I have to force, you know what I mean? I never want it to feel like a job. So I think it's good to take breaks when I'm just not feeling it. Remind myself that this is all voluntary. It's all for fun. It should be a good time. Gotta see how Snow's handling Soma now. It's kryptonite. Yeah, true. We did see him in a previous Pro League, Snow, get an all kill. And he just ran through Soma. That was like a couple days ago. What have I got for us today? We're going to continue on with the Pro League we started yesterday. We're going to continue on with the Pro League from yesterday. Let's hop over. Oh. Black screen. Just give me a second here, guys. Pull it up. YSC with the ace, that's right. That's right. So yeah, we only did 2 games yesterday. Jaedong versus Royal, which Royal kind of dominated. And then Light versus Effort, which was really, really good. If you missed that one, you should go back and check it out. I hope we can finish the whole thing. Yeah, we're gonna continue from yesterday. We only finished 2 games yesterday. Let me just make sure. Oh, you don't even know. You don't even know how much of a fan I am. You're about to find out, though. If you stick around, you're gonna find out today. What day is it today? 27? Just gotta make sure. Yeah, I got the day off today. Dirty.
Dirty X just subscribed. YSC is a dragon.
Okay. Dirty's here. I think it's the right time. Let me show you guys what I was talking about. You're all wondering what the title means. Check this out. Look what arrived today, boys. That's right. Got it. Shout out Shrimp Lover 420. And look at the back. Wait. You ready for it? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boys. Right there. Woo! You'll love to see it. Jadon confirmed. ASL21 Victor. 1 second. Ah, it's too high. How's that? J Donger. Let's go. That's what I'm gonna be wearing. That's what I'm gonna be wearing every time I'm casting ASL, guys. Just when you're listening to me casting ASL, just think of me sitting here wearing the Jaedong ASL jacket. My immersion is complete. Total immersion. So this is what we're gonna be watching today. I just wanted to show you guys that. I was gonna unbox it on stream, but like the moment that it arrived at my house, I just opened it. I didn't even think. Just immediately opened it. Yeah, this is the one that was sent to me by Shrimp Lover, aka Dirty. Big shout out to him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He won it last season from the Soup Live giveaway. Took a really long time to get here. There was some issues with it, but it finally arrived. It finally arrived. Oh my god. A little bit late, but hey, better late than never. All right, boys. Well, it's taking a long time. Hey, Dirty. Pain in the butt. Pain in the butt. Maybe that's what got him to finally send it. The other guy, Eddie Slide, got his right away. So I don't know. There you go. Stream content for forever, man. It's gonna be hung up on my wall in the back of the stream. Maybe I'll get a big plaque to go with it as well. Shrimp Lover 420 on the plaque. I think that's appropriate. Yeah, it came with JD on the back. Yeah, this is the same Pro League from yesterday. We only did 2 games and then my stream crashed, so I figured we'd continue on. No, J-Dung's on there. Man, when I saw that, I was so hyped. I was so hyped. I was like, man, I'm so all in this season. I'm all in on J-Dung. This man's going all the way. 100%. And so we can just hop right into it, guys. Here we go. That'd be amazing, yeah. A semi-final with Flush? That's too bad. Talk about weird. Korea, like, why do they keep changing the soup website? You know what I mean? Like, how many times have they mixed that around? Imagine how much money they sank into making like the soup global and soup live and everything, and then they turn around and end it. You know, we lost all our followers and subscribers and stuff. I mean, I don't think anyone was subscribed after the ASL, but like, what? Why? How? Who? Is this real? You know what I mean? Why would you do that? I don't get it. I guess it was so trash, or what? Like there was so few people on it. I don't know. Maybe it was doing so badly that they just like they were losing money on it. That's the only thing I can imagine. The only reason why they would like totally end. Yeah. It only affected foreigners. Like they made like a second website basically, separate from the Koreans. And then they were like, okay, so the foreigners are gonna go over here, and this is like our global platform, and we'll keep it separate from the Koreans. And then they were like, actually, psych, no, we're not gonna do that anymore. What's up, Wuck? Yeah, nobody's account transferred. In fact, our accounts just disappeared. I think we had like 800 followers or some shit like that, and it's just gone.
중간에 인구수 떨어졌긴 했어. 앞으로 죽었다. 죽었어? 너무 빨리 죽었네. 울트라선도 살짝 늦게 찍어가지고. 달리네 죽었는데. 왜? 왜 한 발이 안 왔대?
That's just hilarious.
건물 뭐 지을 거야? 토지 지을 거야? 뭐 지을 거야?
너무 바로 찍었는데. 토지 지어야 될 것 같은데.
바로 찍었어.
Yeah, I don't know about the migration for our account because it's handled by Starcast TV.
버스 지금 80으로 되는 집인데. 그러게. 코가 좀 느리긴 한데. 그러게. 질럿으로 아까 안 가면은 좀 구려진다 지금 이거 히대 빨라가지고. 근데 이거 가롭도 이제 되긴 할 텐데. 이게 능이야 되는데 아마. 능일 것 같아.
That's right. I gotta start this recording again.
아 그냥 나왔었으면 오히려 더 좋았을 것 같은데.
Stick these videos together.
세?
근데 여기서 이걸 또안 찍어줘야 니가 있는
빼는 척 하자.
좀더 가다가 뺐지 조금 더 어떻게 가볼까?
발링 때문에 그런가?
발링 때문에 살짝 놀랐는데.
I don't know. Maybe I'm hearing about the Hive ZVZ, but we haven't seen it yet in Pro League, so it's coming out either today or another day this week.
드론이 좀 많아.
I'm doing KCM tonight, by the way. We're doing
압박을 많이 먹잖아.
semifinals.
하면 지금도 태클 밀린다고 생각할
We're a bit behind schedule, but it's fine.
토스가 태클
We'll be caught up pretty soon.
그래서 많이 찍었는데 압박도
We might end up doing a double, semifinal and final, like back to back or in the same week. We'll see.
달려 해도 태클 밀린다고 생각해 지금.
개째고.
Shin and I can't really get together twice a day. We can only do one thing per day because our time is so different. That's fine though. We don't wanna overwork, burn ourselves out.
나도 투스타 했는데 또 이런 코드가 나와.
그리고 에그도 깨주는 게 나은데 누가?
코세오도 정면 좀 다 보는 거 같아.
아 너무 구리다. 질럿만 많아가지고.
이겼다.
Yeah, generally during ASL views drop precipitously. Anyway,
뚫렸다. 이거 에그 안 깨두면 무조건 뚫릴 텐데.
I think Snow's just dead. There's way too many Hydras, and he barely started cannons now.
나가줘도
He's super cooked.
졌어?
I don't know what went wrong here, but it went deeply wrong.
스타했지?
아 투스타야? 아 이게 구치소매가
GG.
아니네. 찍고 있네.
찍고 있나?
근데 너무 오랜만에 구치소매 이긴 하다.
내 첫 프로볼 너무 빨리 잡힌 거 같아.
한번
Dang.
느렸는데도 질럿 많이 뽑았어.
저걸 많이 뽑은 거 아니야?
Hero versus Mini?
빨리밖에 안 찍었어?
그거밖에 안 찍었어?
할링.
형이 가다가 빼가지고 다 안 찍은 거.
아깝다. 끝까지 갔어야 돼. 안 하겠지? 구두가 진짜 게이트한테 너무 불리해서 하기 힘들던데. 하지. 진짜 스포를 노리고 하는 거라. 미스가 크긴 해.
찍어라.
생더블이야? 해라.
아 내가 재호 형 이겼다고 하면
이거 이기고 내가 이기면 3대2야.
그래. 그러면은 스코어 좋긴 해.
오늘 나 빌슈 다 할래? 지성아?
이거 한번 들어. 이거 카톡 한번 봐봐.
해봐.
형 실피드 맞지?
Thanks.
허담을 못해. 뭐 안 맞는 먹으면 질러 켜놓으면 죽지 않나?
야 지성아 너 오늘 내 코치다.
성게이트 찌르기 하나서
어제
뒷마당이 더 쉬운 거 아니야?
근데 어제 그거 때문에 그런 거 아니야? 슈에
입구 막히니까
그래서
나해가지고
게더 편하지 죽어도 편하지.
Made in Korea jacket apparently.
어제 그 게임을 딱
뭐 상관없잖아 우리.
Pretty sweet.
와 성게이트.
Next is first. Risky.
탱크 빨라서 막 투에 걱정할 필요가 없잖아.
Classic mini though.
그러면은 뒷마당 견제도 안 맞네.
Taking a big risk. Probably gonna pay off here.
안마당 견제.
이게 훨씬 나아 보이긴 하네. 저거 입장.
뒷마당 견제도 안 맞네.
아 명훈이 형.
Yeah, I don't see
그러니까
many beating him. Okay.
혹시 뒷마당부터 먹을 필요가 없긴 해.
그렇게 질럿 입막하는 거 솔직히 처음 당해봤을 것 같은데 명훈이 형.
나도 처음 봤어. 프로를 가면서 저게 되는지 몰랐네.
털보도 처음 해봤을 것 같은데.
이제 털보 형은
어.
그 개념을 알고 있어서 한 것 같은데.
아 그럼
알고 있어서 투질넥 한거 같아.
원래 다 원질렉 하잖아.
그러니까.
I think I'm gonna be booking my flights for Europe probably this week or next week.
아
저번에 보니까 이 구도가 존나 세트구만. 질럿 뛰어서 우리 찍게 하고. 테크도 다 봐.
I think we're gonna fly Tokyo to Turkey and then take a ferry to Greece.
투질 나오나?
와 타이밍 보소?
와우.
와우.
쉣.
저거 개띠꺼워요 지금 저그 입장에서. 이거
홀ጫ
라바
형
안 썼어.
라바
이제
링 없어 링 없어.
아니 질러 돌린 거 못 봤나 본데?
아니 근데 미쳤는데? 스타게이트 타이밍.
그러니까 이게 땡하면 사이즈가 이렇더라니까.
아
아니,
여기
안 돼.
개토스 맵이라니까 진짜로.
Sounds good.
토스가 게이트 더블에 힘
그러니까
조절하고 있던 거야.
그동안 게이트 더블 원질렉만 하니까 계속 졌지.
그래.
싸기 맵이네 여기.
그렇게 땡.
Yeah, I'll message you in later and ask
수술하기 힘들지 저거는.
역시 송게이트가 디폴트인데.
when you're gonna be around.
나이스 질금 미쳤다. 와.
오.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think we're gonna be in Okinawa, but I'm not sure.
나는 그래도 안 붙이고 있었고. 좋은데?
I'll probably be jobless again for a little bit and just do Brood War.
나가는 거 못 봤어 지금.
야 미쳤는데? 야 들어 찍고 있어.
I think that's the plan.
그러니까 어디 꽁길 데 없나?
체대가 너무 없어서.
그래도
하나만.
리필
아!
하면 될것 같아.
Might pick up some part-time work. I don't know.
뭐야?
여기서 링을 찍어도 문제 아니야 저거 지금?
I think what'll probably end up happening is we'll get an apartment in Okinawa somewhere, and my wife is gonna
와 이거 투게이트.
work full-time yoga, probably
다행이다.
some local studio.
와 뭐해?
아 뭐해?
오늘 링 많이 찍어.
Oh, so close.
뭐지 저거? 한 마리 잡은 거 아니야 이거?
오케이 링도 더 빨았고.
그치, 이거 만약에 히드라 했는데 잡히면 또 기분 나쁘긴. 안
두
잡히네.
마리네.
Okinawa's summer. Actually, Okinawa is a little bit less
12시 가봐.
intense, less hot than some of the mainland.
근데 벌써 아니 탱카랑 뭐 다 올라가 있는데
아, 뭐
뭐야
탱커만-
이거?
It's
아니,
a little bit more moderate.
미친 도라이급인데?
Surprisingly.
사이즈가 말이 안 돼.
It usually stays around like 25 to 30, whereas mainland Japan can go like above 35, sometimes as high as 40.
탱커 완성 좋긴 하다. 그냥 다크 텔프를 할 수 있잖아.
A lot of people on mainland Japan come to Okinawa for like August to get away from the heat. It's kind of
가스도 느려서 어차피 뮤도 못 하잖아. 지금.
feels backwards, but yeah, that's how it is.
먹었어. 조금만 잘 먹어봐. 야, 조심해.
I'll cast Brood War
아,
20 hours a week, so I don't have to work a full-time job. I'm happy to do that. Brood War is my full-time job, man.
쌍불 커.
컨으로. 이거 말이 안 된다 이게.
와 이거 24?
탱크 다 타져 있고.
14 차이야? 별로 안 나는데? 40 차이 나야 돼.
어제 사실 나고.
근데 어제는 4개 빨질이었잖아.
그러니까.
I mean, all I really need to do, I think, is make a deal with that Wonyu guy.
짜내놓고 질럿을 너무
If I could just make a deal with him to get replays from him,
가가지고 당연히 그걸 줄 알았지.
너가 이미
I think
그 정도
I think it would be fantastic for the whole channel.
써야 될것 같아, 소모전 느낌으로.
어젠 잘했잖아. 오늘도 잘하라고 임마.
윤대
I could just do full-time casting all the time and
이거 본다.
have really good content constantly.
가만히 있자 이제. 빼.
첫방. 아 빼야 돼?
아니야 가만히 있으면 돼. 가만히.
Okay. I'll let you know. I tried to get him a message, but I don't know if it went through or not, and I haven't had a response.
어떻게 줘?
와봐. 아 뒤잡아 그냥
아이.
뒤잡아.
잡아.
뒤잡으면 돼. 아, 쫓아가. 왼쪽 거 언제든 딸 수 있어. 야 설마 안마당 템 잡히냐?
어?
아,
송 없어? 안 잡혔다. 다행이다.
오케이.
오히려 좋아. 나 까먹기.
찢어. 왼쪽으로 한 마리 찢어.
이거 이 비탈 또 뽑았어. 이거 힘 받는다 우리.
오케이.
그러네. 비탈 또 뽑았네.
I don't know. I need to find out.
오히려 자만할 수도 있어 이러면.
근데 본진 안마당.
I tried to ask him for a price, but he wasn't answering. So
안 쉬고 찍어줘야지.
I'm going through an intermediary. It's so hard to get direct contact with some of these people.
말안 오케이. 변내기.
빼. 공이로
커세로
됐어.
찍어.
I use AI or something to like scrape for an email address.
아 미쳤어.
그렇지.
다크가 씨발 다 보네.
아 그래 변내기가 짱이야 저거죠.
그래.
뭔 놈의
Get in
자기
direct
쪽이야, 이
contact.
씨발로.
That's important.
갑자기. 아
형,
기세.
형은 위너는 제호 형만 잡아라 그냥.
아 위너스 데이즈.
야.
좀만 기다리지.
그러니까.
캐논도 있는데.
그러니까. 일단 많이 찍었다 근데.
근데 이거 어떻게 지 보스가?
질 수가 없는데.
말이 안 되는데?
홈내기야 이미. 근데
아니.
개인도가 이게 좀 헤비.
뭔 소리야 저거.
구도가 형 그 맨날 지는 구도랑 다르잖아 지금.
아니 뒷마당 한번 털리면 따라잡힌다니까.
싸워.
Ooh.
오케이.
남았어.
Okay. Pretty good connections there.
소모전 개념으로 된 거야 이거는.
아예 안 털리면 이제 가고 없다.
빨리 10개 내려봐 현재야.
잘 보고 배워.
A lot of damage on the mutas though.
이게 토스들이
알겠어 배울게.
뮤컷이 털린 이유가 지 커세어만.
I think I might reach out to the friend, the fan who helped me get the Billy account.
알겠지 주라.
Ask him if he can help me to contact with Wonu. He's a Chinese guy.
뭐야?
Maybe it would go over better from a Chinese person.
근데 저렇게 하면은 뒷마당 가스 빨리 말라서.
I can get him to contact for me
싸워 오코잖아.
and get a price.
피 존나 잘.
And maybe I can even, send him money and he can use it, or he can send it through a Chinese source. You know what I mean? I'm sure they don't accept like just straight up PayPal or something. They probably want their payment platform. Might be hard for me to go through, like WeChat or whatever. You know what I mean? There's some great snipes. Yeah, Mini just has to run away. Too many good snipes.
아 커세요.
아,
캐논 좀 지어봐. 템 가져야지. 잘한다 뒷내기. 진짜 개 깔끔하다.
이게 제이도 토스지.
그래.
내밀한 게.
잘하네.
하나만 그렇지.
I think Hero's ahead,
5시 질럿도 훔쳐져 있는데 좀.
but it's hard to say.
아니 현재 그냥 센터.
I mean, quite a few High Templars have been sniped so far.
바르자.
일단 라이트 때렸고.
오 체력 보듯이 갈가.
현재 오늘 좀 잘 쓴다.
합류해봐. 나이스 싸먹는다.
Sandwich.
샌드위치.
후치기.
Oh my gosh.
어쩔 건데 오디오 틀 건데 있잖아. 오디오 틀 건데.
갈데 없는데 절로 가면?
근데 너무 다 쫓아가면 빈집 당한다. 센터.
Effort a little bit crazy with this observing.
또. 나이스.
근데 이게
와 질러 갔어.
너무 왔어 너무.
Uh-oh.
언덕
Base gonna get broken? Mini.
와 캐논 타이밍 지렸다.
Get down here.
이거 아다리가 다 딱딱 맞아 떨어지는데 그냥?
아니야 저그 입장에서 병 느끼겠는데?
너무 잘하는데 지금. 움직임 브랑스.
아니 게임하기 싫을 사이즈야 저거.
아. 아.
한번 더. 그렇지. 한 번 더. 한 번 더.
Good storms.
그렇지. 잘한다.
Fourth is up.
문장도 욕 나온다 이거 근데. 게임 사이즈가
아니,
많이
생동을
안 돼.
성공하니까 토악질 나오는데.
그러니까. 게임 사이즈가 말이 안 돼.
Yes.
잘못했다가 그냥 게임 끝나버리네 이게. 잘 뽑았어.
어?
강태수 아니야?
What was it? 3,000 gas? Something like that? Or 2,000? I can't remember.
내 마이나 살아있는데. 맛에
Very low gas.
그냥
갔다
어거지 성찰 하려고 하는데.
갔는데? 잠깐만.
허세만 빼도 막잖아.
들어 바로 빼네.
I can't remember if the corner bases were also low, but I don't think so.
게임이 안 된다는 거야.
그러니까 왜 찡찡대는 건지 모르겠다니까.
뭐가 안 된다는 거야. 존나 잘하는구만.
그냥 하면 되지. 좀 잘하는 사람 어디 있다고.
Okay.
좋다.
Pretty good defensive position here. Triple sunken.
예.
허세호 좋다. 막히는 거 아니야?
Dragons aren't the greatest straight up against sunken colonies.
어떻게 제거해?
Yeah, he's gonna flank this.
소매 존나 많아.
He's giving a storm here.
나이스.
아까 또 만들어.
끝난 줄 알았지 또
Any
있어.
more storms?
잘가. 한 번 더 있어. 한 번 더 있어. 게임이. 한 번 더 있어.
Yeah, it's not gonna cut it.
아, 디릭.
칸이야.
이게 디릭이 안 나와.
Oh my god. Ah, he didn't target the hatch. Oh man. The hatch is so low. Ah, he's still gonna get it though. Wait, the dragons live? Okay, GG.
어, 나이스.
나이스.
Rush versus YSC. Ooh.
사이즈가 너무 맛있던데 스포가.
사이즈가 좋긴 해.
지리긴 한다 사이즈. 땡렉 선게이트잖아.
Surely Rush will win, right guys? There's no way YSC is that goated.
일단은 2대2.
뭐 하려나?
이거는 일단 이겼다고 봐야죠. 3대2. 그다음 잘 뽑아봐.
It's my next work day. Oh yeah. I gotta work tomorrow, but not till 3 p.m. Not bad.
와.
Night, Dirty.
DK까지가 목표긴 해.
여기까지가 딱
Thanks for the jacket, buddy.
배운데.
Stream content. That map seems really good for PvZ. I think so. I think it seems really strong, PvZ. The normal rules do not apply on that map. The rules about like needing to get cannons at the front. You don't really need cannons, you just build the zealots and block the ramp.
그걸로 먹으려고 또. 아유.
Hydra Bust really sucks on that map because you have to push up the ramp. You kind of have to bust them on 3 bases, but if they're careful, they should have, you know, storm and everything ready.
브로브
가봐.
한대.
아이씨.
Oh,
아 기분 나쁜데 두대 맞은
아 지금 8년 쳐도 되지. 저 SC 8년 쳐도 짱만.
프로브 하나 나와야 돼.
And then there's those ridges, kind of like Heartbreak Ridge. If you can control the ridges, it's really hard for a Zerg to push up.
호제비 아닌가?
질코하고.
They really cut off your movement
질코 드라고.
on the map.
본거 아닌가 형?
You send 2 probes there?
나 치즈 이거 치즈가.
Awkward.
나 바꾸고 나왔어.
나이스.
흑팩인데?
아니 치즈도 좋긴 한데.
내가 너 좋은 거
흑팩도
아니야?
아 근데 흑팩도 괜찮긴 해.
스펙도 좋은 것 같아. 얘 스토리 지금 프로만 찍으면서 드라 찍을 생각이라서.
I don't know how Jaedong's gonna pull it off winning this season, man.
치즈 의식했어 지금.
gonna be
다
tough.
했는데, 내가 보기엔. 프로 개웃기잖아.
이런 거 어차피 로보 할 거 아니야.
아니, 무조건 로버 하죠.
아 이긴 것 같아. 벌써 이긴 것 같아. 딱 느낌이.
아, 내 영진이 좋다. 빌드 선택 좋다.
뭐 영준이 형이 흑팩을 해?
That's right. True.
아예 생각 못하지. 두드라 아둔이다.
오히려 좋은 거 아니야?
근데 이거 다크 드랍이 안 되는데 그냥 다크야?
그냥 다 그거지. 아니 우리 속마잖아 어차피.
아니 우리가 3탱크 때 가면 망하는 거 아니야?
3탱 때 갈 것 같은데 이거.
아니 속마 아니고.
아
근데
그냥
이거-
다크라 애매해.
아 이거 그냥 와인업 하면서 바로 가는 그 흑팩 하지.
아 그러니까 아니면 그냥 치즈 갈비지.
아 이거 애매해. 이거 그냥 다크라서.
아 이거 그냥 원해서로 와인업
다크 드랍이야. 그래도 타이밍 느리자. 그래도.
잠깐만,
이거는
이러면
많이
가스
느린데?
없구나.
아 이거 얘 가스
Ooh,
없어.
why is he going
Nice.
for a
Nice.
DT drop?
다음을
아니
쳐야겠구나.
아니 이러면은 더 못
Uh-oh.
먹지.
아 근데 그나마 난 이게 다인 것 같아. 그나마.
나도.
He might fall apart with this push. We'll see.
가봐.
가면서 엠베만 지으면 될 것 같아.
애초에 가갖고 나못 빨리 쨌겠다.
3 tank, 5 marines, something like that.
약간 이제 치즈나 뭐 찌르기 오면은 사 완성시키고 안 오면 이거 할 생각이었네. 날카롭긴 하네 톨렉이.
선택이 무서워.
요즘 빠꾸가 없어 이 새끼.
빨리 뛰어. 빨리 뛰어.
그러니까 얘 그냥 마인 막는 척 했네 방금.
아니 그래도 그냥 가는 게 나아.
그치.
시간 없어.
가야지.
빨리 가.
이제는 가야지.
그냥 가는 게 나아.
다크 찍히잖아.
How many days has it been since ASL came out?
많이 깔리게 해야 돼. 빨리 가.
2 days?
빨리 좀 가라고.
아니 이게 앞마당 게이트에서 다크 나오면 우리 져.
그러니까 빨리 가야 돼. 이거 거기서 많이 깔려야 돼. 아니 게이트를 깨던지. 이거 대충
땡겨, 쭉 땡겨야 돼.
This is rough.
쫄지 말고 싸워
야, 이거
그냥.
뭔가 음드라가 아닌 게 느껴지잖아. 3드라 끝인 게.
엠베 지어봐 엠베.
게이트를 깨던지 아니면
쭉
들어가서 아니,
들어가 그냥 들어가.
빨리
들어가.
됐다.
다크에 길막 때면 안 돼. 길막 때면 안 돼.
Uh,
길막 됐어.
okay.
아니 그래도 뻘창이 들어와서 다행이야. 말이야.
I feel like you should just block the entrance. Block the entrance with the DT.
이거 한 마리가 존나 커져 너. 많이 박아봐 안 맞아.
탱크 빼, 형 탱크 빼.
Oh my gosh. Now you're just gonna let more vultures in?
아.
Ooh, double tank kill.
야야야.
I got him. 12 kills.
아 다행이다.
컬렉이에요. 아니 이 새끼 빌드 선택 왜 이렇게 무섭냐?
근데 이 형 왜 엠베를 안 지워놨어?
왜안 줘? 야 드랍이야 이거.
Yeah, just block, just block, just block.
다행이다.
여러분 땡겨와.
Like, I don't know why he didn't do this initially. Just pull the probes and block.
나이스.
Got him.
길 뚫렸다.
GG.
나이스.
그렇지.
나이스.
Let me just see this again, like right as the attack's coming in.
들어가.
Okay, pulls the probes.
들어가 그냥 들어가.
You should put the dragoon in the wall.
들어가.
The dragon in the wall. Oh my god.
길막 되면 안 돼.
I would have died anyway.
길막 됐어.
Just block, just block, just block. Yes, block. Okay. He did do that. He did do that. Never mind. No, see, this makes sense. You just block. Pull the probes, try to kill that vulture in the main.
아니 그래도 뻘창기 들어와서 다행이야 말이야.
벌써 한 마리로 들어가서
진짜 안 들어왔으면 진짜 큰일 날 뻔했는데.
I guess he's mostly focused on controlling this DT.
많이 박아봐 안 맞아.
탱크 빼 형 탱크 빼.
된거 같아.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that one vulture getting in. That one vulture getting in, man, that made all the difference in the whole world. Yikes. Spin. Hero versus Mini rematch. All right.
진짜 맵이 이게 토스가 좋다니까 진짜 내가 상자 입장에서
저번에 토스가 많이 이기더라. 달랭이 좀 많네.
아니 나도 초반에 하는데 렉 존나 심하던데.
Here's the spoiler for ASL.
렉이 심해가지고 잘안 돼.
Jadong gonna win.
당장을 바꿔야 되나? 뭐지?
Jadong ASL21 champion.
이게 알탭 하면 렉 걸리는 사람이 있는 것 같아.
지금도
그렇긴 해.
웃기네. 이건 알템은
아니
아닌 거
근데 좀 심하던데 초반에.
아니 이게 1번 CT 눌러야 될 때 렉 걸려.
I'm feeling it.
우리 봤었지.
뭐야? 들어오는 거야?
I'm feeling it right now, boys.
백골인데 우리
feeling-
가능하잖아.
Feeling my prediction.
이 맵에서 토스들이 땡하나?
아니,
땡할 것
근데 리버풀 해도 땡을 못 죽이니까 사람들이 그냥 역시 안
그래도-
들어간다만 이제
2연속 땡은 안 하지.
아까 땡에 진 게 억울했나 본데. 그렇지 싸대기 치면서. 야야 풀
또안
봤지?
쫓아가도 되잖아. 풀 봤어.
야 이거 캐논 리치도 저 링 올라올 때 다 이겨질 생각이네. CMCT가
아
저 왼쪽 끝에 지으려고.
존나 짱나는데.
그런 거 올라오면서 다?
아니지. 한 마리는 안다 해도 막 한 두세 마리씩 올라올 때는 다이지.
I'm surprised Larva got knocked out in ZVZ. Let's talk about ASL spoilers, boys. It's been a few days.
Why?
If you guys wanna, I don't know who's coming in to join the stream right now.
아 잡혔다.
아,
They haven't caught up with ASL.
아니 근데 이러면 풀도 나와야 되잖아 두 개. 근데 바로 생각하면 빡세잖아.
Yeah.
빡세 보이는데요?
아니 이게 지금 바로 뛰었으면 지금 도착했어. 그럼 바로 생각하지잖아. 게이트 찍기 전에.
Dustin's like the football fan who only watches college football and he doesn't follow the the
그냥 빼야 되는
Super
거
Bowl.
아니야? 들어가서 볼게 있나? 아 근데 가스 느린 건
가스
봤다.
타이밍 느려가지고 이거 보고 것 같은데. 야 근데 모르네. 야 돌리고 몰라.
야 공성 미쳤다 뭐야 얘?
야 이따 야 구석 야 구석에
오.
다크 해봐. 천하돈에서.
인정.
Mini.
어?
you doing in there?
할만해.
뭔가 할 것 같아.
얘는 할 것 같은데?
Super Bowl does suck, to be fair.
잠깐만. 그의 동선.
야야 일부러 한 마리 나간다.
한 마리 더 나갔네 일부러.
Ah.
요새 별내기통이란 게
What's up, Smack?
와.
연내기가 또 오늘은 해주나?
이게 진짜 과투자한 거긴 하잖아. 세 마리 나가는 거는.
네.
해야 돼 무조건.
아니 가스 타이밍 보고 이거 현재도 노린 거긴 해 사실.
다해지네. 뭐 안 오겠지? 안 올 것 같은데.
절대 저기로
절대?
갈 일이 없어. 해도 이제 앞마당에 건너지 왜냐면
Yeah, the round of 24 is a bit of a crapshoot. Best of ones is so hard to call.
아도 해야 되는 거 아니야? 아도
그래야 되는 거 아니야? 어차피 오버가 안 보고 있잖아.
It must be nerve-wracking for the players.
마팅이 제일 좋아하겠네. 굉장히
그러니까 질러서 계속 써야겠다. 본진에 다 풀어서
근데 스타겟 먼저 할 생각이다.
Yeah, the ASL. I feel like the ASL creators
좋은데.
pulled out the Uno reverse card.
와 미쳤다.
진짜 미쳤다.
We always picked in the past.
아니 너무 빠르게.
In the past, you know, we picked anti-Terran maps to get rid of Flash. Now we're helping Flash this season.
그치.
아 질러 굳이 안 가?
I don't know what he's doing down there.
투자한 것 뿐이지.
질러 가지 말자 질러 가지 말자.
왔다
근데
갔다.
어그로긴 해요.
He went
삼질러 때
일단
갈 거.
3칠 때 수시.
he went for a pretty quick citadel, so I think he's gonna go 4-gate. Maybe with a gate inside the main as well. Ah, Templar Archives. He's gonna make DTs in there.
알 수가 없다. 삼질 뛰면서
Oh my
이걸로
god.
뛰면은 또 이거 별로 어그로 끌리잖아. 그러니까. 그리고 이제
Oh my god. Hero is gonna look like a noob here. It's gonna be ridiculous.
링발 안
원닝 원닝 나이스.
오케이 하나 땄고. 와 가질로.
와 지금 링 제일 두근두근하는데.
이게 오요.
Just gonna slug a Reaver into the base or what?
시켰어요.
Proxy. What's the proxy robo for?
이거 오버로드 앞마당에 모아놓을 수밖에 없긴 해.
사실 가자 이제.
사실 오버 끌자 현재야.
I think making DTs here is just good.
오그를 끌어야 덜
Good enough.
하는데.
끌어야 돼.
상대도 이거 약간 우리 선수 타겟 아닌 거 알 거 아니야 일단은.
그렇지. 끌어야 돼.
빨리 가 그냥 가. 진짜. 아 이거다. 다크로 썰면서 미멀 질럿으로 치면서 안 만나면 다크 아니. 그러니까 그 지금 가야 되잖아 그게.
Yeah, we don't really get to cast too many mirror matchups in KCM and stuff. Oh, you noticed.
아 아까 이거 질러서 먼저 해야 된다니까. 근데 이미 좋아 이미 좋긴 해.
Still, this is really good.
킬이네.
센터 어린 공도 먹었고.
정면 다크 안 찍었네. 아,
You can just kill the eggs.
지옥인데 이거 죽일 때. 하나 또쓸거 아니야.
와 게이트 봤어. 어이없겠다. 와.
Ah, I found it.
썰어.
정면도 공격 안 되나요? 썰어 빨리. 이거 썰어.
You're so dead.
다시 빼고.
You're so dead, hero.
네.
Oh my gosh.
가야 돼.
You're so dead. It's unbelievable.
다 잡았다. 아까 엄마가.
엄마까지
맞아.
가서
두 마리만.
두 마리만.
세 마리만.
세 마리만.
세 마리만.
세 마리만. 오케이. 진행해.
형 템. 오.
이거 이제 럴드만 조심하자.
야, 템
럴드. 저그가 노릴 거 럴드밖에 없다 이거.
오 잠깐만. 다크 한 마리 또.
야또 쳤어.
진행해.
숨겨놔 그냥
Hide the
숨겨놔,
DT in the
숨겨놔.
corner.
아.
아, 저 입막대 있었구나.
아
오케이.
봤다. 아니 그냥 못 봤어.
못 봤어 못 봤어. 안마당 잠깐만.
Yeah.
아 근데 꽁쳐놨으면
I can relate.
안 했을 것 같은데.
근데 저그 어떻게 가는데 그냥.
I'll GG, but I
계속 캐고 있는데?
want those DTs dead first. Need some revenge.
드랍 올만한 쪽에 캐논 하나씩은 해놓자 그래도.
템이
아직은
나오고
없을 것 같긴 한데.
이런 게 은근히 재밌단 말이야.
근데,
벌써 사업 돌리고 드라템 주냐?
근데 건덕지가 없긴 해 솔직히.
엄마다.
와우.
God.
어깨 미네랄 파나프 미리.
아니 저거 아니 안 붙이는데? 오늘?
From here, you just make zealots.
아야
지금 안 붙여.
아 근데 붙일
진짜 그냥.
아니 붙일 드론이 없네. 안마당.
히드로.
잠깐만. 야 캐논 더 줘봐. 캐논 더 줘봐 제발 현재야.
Well, both of them are out, so.
아니야.
야.
진짜 아니지요.
아니 왜 돌려 이거를?
야 근데 야 중력 캐논은.
아 근데 이거밖에 없는데 왜? 아니 누가 와야 돼 진짜. 야 왜 그래 이걸 왜 돌려 진짜 현재야 왜 또 그래? 로버를 왜 지어? 아니 돌아와야 된다고. 아 현재야 왜 그래 졌잖아.
야 질러 와야 돼 질러 와야 돼.
아니 졌어 아니. 왜 배제하냐고? 나 원탑전에 살아야 돼. 아니 야 현재 아니.
템 살려봐.
What?
한번 낸다.
뒤지고
뒤지고 합쳐.
또 좀만 있으면 한 방 더 있어.
아 어떻게든 막아봐 인구수 근데
이겼어 이겼어.
다행이다. 와.
또 한 방. 또.
한 방 더 그렇지.
나이스.
What?
그래. 뭘 몰라 임마. 인구수가 3배이구만.
8게이트인데 뭐라는
야,
거야 저 형.
얘들아, 씨발 두 마리 시키게 또.
Surely not, right? 8 zealots at a time, I think, can beat this slow trickle of normal hydras. Yeah, there you go.
이거 일부러 낚아먹으려고 나간 거 보이죠?
Oh, that's right. Hero got out first.
테란이야?
네.
Ah, ZVZ. Okay, maybe this is it, boys. This might be it. One we've been waiting for.
짭짭짭.
12야. 12야. 9시 12 합하기 좋은 맵이잖아.
Go ahead, you can.
폭형이 조사. 12야. 이거 오픈 아니고 스커스 아니고.
Go ahead, you can talk about
12풀.
10분이냐 10압이냐
group A, B, C.
12야.
제발 현지야 나가서 이제 나가야
들어
되는데
나가. 나이스. 잠깐만.
일단 왔다
잠깐.
일단 왔다.
아 일단 한 걸음 왔어.
아 구레어가 낫지 않나?
근데 구레어야 돼. 얘 그거 하잖아. 지발한테 그 본진 성크 짓잖아.
일단 그래도 한 걸음 왔다
Oh, I guess we're in. We're in. A sec. Yeah. Okay, we're in Winners League now.
구레어해.
It's not a good season for Mini. In that case.
너무 늦게 판 거 아니야? 원래
내가 지금 너무 늦게.
러버 하나 써야 돼. 쓰고 구레어 할 수 없어. 다른 아니야?
인사 배워요. 나이스.
나이스. 야 취소해줘.
바로 치자
그렇지 취소한다. 나이스. 이미 취소했네.
바로 취소해버리네.
이러면
아,
이미 줘요.
11압이에요 아 이거 맞다가 원래 취소하지 않나 보통
그러니까.
그러니까 원래 근데 맞다가 취소해야 저쪽도
He had to cancel his hatch.
그게 아니야?
그러니까.
이러면 바로 들어오면은 그래도
손해지. 아 근데 어차피 안 맞는.
I don't see how someone survives this.
11압이라 그래서
Even if he does, it's a bad spot.
자 갔죠 형님.
한 개만 나이스
하나.
나이스. 하나 더.
아 됐어.
풀게.
여기까지.
오 나이스
이거 안
나이스.
Wow.
아니 이거 한 10링 때 한 번 더 하겠는데?
Kept all lings alive too.
드론만 나오네. 뭐죠?
Yeah. Layers on the way.
깰만한데?
오른쪽에서 깰만한 거 아니야 이거?
오른쪽 밑에서 때려지지 않나? 때려지.
때려줄 것 같은데
조용히 한다.
보여놓고 앞마다 먹으니까
That's not really good. You should be moving larva over so that you can place the hatch right next to the other hatch. That way you can cover it more easily with the spore if you have to build a spore. And I think he has to build a spore here.
좀 애매한 거 같아.
상대가 근데 확실히
If it's like a little bit out of range.
좀 애매해.
상대가 확실히 부유하긴 하다. 라바도 막.
근데 상대가 레어가 들리기는 스포 박아야 되는 거 아니야?
무조건 막아야지.
Someone needs to scam Sulky so that we can get the real Sulky back. We need that desperation. True.
저 300 차이.
Desperation, Selma.
힘만 더 하니까.
괜찮은 것 같아 이 정도면 이겼지
He's lacking in desperation right now.
아다리 스포를 2개.
He has to go spore, I think. And yeah, that hatchery might be a little bit exposed.
스파이어 밑에. 아이 레어 밑에.
미네랄 캐는 부분도 똑같고.
This is something you learn pretty quickly in DBZ.
오버를 안 찌르는 게 낫나 우리?
Not to build buildings at the edge of your base. Everything has to be super tight together, otherwise the mutas will find one little spot that can be hit while not getting attacked. They'll kill your hatchery with a bunch of mutas. So annoying.
이거 뭐가 예쁘게 잘 먹어. 외국 게임은 얼마나 한참인데? 밀치기야.
그냥 가만히 홀드 시켜놓으면 밀치기도 상관없을 것 같은데 우리가?
Okay.
뒤에도
Not bad, not bad.
뒤에 그런만.
Try to target down a drone. Oh, you got it.
됐다. 들어.
들어와 두 개.
Second drone. Monday.
하나 진짜 아니야. 그렇지.
Group D on Monday, Spider.
아 스포 안 짓네. 근데 왜 너무 나가서 맞으면 나가는 거 아니야? 괜찮아.
미리 때리는 게 낫지.
오케이.
좋았어.
오.
다 온 거 같은데 뭔가.
드론이 없어 상대.
스쿼트
드론 한번
나오네.
찍었네. 그래도 스쿼트 찍으면.
한번
상대
드론.
결국에는 여기서 와야 되잖아. 찍고.
그렇지.
그치. 수비만 해도 다 먹죠.
앞마당 드론 찍고 그냥 가스 파는 순간 끝 아니야?
그러니까.
갑자기 저 챔버도 안 맞겠다. 저거
일단 떠나지 말고
떠날 필요 없다 형.
스쿼트.
아 지킬라고?
그렇지.
볼 나이스.
아, 괜찮아.
Ooh, nice move.
앞마당도 뭐 1편 다 가야 돼.
Yeah, that's right. Back to back.
그냥 가만히 있으면 되잖아. 이거 링 하나 던지면 스쿼트 던지면서 앞마당 치면.
가만히 있으면 돼. 상대 뭐 어쩔 건데. 할 수 있는 게 없어.
정도 상황 알 거야.
아. 7명 우리는. 드론 야무지게 쨌다. 야무지게 쨌네.
양방 러시 하겠다. 마당이.
아 잠깐만.
대박 쳐가지고 살이
안
너무.
것
아니, 도저도 쏘고.
나이스 박았다. 나이스.
나이스.
문제 드론 그렇지.
와.
나이스.
아.
Ooh.
게임 잘 되는 거 같더라.
Defense.
잘한 척만 한다니까 쟤.
성공을 왜
그러니까 쟤
나오는
맨날
거야?
버스만 터지.
버스생이 참교육 가자.
So hard to come back from a situation like this from Soma.
그 없는
Just
가스
having your hatchery canceled at the early game. So brutal.
포바 같아.
어떻게든 걸어놓는 거. 시야 해주는 거 좋다. 스쿼지도 시야도 하고.
방도 3이야? 5미도 아니고?
Trying to hide mutas on the side here. He was hoping that Effort would leave his base and he could dive in and kill some drones, but it's not gonna work.
수천인데 매치 한번
야, 매치 수석이 나오겠지.
나올 듯? 재호 형도 나오긴
수레가 나오지. 수레가 안 진마야?
야 뒷방까지 꼼꼼하게.
I don't think this is the Hive ZVZ you guys were hoping for.
짭짤 입장에서 역전할 만한 콘텐츠가 없긴 한데 아 이게 한번 좋겠네.
I don't know why I'm still playing Terran music. Here, let me switch over.
돌아와 돌아와.
엄마당 없잖아 그냥 빼. 빼.
아니, 얘도 못 오지. 못할 위치를 못 보는데.
그러네. 오버로 보내 그리고 우리는.
몰몰만 정찰하면서
이제 드론 한번
시야.
붙이자.
제발 딱
시야 펼쳐놓는 거 너무 좋다.
뿅.
딱.
볼 수
아.
있어.
아, 까비.
Oh,
스쿼지 오버에 박아버렸네.
it's almost impossible to win now for Soma. Like, I don't see how he could possibly
3미 오면 돌리고 난리 났다.
bring this back.
안돼 형 저거에 낚이면 안돼. 야 오버로 봤다.
Oh no.
박지야.
아
아니, 근데 이거
아
따라가주세요.
근데 뒤 잡을만해. 한두개 딸만한데.
무조건 죽어 이거는.
You get a moving shot? Moving shot?
빼고
Okay.
빼고 알아서.
흠.
오, 딱 쓰고 있겠다.
딱 봤어.
매치 시작.
그만한다. 내지 말고.
일단 다 죽고 뭐 어떡하려고.
Yeah.
저호
근데
형은
드론만 한 4개 정도만 딱 떼면 될 것 같은데 지금.
This feels over.
저호 형은 장난치죠.
야, 형이가 이런 거 잘 낸다니까.
We're waiting for the tap out.
또 시작이야 또?
또 온다 또.
또 봤어.
GG.
렌카로 가게.
That's not the one.
저호 형 뭐해?
Oh, is it effort again? Oh yeah, right, effort, because it's Winners League. What am I thinking? I saw YSC versus Rush there. YSC versus effort. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Chastosis doesn't. They really don't know very much about ZVZ. Oh my god.
방향이 이거 11합인데? 아닌가? 저렇게.
Generally, I have nothing but good things to say about Tastosis, but when it comes to ZVZ,
그러니까
you're much better off watching Shunsang cast.
아니네 오버 찍었네.
이러고 오버풀
TVT, they're like Artosis is miles ahead though.
근데 11합도 그냥 보내도 되는 거 아니야? 꼭 저렇게 보내야 되나?
아 이러고 그냥 오면 오버풀인가? 오면 오버풀이네.
그런가 보네.
땡렉
아 이렇게
때문에?
하구나.
땡렉이면 11합 하려고 12합 하려고.
노삼 같은 거 할 생각이 없고 프로브 안 하면.
아 털털보가 잘해 근데 어제 느꼈어. 잘하더라고 저거 좀.
그러니까 존나 저거 좀 자신 있다고 소리 괜히 소리 치는 게 아니긴 해.
그러니까
저거는 그 프로브 조금 덜 찍으면서 엄청 타이트하게 하더라.
요즘 실패 항상 나가.
그러니까
맨날 과감하게.
와 그냥 11렙 꽂아버리네.
1시 11이제.
Yeah, pretty common. You don't realize how hard it is to talk non-stop for hours until you try to do it yourself. Sometimes putting together a coherent sentence is it's tough. Can be very tough.
내가 저걸로 좀 빠른 걸로.
저거 근데 그냥
Sometimes I impress myself with you know, a really good
테크를 모르고
point
있는
or
거야, 그냥.
coherent thought in the middle of a cast, and sometimes I
아 계속
feel like an absolute retard. It is what it is.
7시는 좀 간당간당하더라. 어떻게 넘어가는데? 이게 뭐야?
Two cannons.
아니 지금 프로브 안 돌리고 지금 얘 일꾼 2마리 없는 거야.
까먹게 하려고 뭐링 찍는 줄 알았나?
그러네 지금 링으로 찍고 하네. 일꾼 2개 안 찍고 붙어 지은 거야 이거.
아 혼자 혹시 오지게 하는데?
아니 넥서스 완성됐는데 1과 15에서 같이 찍었어 15에서.
그러니까. 아 시도 없으면 지렸다. 뭐가 올 것 같나 보네.
프로브는 왜 또 나가?
아니 지금 100% 이거 확실하다 이거. 그래서 링 올라고 하는 거잖아 이거.
이거 우리 링이 안 따라가니까 이게 오히려 말린 거야. 아니 상상스타
아 이거 지금 망했어 또 원래 저 사이버를 땡겨야 되는데 사이버 못 치면 저 땡겨 의미가 없어 이제.
그러니까 이미 우리
Sometimes the old brain just locks up.
파일런즈 소리 테크 개들인데 이거.
망했다니까 토스.
Just can't think of what to say. It happens.
아 어제 왜 이긴 거야 명훈이 형. 진짜.
어제 이겼구나.
아 진짜 어제 왜 진 거야.
와 토스 개망했네 지금도 이거 안 찍히잖아 지금.
아다리 개망했다.
아니 내가 설보 내한테 지금 맨날 깨졌어. 내가 맨날 깼다. 우리가 정신 나간다 지금.
진이 형이
2맵을 찍고 하네. 3맵을.
아 명훈 진짜 실패야.
적절하게 잘 찍었어.
아니 자리를 왜? 말이 안 돼.
아니 그리고 프로볼.
Sometimes it's kind of surprising, actually. I'm just thinking of this now.
정우 형이 형이 뭐 라바 남기는 심리전을 한 것도 아니잖아. 본진 아니까.
Sometimes I start a sentence not knowing what I'm even planning to say, and then something comes to me in the middle of the sentence.
이거 안 됐다 이거.
You know what I mean? In the middle of, and then like I end up coming out with a coherent thought, and it always kind of surprises me.
예쁘게
맛있다 맛있어. 왜?
그렇지.
에 들어 이거 못 가게 막을 수 있나?
아유.
Ooh.
하나 뭐야? 아니 그거 못 막았네.
저거 질러 또 먹으면 또 먹으면 질러 또 먹으면 돼.
삼겹살 먹어봐 보면.
저차례 저도.
저도 뭐 상대 뭐.
사진까지.
밥이
사진까지 줬어야지 주잖아.
다 주란 말이야. 이제 먹었잖아.
그러니까 근데 하나 걸리는 게 이거다. 미멀 먹이.
그치. 이게 11시였으면 안 좋았을 텐데. 아니 이러면서 11시 빨리 지금.
That's right.
여기서 오켓을.
맞아?
Don't you forget it.
아쉽다고.
아 그렇게
K-League King.
정우 형 맨날 그거잖아. OSC 드라마잖아.
그러니까 저 히덴이랑 챔버 대신 11시 찍고 오무 찍으면서 째면 좀 까다롭긴 하던데.
아니 지금 커세어 날라오잖아.
At least you remembered to sign up for Proleague today.
나왔네? 뭐야?
아니 이게
잠깐만,
히덴이가
스포츠.
말이 안 돼. 소리가.
아 약간 옆집.
아. Oh, YSC.
잠깐만 이거 털레기가 상대팀의 눈을 뽑아버리는데요.
와, 이 수철이지. 요즘 너무 잘했어.
그래 누나
그날 찍었나봐. 그날 찍었나봐.
오무 찍을 만해 이거. 오무 찍고 11시 빨리 째는 게 좋아.
그러네. 눈을
We've watched a few
뽑았어요.
K-Leagues in the past. Here and there.
와 저거 하나 잡으려고.
Gonna sack a second Corsair to get this kill. It's rough.
차이가 보이고 11시에 괜찮아. 이거 잡을 수 있어.
잡자.
다음에 괜찮아.
아니 두개 잡았다고.
잡으면
두개
괜찮아.
줬는데?
I mean, you would expect
질러
Zerg to go mute us now, since you killed the first two Corsairs, but there's only 2 gases,
몇 개를 지은겨?
so
앞마당에
instead effort goes into a 4th.
아니 이걸 먹은 저거한테 무탈 5마리인 거 알 텐데. 아 11시 시야가 문제인데 링?
Not bad. You force at least 2 cannons in each base.
시야 밝혀서 해야 돼. 형 뭐 하지 마.
At least.
그러니까.
뭐 할 필요 없긴 해.
아
난 제발 형. 아
아이 깨졌네.
괜히 이거 깨져야
깨지고
돼.
어딜 먹어야지 뭐.
링이랑 가보자. 아 이거 깨진 거 기분 나쁜데 이거는.
아 이거는 근데 못 지킨다.
He can cancel this.
아, 그냥
Oh man.
하지.
That's a shame for effort.
아 살아나가네 이게 또. 에헤이 들어오나 에헤이.
Oh my
아,
god.
이거 무탈 계속 갈 필요가 없었는데 이거 굳이 게임이.
아니 안 좋아졌는데?
I'm pretty sure there is one.
아 이거 우리 미네랄만 많아 이제 해처리 안
I remember watching a BW documentary with the
장을
developers
지키고 활성화시키면서 짜내면 절대 안 되는데 이거 돈을.
where they were talking about
아니 또 깨져 이거. 망했어.
like how they made the music was really interesting.
들어온다. 아또 깨져.
Like such an amazing
이건 막을 수 있을 것 같은데?
track or music track, and there were basically like 2 people involved in the creation of the music
나이스.
creatively.
괜찮아.
또
이거
먹어.
낚아먹기?
먹어.
It was just 2 people.
먹자 먹자.
이길 것 같다?
이길 것 같다.
이길 것 같다.
많이 흘렸다. 햄이 이제 나왔다.
They had a extremely very small
히드라는 가스 별로 안 돼.
budget as well. Almost no budget. Just made an absolutely insane soundtrack.
제주도
God tier soundtrack.
히드라 공업도 되게 있네.
오철에서 지었잖아. 서클도 안 밀려서 만화 밀릴 것 같은데.
I mean, I think so, right?
그럼 붙이자. 11시에. 길러지 많이.
뭐또 질템 나가 얘? 아씨.
아니
질템
너무
많이
무리하지
때리긴
않아?
했어 그냥. 요즘 질템밖에 안 나가 보면.
아, 제대로 돌렸네. 저거 좀.
It's a risky move what YSC is doing. Just walking up here with a bunch of High Templars, but he actually gets away with it.
그러니까.
반응이라도.
Mutas are not in position because of those Corsairs.
먼저 와서 그래도 그래도 지금 먼저 와서 이게.
Hello.
와 진짜 먼저 와서 이다.
오, 질러.
와 다행이다 진짜 같이 뛰어왔으면 좀
막았다.
빡셌을 텐데.
한 번 더 빼기. 빼기.
That's a lot of Hydras.
찍어줄게.
그래 근데 이게 수철이긴 해.
근데 좀 많긴 한데 막았다.
아 막은 끝났어. 막은 끝났어.
막는 그림이야. 막았지?
1, 1업이라 좀 센데?
왜 이렇게 많냐? 어? 아 졌다. 아니
God damn, so many zealots.
뭐야?
He's actually gonna break this.
왜 이렇게 많아? 이게?
그러니까 이 질러만 짜낸단 말이야.
It would have been nice if he had put a couple of lurk rags on the ramp, but
줘야 돼?
맞아?
damn, effort gonna lose to YSC. Dude, YSC is on fire, man.
이게 맞아?
YSC is crazy on fire right now.
투캐논 먹고 육캐논 쳐.
사이즈가 말이 안 되는데 이게 지네?
커세오도 2마리 땄는데 진다고?
11시 들어오는.
나오는 거 모르는 게 힘들구나. 막판이 안 된다. 플레이가 왜 이렇게 잘해?
쫑일간
생선을
2등
잘하나?
거 같은데 왜
그것도
지지?
많이 쨌나 보네 볼집마다.
드론을 너무 짰나?
It's GG, I think.
쨌나 보다.
그러니까
Game's over.
에다가 막 이것저것 다 하니까 병력이 좀 적었나 보다.
이거 이겨주는 게
There's no way effort survives the middle phase of the game now. Mid game's gonna be way too hard to live. Dragoons are gonna get up on his high ground and it'll just be GG.
이게 이렇게 되네.
이걸 이긴다고?
드라곤까지.
근데 템이 이렇게 많이 나와. 벌써 4템 주고 아칸도 만들었는데 2템 더 있어. 저러다 물량이 이렇게 잘 나오는데.
Respect to everybody who's trying to make a RTS. Respect to anyone trying to make an RTS right now.
여기 안 보면 못되긴 한데. 이게 저지네.
럴커가 딜 많이 넣긴 했는데.
Hey, you're talking about ASL Open?
근데 다 쉴드만 가였어.
Yeah, I remember he typed in the chat
또 11시로 질러 놓는
fucking Protoss map after at the end.
방역도 돼 있네. 뭐야?
다 찍힌다니까 가스가 뭔가?
이거 왜다 되냐?
호세오도 많이 찍었는데 7템도 나오고 드라도 막. 왜 이렇게 잘해? 이건 유리에서 그냥 이길 줄 알았는데. 저 밟히네?
질템 나가서 끝내야겠다.
체력화가 좋은가 봐 뭔가. 가면 다 끝나는데.
털보 질템이 빡센가 보다.
옛날 태균형 뚱뚱한 특징이라는데 지금. 승신 잘하네.
Okay.
라이스 또 날라가?
깨줘야 돼? 말이 돼?
이게 3번 날라간다고?
아 처음에 안 있어야 되는데.
그러니까
막긴 막았어.
시켰다.
근데 5시까지 그런
어이 통신.
병력 조합 개 좋은데.
당황스럽네.
Yeah, YSC seems like a different person,
현재
a different player.
내가?
누가 할래? 현재가 할래?
나 상관없어.
Good dodge.
너가 할래? 아니면
Oh, he's got a bunch more High Templar. Nice flank. Okay.
테란이 나가야 되나?
메인 돈데 굳이?
Effort losing control of the high ground.
뒤에 테란이 좋은 맵 있잖아.
Should be it.
가만히지 이거는.
Minnie's not even paying attention.
오케이 안 나. 현재 믿고 하는 게 괜찮을 것 같아.
What if YSC all kills here? You guys imagine?
마감 몰라?
I guess, yeah, you can run it back.
드라 일단 모르는 거 아니야? 이게 이기려면 우리 업글 좋은 상태에서 하이브 터져 있어야 돼.
I don't know if you can beat Minnie or Snow though. PvP.
그만 맞아. 아니 드랍이든 힘만 있어야 되는데
드랍 업은 돼 있는데.
이게 나가지는 상황이 아니라서.
설병 잘 몰아붙인다.
말하는 게 힘만 있어도
기본기가 왜 이렇게 좋냐? 힘도 안 나고. 여기를 안 내주네. 그러니까 질드라밖에 없는데. 머리가 아니 컬렉이 잘하네.
그러니까.
드라 한 바퀴 더 나왔네. 미쳤네. 잘하냐. 와 지금 언덕 올라가야 돼 지금.
충분히 그렇게 말려는데.
아 5시 가면 안 되네. 말이 되네.
여기서 김종호 씨 미친.
다시
Drop?
드랍 떨어지고 토스와 왕장 해서
가 막으러 오고 저기서
방업 돼 있어서 계속 깨는 하지 않아 이거?
토스가 좀 막으러 와주면 난 냄새 난다고 봐. 나는 풍긴다고 봐. 근데 오면
밸런스
빡세고.
좋은 차이거든 그래도.
근데 오면 원래 막을 수 있다고도 봐. 언덕 성큰이 크랙이야 이거 지금.
YSC.
못 내렸다.
어?
한 개.
내려.
한 개 못 내렸다.
YSC got to split his units perfectly here.
조금만 바꿔 가죠. 근데 막을 만한데 잠깐만 이제 다시 밀었고.
Uh-oh.
오른쪽.
Uh-oh. Nice block.
아니 막으면
Oh, that's huge.
잠깐만.
Oh, that's so big.
아저 원급 살아 있었으면.
템 그렇게 잡았어.
Oh, man.
아이스톰 이제 한 방밖에 없는데?
한 방? 이게 안 되나? 피 많잖아.
아 근데 다시 못 겠다.
못 깼어? 근데 피해 좀 주면은.
아 근데 드랍도 이게 한 개 더 내렸어야 되는데 오버에서
아니 상대 뺐고 우리 어쨌든 긴장만 말라가.
근데 5시 프로브는 싹 다 잡은 거잖아.
아 근데 이게 내 한쪽 넥서스는 깼어야 되는데
본진 넥서스라도 깼어야 돼. 가스라도 못 파게 했었어야 돼.
본진 4개라도 깼어야 돼. 다시 4개라도 깼어야 되는데 초반에 안
나오네.
깼어. 이렇게 깨러 와야 돼.
Oh my god. YSC gonna lose this? There's like no way.
조금 맞고. 이대로 원래 몰라. 그러니까 우리가 네 군데 돌아가는 상황이었으면 몰랐을 것 같은데.
Something bottom right corner. Might be a lurker morphing.
바로 와야겠는데.
바람 불었는데 살짝. 빗물 가봐 빗물.
이물까지 둘 다 깨야 되는데
11시 못 지키는데.
근데 다시 또 이지 말고.
That's a overload. Okay, just has to hold this high ground. That's it. Just hold the high ground.
다시라도 일단 깨봐. 깰 수 있으면.
할 수 있나?
내가 옥질러 저렇게 못하니까 빡센.
아니 뭐 이멀부터 깨고 나서 속이랑
5시 질러 홀드
잘
해놓고.
올라왔는데? 잠깐만.
여기 깨도 진짜 좋네.
분이 와 진짜 조금만 남아있어도 진짜.
처음에 본진마다 들어오면 너무 째가지고.
아이고.
본진마당이 본진이
미모래 와
아!
했는데.
다시 거 이거 왜 잡혔냐? 이거만 살았어.
다시 히드라 좀만
Holy shit, wrecked.
그러니까 히들 컨트롤
프로 없는데 이제.
All the probes.
박아 바로 박아.
거기 보러 해.
Means that he's gonna be the winner of this season of ASL, PQ. It means that I'm making a bold prediction.
해. 다시 아칸 잡아봐봐.
인구가 좋은 인구잖아. 세
그래?
부대가.
내 미월까지 다 말랐네.
그러니까 원래 다 말랐어.
무슨 프로보가 없는 인구구나.
들어한 인구 세 부대
말랐으면 안
빨리
된다. 이들 한 부대로 이걸 먹어봐. 드라템 프로보. 그럼 인구 역전인데.
Ooh.
결국 미월만 먹어도 이기잖아.
아 그래?
결국에 저 페시가 돌아가면 이기니까 수철이가.
프로도 살리네.
No hot takes, just a fact. Oh my god.
프로도 살리네.
How's the market mood? I think it's gonna be a disaster today.
우리 해처리가 지금 딱딱 지어줄 수 있어야 되는데 11시는.
지금에도 12시 같은데 해초리 지면 안 되나 지금?
아니 방금 저 프로브 다 잡았으면 우리 이겼겠다.
프로 다 잡았으면 이겨.
Try not to think about it.
다 살렸네.
너무 아까 칠 하나 11시 펴야 될 것 같은데. 피고 로고 가가지고.
왜 지어야 될 텐데.
돈이
오늘
없지.
진짜 많긴 하네.
칠 지어야 돼.
지어야 돼.
진짜 드론만 있냐.
You're going in all the AI stocks? You mean you're buying puts on them? You think they're gonna go down? Or you think they're gonna go up? Selling puts.
따봐. 스팀 너무 많다. 빵이.
아 제발.
셋이 로켓을 죽었어.
스팀 또 있잖아. 실어나 팀몇 방이야? 아, 3방 있는데? 힘이 죽어줘야 돼 여기서. 안돼 안돼 안돼.
막으러 왔어.
Damn, effort keeping it so scrappy, but
아까 그 프로 다 죽였으면 이겼을 테. 이겼을
Got you.
건데. 아쉽네.
있긴 하다. 잘하는 것 같은데.
아 11시간 3번 치수당한 게 오바였다 진짜.
존나 많다 씨.
why do you think that AI stocks are gonna drop?
이거 막을 수 있나 봐.
아 컷에 2개 따서 존나 이래. 하나한테 매치 진짜 6회 처리로 지은 거라 깨지면 안 돼.
뭐한번 치고
That was way harder than it had to be, man.
6회 짓고 7회수로 짓는 거면은 깨 상관이 없어. 6회수로 짓는 거라.
So you think the war's gonna end?
뭐 하려고 아 매치가 제일 잠깐
Gotcha.
그 질텐 러시 올 때도 내 앞마당에 놨더니 시작까지 끝까지 막았는데
맞아. 아, 오는 것만 알면은 진짜 막을 만했어.
봐봐 까먹었네.
그냥 달리고 보던데 그냥.
또 존나 땡겼네. 저거죠.
그냥 달리고 보더라.
뮤탈. 아니 뮤탈 앞마당.
Microsoft already took such a massive hit. You think they're really gonna go fall further?
오는 곳이 많긴 하네. 내가 뮤코치 꽃을 두 마리 딴 상태에서 꽃에
뭐야 둘 다 섹터다.
터치 땡데 그냥 땡. 야, 헐벌 써보네.
그리고 내가 어딜까 해볼까 이게 생각을 하면은 근데 개 털릴 각이던데. 각이 잘 안 나오네. 그러니까.
What do you guys think is gonna happen with gold?
터치하는 게 그래도 마음 편한데?
그냥 우리가 견제할 수 있잖아 이거.
매판 2개 꽂자. 근데 못 올라가겠네.
12게이트를
해봐. 짭제 잘라놨으니까 편하게 해.
선빵 쳐봐.
3년은 원서치
4개 있네.
맨날 원서치만 당하냐고.
얘는 프로브 안 쉬면서 하네.
괜찮은 거 같아. 인구가 일씩 앞섰네.
좋다. 얘는 쉬면서 하고 얘는 1도 안 쉬면서. 펑코 하겠다.
질러 찍었어.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing its job. It's supposed to be when things like wars happen, gold is supposed to go up. It's doing the opposite, which is weird.
여기 투로 받는데 투로. 네.
I'm feeling pretty dumb right now because when the war first started, I thought, you know what? Why is gold falling? I don't think it's working as a hedge. I should probably sell it. And then I was like, nah, there's a war. Of course it's gonna go up.
원개 트리플 같은 거 하려는 거 아니야?
I was thinking the same thing too.
트리플인가 봐.
The problem is that in recent years,
응. 투게이트.
원개 트리플 노리.
countries have been buying gold is the reason why
빠른 트리플을.
it's been going up so much.
근데 우리 로봇
China
할
and
수도
China's allies have been buying insane amounts of gold to try and
트리플까지는 안 하겠지.
undermine the gold, the US dollar.
그러니까 옴니버 멀티 정도는 하겠지. 그래도.
So that we've seen such a rapid rise in gold prices. But then if there's a war and they need to sell, then obviously it goes down.
좋다.
느낌 있네.
쓰레기 같긴 하네.
No, I think it's
그러니까 원래
I think it's still a good thing. Shubaloob. We'll see how it pans out.
그리고 원래 벌거리였는데 고친 거죠 뭐. 극복한 거죠. 지금.
Yeah, I think that a bunch of countries are selling gold right now to afford oil. Yeah.
얘는 속 시원? 원게 있던 거 보니까 속 시원해. 속시야? 속 좋은데?
Thank you for the follow.
근데 우리 드라를 너무 안 찍었는데? 근데 오면 뭘로 먹냐? 언덕에서
리버가 뜨지.
어? 아니야 이제 옵저버
Really?
찍었잖아.
One sec, I'll be right back.
아 지금 5비야?
아 샤오니네.
졌는데?
씨발. 아 근데 로봇도 너무 입구에 있어서 빡센데?
어이
졌다.
이게 이거 어떻게 먹냐? 현재 반응 봤지? 어떻게 먹을 거야? 어떻게? 아니 어떻게?
What's up, Mike?
이게 차라리 투드라라도 있어야 뭘 막지.
그러니까 아니 드라고 왜 안 뜨니? 어?
언더파기?
일단 해봐 일단 리버까지만 바꾸면 돼.
이건 절반 아니야? 근데 아직 팔 들어갈 때가
아니 근데 우리 근데 베트라.
Well, hopefully it'll be a completely different leadership.
근데 사업이 있거든?
사업은 됐어.
The IRGC will fall.
괜찮지 않나?
상대 3넥이라 어차피 리스크 없잖아 근데 아주
오케이 나이스 리버 떴다.
아 셔틀 죽는다.
Oh! Oh my god, the shuttle.
미쳤는데 아니야
Mini.
아니
Mini. Oh my god, YC gets in there.
근데 셔틀은 따이면 안 됐는데 셔틀은.
리버도
오케이.
따이면 안 됐어
아.
둘다 따이면 안 됐지.
둘다 따이면 안 됐지 이게
아까 배터리 게이트 위치가 좀 구렸다 이게. 뭔가 배터리를 아니면은 게이트가 너무 입구 쪽에 있어가지고.
I mean, if you believe the IRGC AI propaganda, then yeah, sure.
그래? 근데 여기서 질템 잡으면은 이기지 않아?
얘는 좀 빡센 게 상대가 캠테크 사서 나오면은 땜 못한데.
아니야.
아, 근데 저 셔틀이라도 안 잡혔으면 지금 리버 뜨고 견제하고 할 수 있는데.
그러니까 이 견제를 못 가는 게 좀 빡세
윤수 처리가 괜찮아.
프로 그냥 수벌이네 아
It depends. I mean, there's 3 dudes left to negotiate with. Well,
내 탱크 안 가는데
in the IRGC, but they have their own military as well.
그나마
They have a separate military in Iran, and they haven't been attacking them.
그러니까 템이 느려서 괜찮아 이러면 짜내기잖아.
안 가지
이거 있는데 생각 안 가.
탱크 안 가지
그냥 지으면 되는 건데.
그러니까 우리가 트리플 안 지으니까 오는 것만 받아먹고 이긴다 마인드.
아
현명하네. 한번 오고
네.
있어라.
잘한 척 좆대네 유수출.
아 속초 돼 있었는데 진짜 이거 아 기억하네
뭔가 대비 하나도 안 돼 있어 지금.
해봐. 아이 새끼 근데 속쇼를 아예 생각 못 하고 있네. 정신이. 이겼다. 이겼다.
아, 근데 옥저버에 딱 들켰다.
아, 걸렸다.
아 3대한테 랠리 안 되는 게 있어 아
아, 근데
네.
들켜서 들켰다. 파일럿 들켰다. 안 가면 돼.
Professor Jiang. Isn't that a?
빼!
That sounds familiar.
근데 진짜 테마카 안 가준 게 나는 진짜 기회 같은데
캐논도 되게 지었네. 이러면 괜찮아. 파일럿 바깥에 있는 거 다 깨봐 일단.
그러니까 진짜
YC
난
is
기회
killing it,
주는
man.
것 같아,
He is
인구 차이
destroying.
나? 한 20 나?
얘가. 안 나, 안 나.
10밖에 안 나.
8.
8.
생각보다 인구 차이 안 나는데.
그러니까.
아니 우리가 이대로 그냥 아둔테크 올려도 될 것 같은데 나는.
아, 근데 이미 투로보라서 그냥 리버
아니,
해라 이번에.
할것 같아.
아니 그런 거 해도 한판 되나?
알고 있어, 알고. 야, 먹어봐. 들어 먹을 수 있잖아. 먹어.
드랍 개오반데?
왜 왼쪽 돌아도 와봐. 미친 새끼인데 이거.
와봐.
아, 오히려 싸먹힐까 봐 그런가?
아니 안 먹혀.
먹어 근데.
아 무섭나 보다. 망태하네 상대가. 우리 앞마당은 막을 수 있죠. 캐논 하나 붙던가. 찍어.
이제 어디가? 야.
Ah!
야.
Oh my god. Just barely got over the high ground there.
이거 한 막아야 될 것 같은데?
아니
아,
수비해야
근데
돼.
누나 좀 안마당에 좀 냅둬봐. 야 뭐해?
아니 왜 모르냐 오는 걸 아예 현재야.
근데 뭐해?
현재야
뭐 쓰는
막으러
거 생각 안 해?
야.
저거를 시간 끌어야 돼. 저거를 시간 끌 리버.
야안 막아?
아 그냥 뭐야?
그냥 똥겜? 그냥 안마당 버려야 되는데 이러면? 크리버 나오나?
나오니까. 해봐.
나오겠다.
똥게임 해봐. 우리
데미지 돼 있어. 야 말만해.
똥겜
똥 냄새 확 나요 갑자기.
괜찮은 거 같아. 괜찮은 판단이.
Depends on what your goal is.
예. 손 잘해.
이거 잘 쳐야 돼. 잘 쳐야 돼. 때려.
와.
아. 아 근데 옵적으로 보고 있는 게 크다 제가.
밤마다 들어 왜 저냐?
이거 뒤로 들어가자. 언덕 뒤에 서 있던 거. 내 깨고.
I think I know who you're talking about now, yeah.
저 리버 셔틀 하나 태워가지고.
I think I saw something about him on China Uncensored.
원, 투,
와 게이드 내리고.
But I think he also predicted that the war would start with a ground invasion.
아니야 잘해줬어요.
그렇긴 해. 그건 맞아.
이게 뭔가 리노컨 원래 안 됐는데. 그래서 바로 가자. 좋아. 가자.
느낌
가자.
늘었어.
이러고 앞마당 뒤에 드랍하자.
그러니까
그러려고 하는 거 같은데.
옥토버 기지도 깨봐.
야 봐봐.
보고 있어서.
The guy I've been listening to the most recently about Iran is Cappy Army.
갔네 이제.
You guys know that guy?
잠만 뒤에 조심. 머리 위에? 맞아.
아니야
보고 간
보고
거야.
있는 거 보고 있어.
오케이. 살려.
근데 리버-
못 살리게.
Yeah, I don't get this propaganda push.
됐고. 나이스.
나이스. 아야. 야 이겼다. 야 말했지?
여기 개꿀이씨. 여기 캐논 개잘 쏜다는데 이거.
아야 내 샷도 아.
찌러 하나. 좋아.
괜찮아
Yep.
이거.
이거 못 잡아.
아 저게 안 떠줘? 아.
뭐야?
아니 그래 이득
애매하다.
존나 많이 봤어.
이득 많이 봤어. 저거까지
잠깐만 마지막. 오케이.
한 방 더.
근데 애매하다.
한 방 더.
셔틀 또 간다 근데 MS 또 가는데.
한 방 더. 언덕 리버. 아 아니 없다.
한번 더 옥토버 타고 여기. 우리 셔틀 뒷마당으로. 본진으로. 셔틀. 다크드라.
그 리버야? 아 다크야. 아.
옥토버 없어.
아 미친 똥개 미쳤다.
앞마당 안 가도 돼?
이러면서
야
바로
야
다크.
우리 좀 깨나. 우리 깔끔잖아.
그러네. 저거 깨나. 템.
야 팔려 깨봐.
로보를 깨버려.
Ooh, that's a lot of DTs.
팔로 깨고 로보 깨버려.
Mini going hard with the DTs. Oh, DT gets in from YSC though. Uh-oh.
뭐 상대다.
스플.
앞으로 쏴봐. 얘도 쏴봐. 오케이.
오케이 밑에 잠깐만. 태워. 오케이.
나이스.
이겼다.
You mean he has Canadian citizenship?
이런 게임
아이,
보내니까.
돈도 많은데 우리?
저 있는데?
2,000원. 변현 대신 2,000원 남기 나이스.
돈이 존나 많아 지금. 2,000원.
우리는 항상 돈이 많아.
인구수도 많고 돈도 많아.
없어.
아니 우리 인프라가 더 좋아가지고.
저축은행이에요.
Oh my god, this game is insane.
와, 다다크들 지렸다.
야야 안마랑 또 리본 또 간다. 미친놈이다. 와.
I think Mini actually coming out ahead.
정신 오지게 없겠다.
It was this drop
이거 정신 나가긴 하겠다.
in the corner here
네.
that
술이 뭐야?
블랙이 많이 들긴 했다. 원래 수를 써야 되는데.
그러니까. 잘하긴요. 너가 근데 2킬은 오바지.
그래.
저리 가라.
맨날 매치빨로 이겼지.
잘 팔려. 그렇지.
얌전히 가지고.
와 진짜 사고 날 뻔했네 또. 와.
이거를 이기네.
나는 근데 전혀 안 불안했어. 전혀.
아 그래?
아이 털렉이랑 현재
아니.
호전인데.
아니 이렇게 불리한데 안 불안했어?
현재 요새 잘하긴 한다는데.
현재 잘한다 했잖아 내가. 이게 승률이 좋은 거는 또 이유가 있다니까.
잘한다. 4내까지
털포 형왜 로보 뒷마당에다 지었냐?
그러게.
야 순간대로 지었네.
이렇게 저그 나오겠구만.
부담돼.
LT.
DT였던 것 같아.
근데 조금 더 봐야 될 것 같아.
이 게임을? 그래서 이게 너가 인구수가 보여야 된다는 거야. 개술 해설하니까.
씹소리에서라. 아,
아니 봐봐.
잠깐만 이거 셔틀 이거 가다가 낙방 붙다 가면.
아니 안 가지.
오.
이게 인구가 40 차이인데 유출해가지고 이러니까.
방금 설레가지고
아니,
손
저-
쓰는 거 봐라.
저 테마 한 방이 있다니까.
우리도 템 나왔는데요?
뭐가?
아니 아까 전에 캡도
11시
존나
까지
되는데 10질러까지 뽑은 이유가 있다니까.
저거
저거
아 맛있다. 살아가기. 아 땡큐.
와 숨지러 간다 쏙.
스톰이야?
맛있다.
Oh, damn.
와 개맛있게 들어갔다.
Well, that's brutal. That might actually just end the game here. 40 supply advantage.
살살살 긁어내.
Yeah, that's it. YSC's dead. Damn, it looked like YSC was gonna win this game pretty handily.
이거 좀 잠깐 애매할 수도 있어.
And Mini just got crazy. With DTs and Reaver drops and everything just going nuts.
좀 빠질 때
What's up, Block?
세 마리, 두 마리. 여기 한 마리 또. 이 놀고 있네.
말이 짤 때도 그냥.
이거 놀고 있는데 진짜.
아 이 거의 농간하는 수준 아니야 이거는?
아니야 이거 어떡해. 철이 어떻게 이거 공격 와야 돼 수비해야 돼.
좋아요.
마지막 빵러시다.
쳐라.
가만히 있어.
What's up? Go.
현재
숙연제.
Well, good night, YSC.
와우. 와우.
오고 지시야.
와 입 벌리고 있는데.
Does it?
언덕도. 맛있다.
So what's wrong with the stream? You just need to turn up the quality, man. We're 1080p over here.
와
그래도 지지고.
우리 리버는 뭘로
뒤에 또 리버가 있어.
이거 또 지지고 리버도 있고.
야 이거 좀 태웠어.
본진도 난리 났고. 짜증나겠다.
GG.
미디어 JD다.
Mimi versus Jadong? Let's go.
이제 빨딱이다.
아 요새 계속 잘했어 이제.
우리 위너스에서 끝내자 제발 집중해서.
끝내고 딱 랜더스 야무지게 하자.
오케이. 집중해볼게.
아, 내 변내기 좀 빨딱이랑 랜더스 무서운데? 일단 이거만 이기자 이거만.
이거만 이겨봐.
또 우드론? 아 잠깐만.
왜? 쌩이야? 쌩 안 하잖아.
아니 애초 뛰는데 안 하겠지.
게이트.
티즈는 좀 하기 빡세. 여기 오버풀도 빡세잖아.
그러니까. 오케이 게이트 10초.
7시로
따이.
오케이.
That's right. You know what I watched? Sweep was
안녕.
Professor Jung interviewed by Tucker Katarlson.
우리 포지 지는데?
그러면은 포지 지으면 되잖아. 게으리한 거 아니야? 근데 포지 짓고.
들켰는데 왜 그냥 하냐?
근데 이 세길이라 그러는데.
It was a ridiculous interview.
CBT.
그러네. 근데 그래도 괜찮지 않나?
Talking about how we have to,
괜찮은 것 같아.
the West has to share power with China.
안 죽으면 좋겠다. 이럴 때안 죽으면 진짜 크던데.
안 죽지.
I don't know. Tucker thinks now that we have to accept the multipolar world.
아니에요.
와, 화를 안 해, 지금. 뭐야? 7년 승부 뭐야, 7년 승부.
원서치라 다행이다.
와, 근데 존나 괜찮다.
이게 원서치 아니면
That we should just allow China to take Taiwan.
원서치 아니면은 빡세.
이제 원서치 아니면은
그러니까 질러 털로 막아야 돼서.
지금 이거
11시 빼, 11시로.
It's fine.
이거만 살아봐.
Bread's not that hard to find.
시간 끄는 것 때문에 투질이 나올 것 같아.
그니까.
딱 나올 것 같아.
딱 투지 10시 되겠는데? 원래,
원질 워크로 써 있고.
Yep.
원래도 웬만하면 뜨는데, 이거 게이트도 빨랐어가지고.
It is just straight up CCP propaganda.
와 변대기.
무리하지 마, 무리하지 마.
와 컨 좋다 컨 좋다.
여기 기다려, 기다려. 들어올 생각 있네. 쌩 깔라고?
오케이 와 막혔다 와 막혔다 이게.
막혔다.
와 미쳤다. 변대기 오늘 개빨딱이야.
그리고 프로브로 또 보고 있어요.
들어와서 가스 안 켜는 거랑
또 숨어?
아 그냥 보지.
Washski?
그냥 보자.
보자 마음 편하게. 들켰어.
안 파는 거 보는 순간 너무 편한데.
진짜 개 편하다.
이러면 투회 대비를 안 해도 되잖아.
그러니까 원래 투예식 무서워가지고 좀 잘 못 재잖아 토스가.
그러네.
이거는 정말로 한 7대 3까지.
존나 좋아 존나 좋아. 이거 사질 때 하면 또 달리면은 라바 지금 없잖아. 개 털려.
그러네.
가난해지고. 이제 원질 빼서 사질 달리자. 원질 빼가지고 고집고 달리자. 이거 프로브로 막아 그냥.
필요 없는데.
질러 달려봐. 사질 안 찍었나?
가난하게 만들자.
안 찍었나 본데 사질.
그냥 코어를
Silk, you should forget about being good at SC and become a dollar generating machine like Shuttle. True.
이것 또한 좋아.
No more hair dryer.
근데 저게 좀 의문이네. 오버로 프로브 봤는데 그냥 부발한 게.
그러게 나도 아까 개서치 타이밍이라서 한거 같아. 게이드 그때 이제 입고 쌩깔 수 있다는 생각으로 한 거 같아. 아까도 쌩깔라 했잖아.
생각하면서
좀 넓은 줄 알았나 보다. 여기. 자헷.
이게 7시라서 잘 못됐을 것 같아. 오히려 저그가 5시나 11시였으면은 토스랑 가까운 자리가 1시 7시가 새로 심시티라 빡셌을 것 같은데 여기 바로 심시티라서 너무 좋다. 질러 달려보지 그래도. 쇼부가 무섭나 보네.
Man,
이미 괜찮으니까 욕심 안 부리네.
I think I need to
좋네.
I think I need to watch that Tastosis cast where Ample fucks that first game up. Oh my god.
그 어떤 토스가 제호 형 잡아줄까요?
I can imagine Artosis' eyes are just bleeding at that point, and then the comeback is real.
잘해주겠지.
He actually plays at his level.
토스도 사람이야.
Pretty fantastic.
잘해줘.
적 편일 때 올킬하고 뭐 우리 편일 때 2패하고 그러진 않겠지 뭐.
그래.
사람인데.
그런 씹새끼가 되진 않겠지. 설마.
또 기다려주는 것도 필요해.
그지.
Ample and choking on stage.
그렇게 나쁜 놈은 아니야.
그래.
그렇다고 착한 놈도 아니야?
그 놈도
그래.
열심히 이기고 싶었을 거야.
그 질러.
확실히 드론이 없다.
아니 저거 지옥이다 뭔가.
I have to agree with PQ here.
거 없어.
Every other option is complete dog shit.
관광제로 약간
Imagine Chinese hegemony.
반쇼부?
할 수도 이거 레어 일부러 찍은 걸 수도 있어. 챔버를 안 짓잖아. 보여주고
It's like these people out here complaining about capitalism, and you're like, man.
와 우리 다크 들어가려고 하네. 그 방심하면 안 된다.
You don't want to know the alternative.
이런 거에 훅 뚫리는 토스
어야.
중에 한 명이잖아요.
야야
제가.
짜낸다.
그냥 더 줘야 돼.
야
더
캐논.
지어봐.
야너 진짜 로봇도 빨라서 캐논 4개는 최소 지어놔야 돼 진짜.
야 지어라.
야야야 지어야 돼.
야. 더. 아 프로브 찍을 때가 아니야.
You mean
이거
make Europe great again?
근데
아야 빨리
이거-
적으면 마.
근데 이 타이밍만 넘기면 다크 드라이브가 존나 좋은데.
아 얘들 오는데 어디 가냐? 야, 빨리 지으라고.
야. 아,
잘했다. 더 지어봐. 빨리 더 지으라고 마.
야야 또 붙어친다. 야또 붙어친다.
빨리 쉬어 빨리. 아니 싸워야 되는 거 아니야?
가끔 써서 그런. 싸워야지. 여기 싸워야지.
오케이. 뭐 타이밍 좋다 연지야. 너 게임 예술로 하는구나.
예술이네. 오늘 개빨딱인데?
공이로 딱 됐어 형. 방어도 죽었어. 잘하는데 오늘?
이거 저 조심해야 돼. 이거 왔어 하나.
개뻐록이 있어 이게.
개뽀로 한방 진짜 이거 저거 무조건 쇼부야.
I think Europe's been enjoying American hegemony for a long time.
아 역시 히드라 저게 쇼트를 보겠네.
와 히드라를 저기다 한 마리를 해놨네.
They basically didn't have to put anything into their military for decades.
아이 셔틀 보고
Just focus internally. Somehow they fucked it up though.
오케이.
I don't know how they managed to not become, you know, insanely powerful.
안 되겠지.
Like Japan,
아까 내가 들어갔잖아.
Japan,
좋아요. 갖고.
you know, didn't have to spend any money.
그래. 이제야 막기만 하라.
Didn't have to spend any money on defense for, you know, 50 years or whatever.
야 바보 같은 놈 여기 해봐.
아 여기 해봐.
바보다. 하면 가는 거.
And they managed to, you know, become like third largest economy in the world as a tiny island.
저거 못 보고 있어. 저거.
아직도 몰라.
세그.
아 해봤다.
아서거. 아서거.
나이스.
좋았다.
개 잘하네.
영으로 한번 있다.
변현질 1표로 왜안 붙지? 며칠 잘하는데.
I don't know. I think stopping Iran from promoting global terror and having nuclear weapons, I think is pretty reasonable, just in my opinion.
아니 이래놓고가 내가 현재형 뽑으려 할 때 의문 제기했잖아. 큰일 날 뻔했네 진짜.
와 그러게 그냥
This is
팀을
brutal.
그냥 이렇게 망치는 놈이었네.
망치는 거. 아 셔틀.
빡.
오케이. 셔틀
아,
네.
나이스.
가만 있어. 스탑.
나이스,
왜,
나이스,
저거
나이스.
뭐 타 있어 지금?
학교.
아나 까먹었다.
Ah,
근데
no way this gets damaged.
아, 봤잖아.
하나라도 아유.
까비.
나 근데 뮤탈 찍었어.
어? 스파이어 있어?
어,
게임
뭔가
나 별로 안 유리한 거 같아.
근데 뭔가 왜 이렇게 할만해 보이냐 저기?
잠깐만. 진거 같아.
아니 본진이랑 9시 들어온 봐봐. 왜 이렇게 많아?
그러니까 다쳤어.
근데 인구수가 똑같은데?
나 그거
어.
뭐야?
벌써 돈 못 쓴 것도 아닌데.
왜 이래?
근데 뮤탈은 알고 있긴 해. 다행인 거.
그래?
뭘로 봤는데?
뭐, 우리
스파이어를 봤나 보네.
대처가 알고 있는데 저긴 해. 완전.
와 근데 방금 드라브로도 꽤 잘 썰었는데 뭐지?
근데 뮤탈 봐서 다행이다.
내 야, 일리로.
What?
진짜 빨랐어.
What are you talking about?
빼실 때 바로 쏘.
스위치가 왜 저래?
앞마당으로
I'm talking about Hezbollah, the Houthis.
본진.
굳이 또.
Are they not directly funding those people?
오, 잠깐만.
뒤져봐. 뒤.
오, 제동이 형안 나왔는데?
뒤. 왜?
아스컷이 있을까봐?
조금 쫄았다 우리.
아,
근데 충분해. 좀 많이 때려.
부장님 밥 뺐잖아.
근데 이거 그냥 바로 짠해서 공격하면 될 것 같은데.
우리 한 방이 너무 세잖아. 이거.
지금 가자. 설설 보식 한 방. 바로 가기.
털털고 십 짜내기 가자.
돈도 잘 쓴다. 현재 오늘 진짜 개 잘한다.
지금 가면 개셀 것 같아.
아니 뮤탈이 할 게 없어. 템 자를 게 없잖아. 러커도 없고. 지금 가야 돼. 지금 할 타이밍이야.
지금이야.
I mean, yeah, Israel's so evil that they have freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Like they have an actual country
그래.
무시하고 가자.
가면서 그냥 여섯
where the people have rights.
아니 위로 가자 그냥. 굳이 역시 올라가야 돼?
Iran, you can't even go outside without a head covering as a woman.
러커 나오는데.
방역기라니까?
아니야 방역. 늦게 찍었어.
Gay people get murdered.
운영할 생각 같은데?
그런가?
Like, if that's not evil, I don't know what is, honestly.
스텝 잡힌다.
낫지
근데
않나?
나는
They use rape as a form of torture.
그냥
드리블 당하는데?
방역 때까지 하면
They kill people who protest in the street.
저 사실 드라마 하려고
Tens of thousands of them.
허세호랑 같이 가야지. 완수하고 우리 먼저 떨어지기만.
아저 뮤탈의 템 한 개만 잡혀도 짱난단 말이야.
아 내가 봤다. 먼저 봤는데.
아,
만화 없는 거긴 해.
맞아, 만화 없는 거 잡혔어.
만화 없는.
스톱 스톱.
야,
아,
불만한데.
이건 아깝네 좀 현재야. 스톱 없는데.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that I think that Israel's a good place, but
양분 됐다. 이드라에. 정면 가자 정면 가. 정면 가.
아, 이거 로코.
그냥 가.
뭔가.
그냥 가.
I've seen some horrific shit from Israel. But the comparison is like, it's pretty silly.
한 부대가 끝인데.
근데 우리 스톰이 두 번 먹혔어.
야, 스톰이 두방 있는데 누가?
아 쎄 지금.
세긴 해.
오고 막혔다 저거.
손종. 이겼다 이겨.
두방 있어. 개쎄 개쎄.
It's like people who are comparing China to the US.
정바.
Like,
한번 더 여기.
how
의 시대라니까.
the US is just as evil as China.
저도 할 만한 맵인데. 이기네.
Just as repressive as China. Makes no sense at all.
나이스.
상대 있다.
살았다.
와, 나이스 살았다.
4대 2 싸움이네. 집중해 보자.
이제 오조 일장.
이제 일단 보자.
If you think that the West is a hellhole, I invite you to go and move to another country. Go live in China if you think it's so great.
변력의 기세가 미치면 안질것 같은데. 너무 잘해.
The only people complaining about the West is calling it a hellhole are people who live there. I've lived in China too.
또 많이 하잖아. 그거 노리고 해.
스코어도 여유 있잖아.
여기 장윤철 있잖아. 편하게 봐. 아직 몰라요 진짜. 제올장 세요 진짜. 두 번째. 저게 에이스 두 명이라고. 프로리그는 저희가 이겼습니다.
만만한 데 있지?
또 해주라 또.
People who live in China and enjoy it. I could see it. I enjoyed living in China. People are nice. People are friendly. Food is good.
페이크하네.
But you're taking a massive risk. The government in China can just turn on you in a second if you become inconvenient to them at all. The moment they decide like you're politically inconvenient or it's politically inconvenient to have you in jail or that whatever business you're involved in, you know, isn't aligned with their government, it just disappears overnight. You lose everything. I knew a lot of people in China who had English schools, and the government one day decided, you know what? We don't need all these foreign-run English schools, so they're illegal now, and then everybody lost their business. Might have worked for like 20 years building up an English school, and then bang, just gone overnight.
그러니까 윤철아 정신 차려라 진짜.
형 졸려 혹시?
뭐 혼자서 뚝단지가 소리 하고 우리 저프 얘기하고 있는데 셋다
그러니까
미안합니다.
좀 안해 이 씨봉 새끼야.
Just if you live in China and you
잡으면 형 싸대기라도 때려.
are enjoying it, just know that you don't have any rights. You have no rights.
지금 벌써 1시네. 아 시간이 빨리 가.
못 때리겠으면 얘기해. 대신
아하. 잠깐만 이거 투마린에서
째는 거야.
이러면 찌르기 애매.
Whatever property you think you own, you don't really own it.
그냥 해. 어차피 치즈 뭐다.
나이스 커맨드 지었다.
지었잖아. 이거 취소해야 돼.
나이스.
And if you have kids in China,
오케이.
they're property of the Chinese government.
근데 벌써 나오기 전에 하는 게 좋네.
하나만. 한 입만. 나이스 하나. 야, 잡아야지. 오케이.
나 빼드.
나 이를 딱
우리 말렸어.
야, 뭐해.
Go. Start this.
찍고 있어. 뭐야?
Oh my god!
근데 현재가 요새 적응 가이긴.
Like, hey man, what are you doing? My friend was jailed for 7 months for no reason, let go randomly. I've heard many stories about this.
방금 심리적으로 딱 SCB 쫓아간 척하다가 빼고 반대로 뛰었네.
얘기 벌써
야 이거 연차만 그냥 두 마리 풀러가네.
마이너스가 있구나.
아야
들어가.
해야 돼. 너무 놀래 같아.
야, 이건 아니야. 이거 아니라고.
아이 진짜 오버지해 제발.
아야 진짜 어거지 당한다 이거 이러다가.
아니 나대지 말고 빨리 오라고. 가만히 있으면 된다고.
아
언제야? 왜 이렇게 방방대냐?
아야 이제 마이너 돼.
야.
What are these? What are these dragoons doing? Oh my gosh, she's gonna go right in here. Oh my god, in the mines. Oh, that was a good pylon though. If he'd gotten past this pylon, this would have been really bad.
사업도 되잖아 이거.
아니야, 멀었어.
왜 멀어? 우리 노사원 로고야?
몰라, 멀었어. 티켓이 없어, 진짜.
Oh!
오케이.
Oh. Wow. No, Europe does not count as the East.
우리 게임 잘 돼서 그래.
Kind of a question is that?
다음 뭐야? 옥타곤. 아니, 윤철이 너 옥타곤 그거 중에 저거 누가 깬거 아니야?
아 이거 아깝다. 사이즈 존나 좋았는데.
테트 한번 써도 돼. 어? 그럼 테트 한번 써도 돼. 근데 너가 써. 옥타곤이 빡세면 내가 먼저 한번 해줄게. 나 일만 해. 근데 너가 자신 있으면 너가 하고.
No, that's not true.
있지 않을까?
너가 이길 수 있으니? 그러니까 너가
It's really hard to deport people in Canada.
그러니까 옥타곤이 막 스펙도 너가 빡세다고 하니까. 그래서 물어본 거지. 너가 좀 잘하잖아.
아 근데 배터리도 진짜 그냥 밥.
아 근데 너무 오버. 그냥 3대.
Dude, in Canada, there's murderers. People
좀 지나가지.
arrested for murder and rape. And they take these murderers and rapists and they give them lighter sentences so that they won't get deported. It's retarded.
성공이 돌아오는 게 맞아.
아 지렸었는데.
Like there's certain laws in the Canadian books where if you get put in jail for a certain amount of time, then you automatically get deported, and then judges will lower the amount of time that you serve so that you don't get deported automatically. It's so stupid. It's like such a law that backfired so incredibly because the judges are so ridiculous.
진짜 나가라.
Ooh, save that! Oh my god, how did he turn that around?
트리플 보고 이거 없겠네.
상대가 나온다.
Canada is such a joke.
중에 좀 크네 이게.
So crazy.
트리플아웃 그거 쏘는 게 말이야?
Ooh, okay. Here we go. Barely, but it's going in the same direction.
아 뒤도 열려 있네.
I've seen police visits. I've seen police visits to
야, 재호 형 끊어야 된다. 너가 못 끊으면 우리 테란.
people who are, you know, posting on Facebook and stuff. That's happening in Canada now too.
2킬까지 해주면 좋고. 맞긴 했는데.
들어가 봐봐.
잘 맞긴 하네.
한렉도 없어가지고.
아니 뭐내 꼬린 앞에서 이렇게 막은 거면 희망 있을 것 같은데.
이거 4개 없네?
3컴이 돌아가고 있고.
캐리어 할라 했네.
내 마이너로 보고 있어.
I don't think we're there to impose Western democracy on Iran. I really don't. And when I say we, I mean America. I think we're there to remove the dictatorship that's trying to get nuclear weapons and doesn't mind blowing up everybody in the region. People who aren't even involved in attacking them, who aren't even hosting military bases. Like, legit, these countries all surrounding Iran didn't even allow the US to use their bases or bases in their countries to attack Iran. Exactly.
똥냄새?
아 그러니까 이거 초반에 오바마 안 했어라 씨.
아, 왜 이렇게?
그러니까 개 잘하는데.
Freedom of navigation in the Gulf.
생기네 이게.
이게 지금 실력으로는
없어.
하자 없는데. 그러니까.
너무 가만했어.
Like, guys, just imagine what would have happened if Iran had nuclear weapons right now. The moment they get attacked, they immediately start blowing up everybody in the entire area.
근데 리버 빼면 안 될 것 같은데.
아 6시에 뭔가
둬야 될 것 같아.
셔틀 피가 없어가지고 저거 있는데.
마인 조심해야 돼.
벌써 하나가 왜 이렇게 까다롭냐?
아 투벌쳐 서 있는 것도 까다롭고.
와 근데 반응
반응 좋은데?
108을.
Funding terrorists.
아 셔틀.
안돼.
빼빼빼빼빼빼.
Well, they don't have any nuclear program because they blew it up. It's not like they weren't trying to build a nuclear program.
리버리야 마인 밟는다.
The only reason they didn't have it because they blew it up.
왜 제거 안해 본진 마인.
아 그러게 보고 있는데.
I don't know how you can say there's no nuclear program.
나오는 거 알아?
They had uranium at 60%. So they blew it up.
그러니까 트리플이 지금 돌아가네. 여태 안 돌아가다가.
그러니까.
아 지금 트리플.
They weren't willing to concede a nuclear program. They were like, yes, we're gonna make nuclear weapons. And they said, no, you can't make nuclear weapons. They said, yes, we're going to. They say, okay, you're not going to make nuclear weapons. They say, yeah, we are.
이건 못 막히네.
And then they blow them up.
아 그러면 말이 안 돼.
I mean, I trust, like, if Iran says they're gonna build nuclear weapons,
그러니까. 이 게임에 미래가 없어서 그렇지 진짜 개잘하고.
should we just not believe them?
아무것도 안 되는데.
드란 돌려 또.
야야 돌려서 불려서 어떻게든 망다마인드.
그냥 빼 있는 수 없다.
Terrorism is a propaganda term. It's kind of a wild take. Pretty like, if you're attacking civilians, if you're targeting civilians and try for a political reason,
아니 왜 게임 되었어?
아니 아까 사기 수준이 진짜했네.
아 그래?
like, I think this is pretty classic terrorism, classic definition of terrorism. You just go after neutral ships, unarmed civilian ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
뭐 이기면
It doesn't have people who don't have anything to do with the conflict. Like, what does a
이거 빼서 쿠비드 깨야지.
어 깼네?
이거 빼봐. 빼서 연수 시켜봐. 똑같나?
뭐라?
no nuclear program for? What are you even talking about?
오,
아,
캐리어 나오고.
속 불리해서 그게.
Like, what are you even saying?
상대가 물량 너무 많다. 너무 많네.
윌리엄만 어떻게든
찍었고.
이게 야야 진짜 윌리엄만 어떻게 넣어봐.
보지 않나?
위하지만.
Diplomacy was never working. It never worked.
근데 진짜 개잘하네 오늘.
이렇게 뻘떡이긴 해.
양념 쳐야 돼. 어우. 이게 너무 안 돼. 진짜 잘했는데.
I don't know where you're getting this from. We wiped it out a year ago. Yeah, we wiped out
와.
잘하긴 해.
we wiped out their nuclear facility.
공이업 유키였다면.
쏘고 있어. 진짜 잘하긴 하네.
아니 오늘 개빨딱이네. 아까 뭐 게임 안 된다고 하더니 이 새끼.
약표였나봐. 1% 뽑기 싫어가지고.
근데 현재 형 게임 안 돼서 안 할 땐 진짜 안 해줘요. 프로리그를 아예 참가 안 해.
오늘은 한 번 꼬시니까 오긴 하더라고.
변내기씩 딱 따먹겠네. 이렇게 됐는데.
이것도 빈집이야?
Oh, Minu's dead.
안돼.
강윤철이 보여준
GG.
사람들은 뭔지.
It was a good attempt by Mini to bring that one back, but
변내기 가발을
그러니까
right from the beginning, Mini was in a really bad position when he let those vultures run up. He had the dragoons out on the map. That was kind of an awkward spot for him. Oh, this is Mini versus Jaedong.
우와 말도 안 된다. 야.
아 이따구로 멀리 짓고 진짜 이것 때문에
아,
지기만
이런
해봐
것들은-
진짜.
아니 이런 거 때문에 한다고?
아예 지금도 있고 모르는 것 같은데.
왼쪽으로
요새 밑에 있는
알고 있겠지?
아
I'm basically doing
너무 멀어.
Overpool versus Protoss, and I'm doing 10 scout,
아 상대 못
10 drone
쳤다.
scout for Terran. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna pee.
지옥이다 이 게임.
아 이거 제호가 약간 빠른 치즈 하잖아 이거.
와 이게 최악의 상황인데.
So here's a really interesting tidbit that I heard recently
원래 안 하던데.
is that
그래 하잖아.
원래 개인
Iran,
서버에서 실도 만나는데.
you know, they don't allow women to go outside without a headscarf, and you can get killed
그래도 일꾼
for refusing to wear
다행이다.
whatever sari or some shit like that, for not following Islamic rules. So Iran reached out to China and they said, wow, you've got this great surveillance system.
뭐해?
Why don't you
어제는 잘했잖아.
guys sell that to us so that we can, you know, enforce all of these Islamic rules in our country? And so China was like, great,
이거 조절이야?
what a great idea.
아, 그 말이
So they sold them their, you know, surveillance technology that copies people's gait and copy, you know, it figures out who they are based on, you know, facial recognition, walking pattern, and all this different stuff.
말이 견제당하잖아.
Sold it to the Iranians. And Iranian women who are walking outside without whatever headscarf,
그렇지, 그렇지. 싸대기, 그렇지.
they would get
싸대기.
identified by this system, and the system would send them a text
아니
message
이래서 지금 투표는
to their phone directly. So
아닌 거 알지?
야,
that system, which was set up all over Iran,
착한 건데.
that was watching every single person in Iran
뭘로 먹냐고.
and tracking them,
뭐 치즈 안 하는
Israel hacked into that system. They hacked that system
아, 근데 드라가 안 뜨는 게
and
문제야.
used it to pinpoint where the Ayatollah was,
주고, 그냥
and that's what they used to figure out, along with other resources and people on the ground, figure out where they were going and figure out, you know, what their patterns of movement were, so that they could target them in the February attack. I thought that was pretty cute.
살아온 거 아니야 우리?
어 살았어.
살았어.
해야지. 그리고 나는 약간 테라리
Gait recognition, USA has been doing that since 1990s. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, China, the only technology that they have is shit that they copied from us years ago.
원래 저게
아니 탱크 많이냐? 아 이거 많이 유리한 거 아니야?
나 이러면은 좋은 거 같은데.
테란이
근데
뭐?
왜 펄 빨리 했어?
뭐 질럿도 잡았네. 수드라 못 뛰잖아.
저는 좀 이상하긴 해. 아까 현재랑 할 때도 그 앞마당
When I say us, I'm not talking about
괜찮은지.
just the US. I'm talking about... I don't know what I'm talking about. The royal us, I guess.
다 들어가 뜨지?
우리 사업 찍어놓은
They copy from other
사업 몇 분에
other countries. I don't know if the story is accurate though. Neither do I. Who knows?
이런 거엔 안 죽겠지 설마.
문술 아까 블랙 죽었는데.
Who knows? It's not like they're gonna reveal,
테라가 나가 있었잖아.
you know, that they have access to Chinese, that they can just hack directly into Chinese surveillance cameras. Why would they go out and tell us? why would they let that information go?
근데 우리가 4드라를 좀 쳤나 봐.
Because, you know, they might be able to use that information in the future. That same technology, of course, is in use in China. So if they're able to hack into it, that might be kind of useful. You know what I mean?
야, 근데 우리가 포체이 같이 깨, 이 새끼야. 깰 거면
셔틀이 나가.
좋은이야.
근데 괜찮아? 그래도 괜찮아. 근데 자리가 괜찮아서 난 괜찮을 것 같아.
근데 난 치즈 안아준 게 너무
야, 드라,
고마워.
렐리, 야, 야,
야, 뭐해?
아 진짜.
뭐야?
이놈의 새끼야.
렐리 왜 바뀐 거야 근데? 자꾸?
아까 포체이 깨던 거 한 마리만 깨고 한 마리는 랠리.
Dumb enough to send their technology to Iran, to send them surveillance technology. They're trying to export it constantly, man. They're exporting it to all these different communist dictatorships, helping them to keep track of everybody.
트리플 안 먹을 거야?
It's not like Iran is special.
뭐하는데?
먹으라고 임마.
아니 그러면
당연히 많이
뭘 간다고?
이거를
와 근데 이 자리는 대신 못 먹을지 그래도 아무리
이
그래도
자리는 셋이 먹어야지 씨발 다섯
They're
명이
like
왜 먹어,
very
이 새끼야.
close allies, man. What do you mean?
와 이 자리도 봤으면
I mean, they don't like anybody who's not Chinese.
자리 좀
They're very racist in China.
아 페비톤데요?
Incredibly racist. And not in like the
이밤이 털고
Democrat way of saying racist, like real racism.
밀리고 아카데미 가는 거지.
They actually don't like other races. Think they're inferior.
근데 그 리버로 좀 풀어봐.
아니 근데 셋이 먹는 게 좋지 않나 이런 게임도?
이거 해야지 않냐 게임.
팔려도 그냥 저 밑에 박아놓으면 개꿀인데 그냥. 그리고 야왜 안 해?
They're really not allies with Iran. Okay, sure.
골리앗.
아 이렇게 멀리 내렸어. 아 이렇게
오,
멀리
오,
내렸어.
밑에서
리버.
Oh, he got that one shot off.
아,
Reaver kind of low.
볼 수 있는 건데.
아 소급 돼 있는데 아 소급 돼 있으면 그냥
소급 이거 페비톤은 너무 애매한 거 아니야?
He's hitting stop on it. Got it.
제발.
제발.
보자. 오케이.
와 이게 무슨 한 말이야? 제발 아까 스플래시 돌아가 제발.
나이스.
Ooh, wow.
이런 괜찮아 이런 괜찮아.
아 근데 이게
스캔을 빨리 달기가 싫거든.
아, 다섯 쪽이 너무 많아 오는데.
나 스캔 안 달고 있네 그러게 아카데미 완성되기 한참
빨리
되는데.
달기 싫어 이게.
팩 늘리고 아카데미랑 똑같잖아 그냥. 이런 다크에 이거 3대1 못 칠 텐데.
As much as China can be allied with somebody, I would say that they're allies with Iran.
이게 속도를 받기 때문에 아비토이 그때 생각 안 하긴 해.
야,
Just like they're allies with Venezuela as well.
우리 안 맞았다 두 마리라고 아까. 아.
China doesn't ally like the U.S. allies. They don't actually commit to protecting their allies.
나 아까 조절하는 줄 알고 별말 안 했는데 씨발 아직도 그 말이네. 쓰레기 같은 거.
정신 차려 뺨알떼기 후리라고 이 새끼야.
잘해야 돼요
네.
진짜.
아, 진짜 뺨아대기 후리러 가기 전에 정신 차리라고.
차려야 돼 빨리 더 넣어.
두개 넣어줄게 빨리.
왜 이 새끼야?
아니지 얘가 빼 아니.
괜찮아 괜찮아.
근데 이거 방금 뭐냐?
체크까지 지었어 그래 괜찮아. 스캔 뿌렸다 한번.
야야야 코어 페이크 미쳤다. 아 근데 봤네 안 맞아서 스캔을 코어 페이크 지렸는데.
근데 마당에 스캔을 뿌리네. 저거 지금 정면 없죠? 잡고 나와야 되지 않나 원래?
아니 근데
다크 왜 안 나오냐 얘 다크 한 마리도?
가스가 없어서
근데 다크 한 마리라도 있으면 진짜 3대1 못 먹잖아 다크 한 마리 있으면.
가스 있다.
Yeah, Light doing about as well as he can, I think.
세 마리 되긴 했어.
As well as you can against Snow.
근데 셋이 진짜 빨리 잘 지었다.
인정.
Time to take that third though.
상관 없긴 한데 민원 넣은 게.
리버.
아.
하하.
아니 이거
오늘 뭔가 나사가 빠져 있어 얘.
나오면
애매한데 이거.
호지도
아 근데
돌려.
나올 스타포트 지어서 나올 생각은 없어.
호지도 돌리라고 이 새끼야. 아우.
저랑 그냥 9시에 그냥 바로 찍을 텐데. 우리 앞으로 캐리할 거 아니야.
많이
제발 3시까지
Oh, DT. Huh. So he's going Arbiter?
시간 동선에 이거 될 것 같은데. 9시간.
야 가스도 좀 봐봐. 아 이 새끼 파일럿 왜 자꾸 이런 데지요?
I can agree with that, Shubulu, but I think that most foreign influence operations, foreign lobbyists should be illegal. Also, I really don't think lobbying is very good at all. I think it's terrible.
아킨데 티셔츠를 빨리 찍었네. 다시야.
Yeah, I'm Canadian.
파일럿 일단 파일럿도 하나 지어놔봐 냉력패. 아니 냉력패 지은 거.
지금 무조건 앞에 하긴 해버려. 재호 형도 알고 있을 거야. 이거 2로 찍고 나오고 됐다 이제.
But like, most Canadians haven't seen the alternatives to American Americans, they think that
속초돼 있는
they think that it would be
게
better.
그렇지 않나?
They think that it would be better to have
아 이거 빌드가 어중간해서 속초 치고
China be in
앞이
charge of everything.
그래.
They'd rather ally with China than with
아, 근데
America.
방금 슈트를 찌르면서 이게 템 쪽에서 좀 좋았을 것 같은데.
They're that brain broken.
템 하는 게 좋아 보이는데 나도.
슈트를 마당 찌르면서.
Yeah, Canada EU membership would be
세시도 위험하다 야.
impossible, but some sort of special agreement might be okay.
아,
아 이거 땡땡하니까 더 못해지네.
아, 근데 3시 원킬은 뭐냐 진짜.
Oh god, one cannon. Not a very good wall in here either. Oh Jesus. Every probe dies. This is a great raid from Light. I just heard that legally it's not possible. Because we're not part of the European continent.
나이스.
그,
아, 그래도 마인 대박.
아, 우리 질러 많이 다 밟았어.
어. 야야, 우리
Yeah, I wish we had gun laws like the States too.
병력도 없어.
I wish we had stand your ground laws. Or what, castle laws, not stand your ground, castle.
아니, 3시.
Where like if someone breaks into your house, you can shoot them. I think fair is fair. I think it's retarded that our government and our police tell us if you get broken into, you should just like cower and give them everything that they want. Like they do public service announcements saying like, put your keys for your car by the door, and if someone breaks in, just let them take everything. It's like, well, what if they want to kill you, or you know, like rape you or something? Well, you're just shit out of luck then.
사람이 얼마나 여유 있으면 EMPO까지
아, 그러게 다음에 노가웃에 나갔으면 괜찮았을 텐데.
How likely is Alberta to secede from the Canada and join the U.S.? It's really hard. Like, Quebec has been trying to secede forever. It's been like 50 years, man, of them trying to secede.
아, 근데 진짜 텐토스나 하지 그냥. 속초까지 했으면
Yeah, but having that mentality, Float Ocean, is risking your own
잘 까먹기 존나.
freedom. You know what I mean?
아유,
이거 걷어내봐.
야야, 3시 줄라는데 뭐해, 씨발.
그 방으로 진짜 저거 딱.
야,
이거 앞마당 밀려도 캐리어만 떠봐.
야, 3시 아래 뭐하냐고. 줄라 한 부대.
Let me guess, you're in Europe?
야 잠깐만.
Deborah? Deborah?
냄새 안 나지? 잠깐만. 이거 투카스잖아 아직.
Oh my gosh.
EMP 찍는 게 오바라니까 테란도. 맞잖아. 이거 투카스로 EMP는 오바야.
골리앗이 없어?
그래 없다니까 좀 봐야 돼. 3역까지
야,
늘어났잖아.
잠깐만, 우리 공격 됐는데?
이거 필요
앞마당.
없는데?
Yeah, if you shoot somebody who breaks into your house in Canada, you can go to jail for murder.
괜찮아. 좀 해봐.
Do I think Do I think Cuba will come in American territory? No, I don't think it will.
아니야, 질러서 가져와.
No, I
내
think they'll get
식으로.
somebody in there who's more like favorable for America, and then they'll start trading with America, and they'll become an incredibly prosperous nation. And then eventually they might have like a revolution and you know, start having real democracy and stuff like that. I think that would be the best possible scenario.
해봐 해봐.
아, 근데 본질 안 털렸어야 했는데 마당은 이게 깨져도.
이것만 걷어내면 되는데.
이거 태워. 아이고.
야 이 새끼야.
아, 이거도 살려. 야, 일꾼이라도 태워. 일꾼이라도 본질.
이거 본진 캐.
그래도 3시 안 깨졌잖아. 아비터 그거 살려줄 수 없나 좀?
If that's the kind of sex you want, man, then I guess it is kind of a paradise, isn't it?
그렇지. 아니 이거 아비터 좀 살려봐, 아비터.
아,
Float ocean.
야 마당 사기 좀 지켜야 돼. 저 지켜 있잖아 방금. 누가 지켜 있었어? 지켜야 돼. 야 일꾼 셔틀.
아 근데 왜 마당에 스타게?
아 대시 야 질럿도 있는데 형.
뭐해?
뭐야?
아, 진짜.
큰일 했잖아 질럿.
너 큰일 언제 하냐고.
아, 이건 까는 거 같아.
He aligns with U.S. interests. Bibi Netanyahu aligns with the American interests, and he has detractors. And he tolerates detractors.
아니 피해는 근데 지켜야 될 거였는데 이거 마당 그게 더 나왔으면.
아 어제 울트라고 보면 이 편은
아, 근데 같은 팀에서 뭐 이기는 거 보면
아니 이거 막으면 안 돼. 재호형 거 같은데.
Sad that Tim Walz is quitting. He's the Republican MVP. True.
더 나오고 셋시로 또저 진작 썼으면 지금 개 많은데. 야, 그3인데 그걸 왜 찍냐?
캐리어로 그냥 팩 짜막 해야 되는 거 아니야 지금?
아니 캐리어로.
Well, there's a very good example, Spider. It's called the Iran War.
9시랑 같이 갔으면 모르겠는데 셋시가. 아니 진작 맞거나.
야, 뭐 깨나가라.
사실 진작 맞거나 이제 저기서 진작 9시 9시 다 갔어야 되는데.
아 세시가 들어온 거 사격 찍어서
Okay. Snow gonna win this?
세터 그 나눠서 때리는.
Shuts down these two bases. Light's taking 12 o'clock though too.
아 코멘트 깼어야
야
되는데.
갇히면 안 되는데?
야 어디가? 아 이런 같이.
녹이면
Yeah,
올라가.
Iran is attacking allies in the Middle East.
아니 아까 마당 두개
All of U.S. allies in the Middle East and destabilizing the world economy. So, the Iran war
지금도 본진에 뭔 캐리어 나와 있는
is in the U.S. interest.
질럿.
나한테 다시 막을 게 없네.
아니 캐리 두 대만 될 수도 이겼을 것 같은데.
감염이라 빡세다.
Yeah, I think that some American presidents need to account for certain war crimes as well. That doesn't mean I think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's necessarily gonna actually happen.
아니 이렇게 아비토 캐리할 거면
아니 그리고
누가
아,
없어서
아까
나가지.
그 아비토만
GG.
5시 막았겠다.
Damn, Light played a really solid game here.
니콜로 빼앗을 거 아니야.
As much as we were talking about politics and stuff. Light handled that very, very well. I thought we were going to see... I really thought we were going to see more Arbiter, but he just built like 2 Arbiters. And then used a couple of Stasis, and that's it.
팩이라도 시간이니까.
야 뭐해? 파일럿 수도. 시즌만 좀 가능한데.
Yeah, that was a weird tech choice.
아케를 일찍 봤나?
지을 때.
형 비슷하게 지을 때.
아 근데 속초 해놨으면 그냥 템 하지 그냥.
아니야 캐리가 안에만 지었어. 올려가지고 안에 지었어.
Bro, I don't get this. I don't get this opinion here, Spider Waffle. Iran war is destroying world economy much more than anything Iran is doing before it. It's Iran that's destroying the economy. It's Iran that's attacking ships that have nothing to do with the war. It's Iran that's attacking countries that have nothing to do with the war.
어?
뭐야?
아 이재호는 이거 센터에 본인이 싸움 센터 질고 들었네.
Like,
야 영진아 왼쪽에 쏘지 않았어 이 집이?
그러게 왜 또 가?
it's like, you know, you and I are having a cage fight, and I'm punching you in the face, and then you jump out of the cage and start punching people in the audience, and then it's somehow my fault that the audience member got punched? They can defend themselves,
이거 전진대 깔려.
but they should attack. Like, this is the rules of war. Is you're supposed to attack, like, you know, the rules of war, but like there's any actual rules, but you're not supposed to attack just randoms. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
말이 보고 12시 가지고 와.
12시 빠지.
가봐. 냄새 나잖아. 아까 나한테 존나 쥐새끼 팩했잖아. 가봐.
맞다.
그치?
yeah, as though there's any actual rules.
그냥 이거 잘 막아야지. 뭐.
You know what I mean? So I use air quotes, rules of war.
모르고 당하는 거보다 낫잖아.
좀 많이.
아니 뭔가 대체 방법이 없어 따로?
없지 지금. 배 떠면 막 마린이 있어가지고 막 F11로 하러 갈 수 있고. 땡이라서.
너무 빠르다.
형 일꾼 취소하고 팩 지워야지.
빨리 지어야 되는 거 아니야?
왜 돈을 이상한데? 아니 일꾼 취소하고 팩 지워야지 형.
지으라고 있어 나보야.
긴장했네.
아가리 말렸다.
많이 당황했나 보다.
이런 3분까지
아니면 이럴 때 물팩 어때?
Bro, it's like this idea is so ridiculous. It's Spider-Wolf, they could use this straight as leverage from us. It's like
이러면 대체 어떻게 해?
you're having a fight with someone, and then they take a hostage and point a gun at their head, and you go, oh well, they can use that. They can use an innocent person as leverage to stop me from fighting them. You know what I mean?
근데 탱크 오면 지를 거예요.
Well, it's clear that one person is the good guy and one person's the bad guy when the other person is holding a gun to an innocent person's head and going, you know, now you can't attack me. It's like, dude.
너무 빠르다 그냥.
아 이거 언덕 데미지도 안 받는 곳에 지어가지고.
한 칸 뒤에 있었어야 돼.
What are we doing here?
벌써 됐어?
Just so backwards, you guys.
가장 버리고 레이스 모아서.
So backwards.
그래도 와리가리 하면서
하레이스까지 버텨야 될 것 같아.
상대도 슈퍼 올렸어.
가장 버려야 될 것 같아요.
액션 달려들기? 우리 거 버려 빨리 버려.
일꾼 살려. 일꾼을
액션
살려.
버려. 아 액션 살려버려.
아 너무 많이 죽었다.
Saiyan lives in his own world.
한 11시 처럼 갔어도.
아까 왼쪽에서 하는데 왜 5시 가고 진짜.
Do you really believe Iran is the guy? Yes, that's what they're saying, Float Ocean. This is what they're saying. They're saying that Iran is the good guy.
탱크 뒤로 빼고. 탱크 닫는다.
아파. 줄이네.
다 나와야 될 듯.
This is a wacky fight. Oh my god.
저기 나오나?
Ah, he's dead. Got him.
레이스 싸움 이겨야 되는데.
근데 레이스 더 찍혀있긴 한데.
Oh, nice repair. Oh,
프리스 이겼으면.
that was almost clutch. Clutch repair, but
빨리.
that's a lot of damage now.
아 드레이스
레이스
잡아.
잡아, 레이스 잡아. 뭐해?
Is this- Yeah, turn around, go home, make a CC. I think you're just ahead. Although, with two buildings out on the map,
잡았어야 된다.
that could be hard.
많이 남은 거 아니야?
나 이제 나온 거 아니야? 달려.
원 레이스 나오고 그 다음에 좀 있다가 이제 곧
It's a good quote from Norm.
필요할 거면 누가 했어야지.
Yeah, it's weird that the people who used to live in Iran are so excited about Iran getting bombed. When you bring it up, people don't want to talk about it. Act like it's not really happening. Or that they're somehow like a shill or some shit. I think anywhere, people who are living anywhere in the world who used to live in Iran, I'm pretty sure. This Wraith fight. Yeah, Light's got it.
아, 내가 해볼게. 어떻게 해볼게.
이번에
I think it's the same thing with Venezuela, right? Venezuelans seem pretty happy. Light versus Royal?
아 갑자기 지옥 걸려.
시성 한 번만 해줘.
What are they saying, Super Apple? Your Iranian friends. That's cute. What about Japan? How about Germany? I mean, it's a cute saying, but just take a step back for a second.
나 이거 이기면 지성이가 할 수 있을 것 같은데.
That's not a valid argument here? Okay.
누구 남았지? 일장이?
일단이요.
They'd prefer to be an empire? Yeah, but would that have been good for the rest of the people? You think that Philippines was having a good time?
너 나갔어야지. 형 너무 빡세.
You think that Singapore was happy with that situation, or China? Maybe you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't have fought Japan in the war and just let them be an empire. Would have been better for the people of Japan.
그냥 저 자리에 여자 그나마 할 만한 남자리 난 빡세다.
앞마당 가스 두 마리도 없어. 너무 오랫동안 좋아해. 안 그래도 욕하는데 바로
I mean,
두 마리 같이 가봐. 야,
I'm not thinking one-dimensionally. Like,
가봐. 가봐. 야 엇박자 지린다.
I'm capable of holding more than one side
아,
in my head at the same time. You know what I mean? One factor.
SCB도 나왔다 들어갔네.
하면 지어야 될 타이밍이 좀 많이 늦어졌어.
If Japan didn't attack Pearl Harbor, the Americans would have let them. No. See,
아, 굳이 데려가.
America had a blockade of oil on Japan. And Japan was running out of fuel. They'd made incredible gains in China. They were going to be lost if they weren't resupplied by fuel. So they launched a war against America
아 이제
언덕에 좋지. 언덕에
In order to secure
나이스
oil so that they can keep their pushes and keep their gain in China.
잘 뺐다. 와 미친놈이다.
They spent too much blood and treasure in China to just give it up.
수리하고 가는 게 낫지 않나?
아 근데 택시 스타트도 뭐야? 근데 몰래 건물 존나 많네.
오행장님 7개월 구독 감사합니다. 이재호 존나 잘하네 디디.
어? 빌드 개 먹었는데 투표 아머리? 벌써 찌르면서
여기 아머리까지
다 벌쳤대 기다려봐야겠다. 계속 기다려.
Now there were definitely people who were isolationists. There was definitely people even who were in favor of Germany winning. Like there were Nazi rallies in the US. Oh my god, he's not targeting the right. Oh my god, Light did not target the right vulture here. Holy shit.
아 근데 못되겠다.
아 근데 뭔가 못 썼는데.
He might actually just die.
근데 우리가 피 없는 상태인데 쌤이
He might straight up die. No, he's got the repair.
오면서
오케이.
이후에 골려오면 아니 상대 원팩이야 우리 투팩이고.
아까 빌드 개 먹었다 진짜.
아니 상대 볼초가 무조건 적잖아 이제 우리 한 마리 더 나오면.
그렇지 우리 4벌초 때 4벌초까지 하고 골리앗 찍자. 오케이.
일단 가자. 아니 에드온 달았어.
그러니까 레이더 지키러 와야 돼 이거.
예 내려봐 배롱
상대
내려봐
원팩이-
내려봐
뭐야?
전진 스타포트 셋이.
어진 스타포트야.
배롱 내려봐.
아니 막말 골리앗 뛰면 뭘로
내려서
막아?
나이스.
가면 끝난다.
골리앗 뛰면 또 뭘로 막아?
인정. 아니
싸워도 되는 거 아니야?
일꾼 점사하지. 아 골리앗이랑
싸워도 되는 거 아니야? 4벌인데?
골리앗 때까지 참을.
근데 탱크 뜨잖아 골리앗 도착하면.
아 근데
그럼 4벌 열심히랑 좀 싸웠어야 되는 거 아니야?
아까 방송을 좀 SCB에 한 3-4마리 속할 수 있었잖아.
뭐 벌써 붙이고 괴롭게.
붙여봐 그럼 붙여봐. 죽으면 안 돼 대신. 오케이. 붙여봐.
그렇게 그냥 누가 깨는 게 낫지 않아?
아까 벌써
제가 너
잡으러
SCB 왜
가.
때려? 야, 네 SCB 왜 때려?
뭔가 아깝다.
빨리
벌써 끝났어야 했을 것 같은데. 본초 와주면 누가 본초?
마이너 파고 하면은
굳이 불 간다.
지렸다. 아니 움직임
지린다.
지리는데?
나이스. 먹어봐.
움직임 지렸다 이거.
오!
나이스.
괜찮은데 지금은?
나이스 지성아.
그렇게 깼고 계속 우리 내려놨고
오케이. 내려놓고 팩 하나 더 지어봐.
하나 더 찍고 이제.
Hmm.
4만 하자 4만.
아 사줘라.
5도 좋아.
아니 기저귀야 끝내야 돼. 끝내야 돼. 무조건 역전 당해. 멀티 짓는 방향보다 끝내는 방향으로 가는 게 나아. 진짜.
근데 끝내기는 힘들 것 같은데 아까 끝낼 거면 4벌로 좀 털어놨어야 됐을 것 같은데.
아니야 벌써 몸대면서 일부러 살려놨잖아. 탱크랑 같이 한번 끝내야지.
앞에 마인 받고 그다음 시즈 모드로 가자.
그치 아니 끝내는 방향으로 가 그냥 괜찮아.
근데 괜찮아 보긴 해요.
오히려 나 원래 멀티 안 쓰겠지만 쩔수야 이거.
진짜 잘하고
Hmm.
하나 더.
다음도 안 돼.
아 떼는 거.
얘 잡았다.
너무 잘 때려.
됐어 골리앗 3시 간다. 3시 간다 골리앗. 셋이 간다.
지리는데?
야 여기 갔다 갈 거면.
아 이게 지려. 잡았어. 나이스.
Wow, got both of those. Damn, nice royal.
뭐 9시
지성아 생각만 해봐.
아니 뻘땡 가면 미는 거 아니야 뭔가 구도가?
생각해봐.
그냥 밀것 같은데 뻘땡 가면?
아니 아니면은 이거 그냥 언덕 잡아놓고.
아니야 뭐.
Yeah, ignore the US intelligence that Iran is super serial this time. They're definitely gonna make a deal
아니야.
where they're definitely not gonna get. They're not going to continue with their nuclear program.
아니라니까 이제 한 바퀴 더 돌려서 싸워서 했다니까 이거 지금 밑에서든.
아니 진짜 오늘 잘해.
아니 밑에서 이거 밑에 딱 올라가서.
아니 근데 탱크를 왜 이렇게 애매하게 나 완전 딱 붙여야 되는 거 아니야?
아니지. 딱 마인까지 승계한 거지. 딱 올라올 때.
근데 이럴 거면 딱 밑에가 안 오게 앞에 탱크 하지.
10시까지 늘려놨는데 그래도 좋긴 좋아?
좀 앞에 확 조여놔야 괜찮지.
그러게 조금 더 붙인 다음에 상대 저기 11시 쪽 먹으려고 하면 바로 깨고.
그래, 아니 숨을 못 쉬게 해야 된다니까.
상대 스타포트.
Yes, let's take all of our.
나이스 벌쳐 잡아봐.
Let's get all of our information from Brood War. Let's explain it in Brood War terms. Somebody explain the Iraq War in Brood War terms.
와 다행이다. 하지 않아.
알고 있긴 하다. 탱크가 우리가 좀
레이스라도 모아봐.
빨리 2시까지라도 먹어봐.
야 포실이 진짜 취소했는데? 왜 취소했어?
공업을 좀
공업이
스타포트
아직
옆에
멀어서-
포실들 짓다가 취소했어 그냥.
멀어서 그런 거
취소
아닐까?
임마.
근데 아무리 멀어도 그냥 지금 두는 게 나은 거 아니야?
핑 먼저 지으려고 하네.
최저가 이게 잘하고 있어.
야 6시면
천천히 못 보내니 혹시?
조금만 해야 돼.
Let me explain this so that you can understand it.
9시에 마인을 좀더
All right.
좋다.
Iran already built the science facility. Okay. They had the add-on. All right. They had the covert ops. All right, and they were making ghosts, and then they had the CC with the nuclear silo attachment. All right, and the USA blew up the nuclear attachment, but
마인 있겠지.
they can very easily build another nuclear attachment.
아,
진짜 스킬을.
All right.
아니 탱크가 좀 없어.
아니 근데 왜 이렇게 느슨하게
우리
이것도 아홉 시
인구
있잖아.
잘 채우고 있긴 해. 해봐.
The IAEA
아니,
had
이거
confirmed
뚫을 수도 있긴 해. 우리 인구
60%
있어.
uranium enrichment. It's enough to make a dirty bomb.
뭐지? 브라질인가?
그렇지. 우리도
You don't think Iran is smart enough to make a bomb?
근데 난 레이스 판단 너무 좋아 보이는데 레이스가. 난 레이스가 킥 같아.
레이스 걸린 거 아니야?
근데 일단 골려서 돌리고 있긴 해 지금. 이런.
레이스 걸리긴 했어.
PQ, you're the only reasonable person. Where are you going?
근데 뭐
Get back in here.
리스크는 없어.
우리 어차피 쫄아가지고.
승만 싫어 안 싫어.
I mean, if you were them, wouldn't you want a nuclear weapon?
와 나이스 와이.
Could be like Russia, and just you can't be attacked.
근데 이대로 지성이가 붙이는 거 좀 잘하더라고.
The USA carrier rushed Iran.
그러니까
형한테 맨날
그러니까-
웃긴다고 하던데.
그러니까 얘가 있잖아. 지는 그림은 꼬라박을 때거든. 그러니까 막 이런 상황에서 꼬라박는단 말이야. 우리한테 이렇게 붙이는 게임.
God, even the way you made that sentence
안 꼬라박고 있는 게
이거
makes me cringe, man.
이렇게 싶으면 이제 꼬라 박을 거야.
아니 근데 재호 형이 무조건
An American imperialist apologist.
공격을 잘 찍어놨어.
I don't think he was I don't think he was apologizing for anything.
벌써 들이대기만 해.
Like, where was the apology and all that?
아나 저 이해가 12시 쪽이 불안하다 12시.
12시 언더부자.
사이도 달아 빨리.
야 올라간다 야야.
Well,
봤는데
Light has a bit of a problem right now. He's a royal problem,
아래로 가.
아.
아니 봤잖아.
and he's a bit contained.
시간 뿌렸는데.
아니 봤잖아.
Royal doesn't have any. Oh, he's actually gonna push in here. Wow.
그랬어.
I guess this makes sense. Force the reaction from Light. He's gotta come over here.
때렸다.
그러니까 이게 재호 형이 갇혀졌는데 드라십 찍기도 애매하고 지금 게임이 이상하단 말이야.
그러니까 스타포트 일단 6시에 있는 것부터가 망했어.
우리 레이스 모으기만 하고 사이드는 탱크 뽑는데 사이드 잘 달았네. 지금 개 잘하고 있어.
나이스.
아, 까비.
야,
확실히
벌써
벌써 몇개
Well, I think destroying the nuclear program definitely made them less of a threat.
찍어야 돼. 잘하고 있어. 이게 맞아.
야 레이스 벌써 8마리인데? 게임 간 거 같은데?
아 근데 보긴 해야지.
Oh yeah, they're more likely to bomb everybody now?
6시에서?
Seems like they were pretty ready to bomb everybody in the first place.
펜식으로 뚫어야 되니까 그런 것 같은데.
그래서 뭐게?
어디가?
Trump said he won the war 2 weeks ago. True.
맞아. 쓸데없는 짓 하지 말고 그냥 쪼이기나 임마.
깝치지마 지금.
야 근데 정면 좀, 야 정면 탱크 좀 더
아 근데
박아놔.
공격이 공격 먼저 돼.
퍼실리티 갈게 퍼실리티.
야 스캔 뿌리면 공격됐다.
벌써 돼야 돼.
벌써
우리가.
벌써 어디가?
야 공격 됐어. 벌써만 대박 임마. 아, 괜찮아 지금 괜찮거든. 점사. 그렇지.
땡크
그래.
아,
탱크를 점사하라고.
그래
야
그래
근데
거의 다 왔어. 거의 다
점사를 왜
왔어.
이렇게 못하냐?
아 못해도 됐어.
야 오른쪽 탱크야. 오른쪽 탱크.
아 지성아 아.
아니 몇 대가 빨려 가는 거야 진짜.
야야 근데 6시
Light is white, dude. Royal is teal.
아니 7시야 뚫리자. 그 3탱크가 밑으로 왔어야 되는데.
인구 몇 대 몇이야 혹시?
170대 150.
아,
아니 그
야,
3탱크 밑으로 와서 못 했어야 되는데.
야 뚫렸어. 야 빼야 돼 그냥 빼야 돼.
Yeah, Kim Sabu Ho is
오야 내 흘렸다. 야야야.
Light ID.
실수했다 이제.
나이스. 이득 많이 봤어 그래도.
개뒷걸리. 우리
야,
9팩이야.
레이스 함께 움직여 레이스.
8팩.
재호 형 입장에서 진짜 어려운 게임이긴 하거든.
야
아니야
7시.
7시가 부어지면 진단 말이야 이게.
아니 7시 본진에 갖다 놔봐 탱크를 지금. 한 이거 네 마리 그냥 갖다 놔봐 저 뒤에. 어차피 멀티 못 먹잖아 그러면. 드라십도 없잖아 상대.
운동 그래도 97대 165. 운동 우리가 많긴 해.
이게 딱이야 이게. 아야 아니 드라십 맞아?
대학교 보면 너 그냥 난 붙이는 게 좋은 거 아니야?
아니 드라십 왜 뽑아?
I guess we'll see.
나를 뚫잖아.
틀렸어?
정말 들려.
이거 왔어 땡거 왔어.
Didn't seem like Iran was too patriotic before the war. Maybe this radicalizes them, like you say.
야딱 이 위치가 뚫기.
Radicalizes their country to fight back against the U.S.
됐어 그래도.
그러니까.
시련이 좀 잘한다.
김치 이거 클러치 할 수 있겠는데 클러치.
그렇지.
I personally think that they'll be happy that the IRGC is being targeted.
이게 여기서
온다.
하다가 4드라시
이거 온다 일곱 온다.
레이스
기다 빨리
드라시
오는데.
언제가도 돼. 근데.
당연히 좀 이상하게 못.
Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but
이게 이렇게 애매한 상대가 좋대 이게.
라인 뒤에 더 덮어야 돼. 더 덮어야 돼.
I think they'll be pretty stoked.
레이스. 야 레이스.
살려야지.
밀리지만 않은데 야 탱크 안돼.
야 밑에 탱크 야 이거.
아.
Oh my gosh.
잘좀 보내봐 싶대.
Throwing away tanks here.
탱크는 10부터 모드는 안 되지.
안돼.
아 근데 드라시는 우리가 있네. 우리가 뛰어났는데.
혈연 많았는데. 혈연 많았는데. 그만해.
야 레이스 깍치지 말고 시야만. 아 7시에 시로 나르잖아 이러면.
아니 드라식으로 이제 또 7시 가봐. 아 여기 한 4탱크 와 있었어야 되는데 7시.
사람 아니야.
아 근데 레이스가 설지.
드라식 그냥 시야만.
3땡이랑 안 받은 사이로 해서 드라시 날렸어.
Why are you trying to force somebody to say your words, man? This is ridiculous.
아 7시에 그냥 떨어지는 게 나을 것 같은데.
This is like the clip,
그냥 떨어뜨리자.
아
the clip of that
아 4시 왔다.
blue-haired
아, 이거 꼬라보다
fucking
이제 지던데.
ridiculous.
아 지겠다 이거. 잘 싸운 거 아니야?
Protest movement where they were yelling in people's faces, "Say fuck ICE! Say it!" Screaming at people on the street to say fuck ICE. So ridiculous.
아니 우리 왜 이렇게 업을
그러게 우리 뭐 상대 03 방인데 우리 02가 끝이야. 아까 같이 됐는데.
베이스를 안 맞춰야 되나?
방금 근데 03 우리도 03 방이었으면 저거 퉁퉁이 이겼을 것 같은데.
근데 나는 그냥 드라시 넘어간 거보다 그냥 레이스를 계속 더 치던 거 안 치는 게 나았을 것 같아. 여기 그냥 탱크랑 1군 갔다가 여기 공사 해놨으면 됐잖아. 사람들이 여기
아니 빨리 태워버리고 지금 가다가 이렇게 안 가냐고.
I don't know who you're talking to, Super Apple.
아니 이게 왜 드라치면 안
We already knew Iran has a de facto control over the strait. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
근데 얘네 할 거 다 한 애들이야. 마인 공사 다 해놨어.
I'm so clueless, it's adorable.
그런 상황 지던데.
아 근데 이게 조연하는데 우리가 드라치게 굳이 이거를 쓸 필요가 있었나? 레이스도 있어. 일단 좀 7시 마당 좀 못 먹게 경고히 해놔봐.
그러니까 상대 떨어뜨리는 거 한번 받아 먹어야 되는데.
아 우리가 뭔가 움직이면 니네 일때 뭐 상대 본체를 노리던.
그러니까. 근데 왜 드라치 안 쓰냐고 그래.
틈이 없긴
아니 상대
해.
움직이면 빨리 가도 따라가도.
The Russian intelligence agent. How is he a Russian intelligence agent? This is just some shit you're making up right on the spot.
그러든가. 아니 그냥 본인 한번 해 그냥.
빨리 각을 보든지 빨리 해봐.
이게 떨고 봐 그냥. 봐봐.
아야야야야
야 복지 아니냐? 팀 뿌려가야 돼.
아니야 아니.
아 진짜 아니.
This person disagrees with me. He's a Russian intelligence agent.
안 뿌리고 가는 거야? 가?
Okay.
내렸어? 내렸어?
야야 갔는데도 왜 가?
I mean, we're like 10 seconds away from me being a Russian intelligence agent as well.
뭐야? 어떻게 이래?
야야 제발 점사 왼쪽에.
끝나야 돼.
야야 나이스 점사 존나 잘했어.
아니 이게 어떻게 돼?
Yeah, am I losing it or
어떻게
isn't
공으로 맞았냐?
isn't the Russia on the side of Iran?
갑자기 다 녹았어.
이거 때리다가 죽는다. 와 타이스 뭐야? 아
뭐야?
이거 때려. 아 이게 스쿨. 야 도망가 그냥 갈 거면. 아 지겠다.
If you start killing someone's family in their house, they say stop doing that. We won't let your family through our house anymore. Then he goes through again and attack them more. What do you expect is gonna happen?
라인이 느슨해졌어. 6시도 느슨해지고 우리 정면도
봐야 되겠네 유리한. 아니 배틀 찍으라고 퍼실.
아 이게 여시랑 라인 다
I think I'm using the same logic here as you, man. I really am, Spider. Like, if the government comes and kills a bunch of my family members, and then someone comes and kills the government, like, that's not gonna radicalize me against the people who killed the government. You know what I mean?
좀만 천천히 해봐. 너가 12시 6시 다 먹었는데 왜 그게 네가.
The government is the one who's killing a whole bunch of people's family members.
이거가 이제 안 차는데 우리가.
아야
근데
근데
11드라시비 세 저게 막 5시에 떨굴 수 있을 것 같아.
아 근데 좀 정신 좀 차려봐. 털에 짓고 6시도 왜 네가 급해.
드라치 체력 너무 없다.
아 근데 이제 받아먹기만 해. 받아먹어서 배틀 넘어가.
아니 배틀 찍으라고 퍼실리티 내리고 지성아.
아니 새로 짓던가 뭐 아무리 돌리지도 않고 뭐해. 털에 쥐어 센터에 계속. 6시랑
Thanks for the follow.
게임 멈췄냐? 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
야 근데 우리 아예 안 찍어? 택 좀 찍어봐 더.
인구 몇이야? 생산을 안 해.
이거
180에서
190,
멈추기 안 뽑고 있어 아예.
190에서 2000했는데 멈췄어. 뭐해?
아니 그러니까 택 일단 찍어봐. 상대가 먼저 올 거 아니야.
그래.
아니 상대가 뭐라 박을 거 아니야. 받고 나서 배틀을 찍어야 되는 거
I think there's gonna be BCs this game. Lights barely squeaked out a base in the bottom left.
이거 싹안 올려놨잖아 우리 어차피.
왜 186에서 멈췄냐고 인구가.
생산을 해. 아 이거 생산을 해야 돼.
일단 2개 찍어놓고 싶어.
배틀을?
아니 무슨 슈티 아니 슈티를 또
배틀 이후 6이야 7이야. 딱두 개.
두 개는 왜 진짜
그러니까 이게
할 생각이면
탱카
아니 아야저 발길이
탱카 6개잖아 저게.
아 이거 한방
Can't wait to see Royal lose another one
아니
TVT.
이게 왜 이걸 왜
Yeah, let's see.
벌써부터
뭘로 막아?
들어갈 수 있어. 나이스 끊어봐.
나이스.
내려.
매점 끊어봐. 매점 끊어봐. 끊어봐.
와 저게 안 죽어?
I'm very angry with my countrymen who allowed Trump to dictate the election in Canada.
어떠냐고.
내려.
잘 내는 거 같아? 잘 내는 거 같아?
나갔어?
막았다.
나이스. 아 이러고 원래 배터리 딱 찍으면 괜찮거든. 내기 말이.
근데 아직 안
잘
잡았어.
막았다. 드랍십도 다 좀 체력 갈고.
밑에 골려 있는데 셋이 골려 있는데.
해봐. 야 어디가? 안 되잖아. 안에 빼다가.
My government was my country was leaning like it was like a 90% chance that we were gonna elect a conservative government in my country because the liberals had fucked up so bad. They'd ruined the country. They'd done such a poor job of running the country for so long. It was like almost a shoo-in. It was almost a shoo-in for the conservative government to win. And then Trump comes out on stage and says, "Oh yeah, we're gonna annex Canada." Boom, the liberals win. Instant victory for Carney and the liberals.
아니 12시랑 6시를 우리가 미리 파먹어 놔가지고 야 가스 파 6시.
길게 봐도 괜찮은데. 상대 지금 지상군에 빡 찍었거든. 일단 결정을 좋긴 해.
제발 여기저기 손에 많이 줘야 돼. 더 줘야 돼.
Just completely allowed Trump and the Americans to control their
일단 저 드랍실 받아 먹기만 하자. 그럼 배틀로 무조건 이기겠지.
their minds.
야야 왜 갈라
Absolutely
그래, 야.
ridiculous.
바다만 먹어. 왜 갈라 그래?
위치 봤다 그래도. 여기다 오케이.
Do I think Trump is playing 7D underwater chess by having all the liberals screw up even more? Or do you think he just shitposts himself into a minor disaster? I think that if someone can make you angry enough to change your own government, they control you.
제발 쑤시는 걸 오바야. 쑤시는 거 오바야. 7시 가기? 스타포트 장악하면 좋을 것 같긴 한데. 눈치 깠어.
배틀 2개 떴어 그래도.
스노우볼 굴려 그냥.
역시. 역시야 드랍실 어디가?
Canadians just didn't understand that at all. I don't know if he wanted liberals to win, honestly. I really don't. But he made the liberals win 100%. That's undeniable.
땡큐야. 나이스 개받아 먹었다.
원래 막을 것 같은데 이거는.
개받아 먹었다.
받아 먹은 거 아니야 이거?
개받아 먹었어.
What a drop.
나이스.
진짜?
와야.
진짜 이기나?
아 이게
배틀 짝 찍어. 본진도 짝 찍어.
센터.
아 센터 있구나. 아 탱크 왔다.
아 상대 이거 150 됐어.
그러니까.
탱크 왔어.
상대 배틀 찍었어 안 찍었어?
찍었어.
아 찍긴 찍었어.
근데 상대 돈이 없어 이제.
그러니까 우리 훨씬 많이 나와. 잘하는데 지금.
아 이거는 이기지 않았을까 이제는?
거의 맞지.
나 이제 상대도 드라시 버렸는데 우리도 버리자.
우리도 한번 쓰면서 버려야 돼. 7시에 막 떨구면서 버려야 되거든.
7시 마당이랑 다 깰 수 있다고 지성아.
수도한테 내리면 저 중간에 내리면 3개 다 깰 수 있어.
그러니까 땅으로 걸어가봐. 7시 2탱크밖에 없어. 뭐야 레이스.
Well, you're not paying attention, Shubalub.
레이스네. 아 그래서 이거 별로 안 찼네.
레이스 판단은 뭐야?
They absolutely voted against their best interests despite Trump. 100%.
이제 골렛이 한 개밖에 없어. 우리 다시 7시 간다 일단.
7시? 가면서 이거 보는 게 낫지.
야, 말.
여기 기지 어차피 야 배틀로 지키러
야
가야 되는
이거
거 아니야?
혹시
완신이
야
Oh my god, this is a crazy drop. Wait. Royal? Oh, okay, it's not a drop. They're empty drop ships.
인구가 안 줄었어.
Clearing up some supply is what he's doing.
다시에서 발길이
여기서 다 팠고 이제 위에 라인 좀 필요 없고
우리 이제 팩토리랑 5시만 지키면 돼. 6시에는 뭐 이제 갖다 버리고. 멤버는 이제 살려놔야 될 것 같은데. 주성아 발길이 섞어라. 좋은 말 할 때 진짜.
Just about to shuttle himself? Maybe. There's still that option. Could happen.
이따가 레이스 다 붙지만 하면 될 것 같아. 야 온다.
오,
나이스.
와.
깜짝 놀랐어요 지금 레이스.
세긴 해.
이어
아.
야 끝난 거 아니야 이거?
끝났어요.
끝난 거 같은데. 싸워야 되잖아.
진짜 먹기 없는 거
디펜시브.
야야야야. 아,
안 먹혀?
디펜.
아 이거 그러니까 발길이 있을 때 하는 게
Oh my god.
발길이 안
Oh my god.
더 많이 나오는데 우리.
안 돼.
It's a lot of rates.
많이 갖다 박은 거라 그래.
3개 남았어 배틀.
그래도 다시
아야,
나왔잖아.
야, 네
다시
개
내려서 나왔어.
아니
아야.
레이스가 지금 혼자온다니까.
아야 근데 발길이
아,
좀
좀만
바꿔봐.
깜짝이야.
I remember that in StarCraft 2. Pre-siege tanks.
수속이 안 나오잖아 뭔가.
아니 발키리 찍으면 되잖아 그냥.
왜
발길이
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 찍어야지.
섞고.
폴리아지 뭔 상관이야.
야야야
진짜로?
못 싸면
지금
진다.
이번에
아 진짜 이거.
제발
아.
발길이 왜안
낚시 때 바로 봤으니까. 아.
아니 발길인데 왜 안 섞고?
야 발길이 왜 안 뛰냐고 지성아.
아야 골리앗 좀 찍고 본진에 골리앗 좀 찍어.
Everybody's complaining he's not making Valkyrie.
아니 근데 레이스에 좀 조금.
근데 다 할수 밀잖아 이거.
아니
다 죽잖아.
핑크 살아있지. 야 배틀 어디가 근데 이거. 아
뭐야?
뭐해?
싸워. 아니
와 근데 아까 배틀보다 같이 뭐지 탱크 위에서.
뛰어나.
와 근데 이걸 역전 당하네 이거.
발길이 3대만 있으면 되는데 왜 발길이
아니,
안 치지 왜
이네.
발길이?
Go Valkyries, go.
아 근데
Valkyries.
야두 개 더 먹는데 지금 어떡하냐?
Wow, suddenly he's way behind
여기서 아니 두 개에서만 발길이
in supply. Look at the supply now for light.
찍어 나
발길이
이해가 안
지금
되네.
골리앗이 왜 이제 찍으면 어떡해? 배틀 다 죽어. 탱크가 왜 나와버리고 나와서 골리앗.
안 깠으면 이겼어.
아.
왜 배틀 왜 깠는 거야? 레이스한테.
아니 이거
아니 것도 것도 아닌데 봤는데 왜 저하네?
아 아니 안 깠으면 무조건 이기는 거잖아 이거.
Oh my god. Are we really gonna see Royal lose this? Nah, no way. No way. No conceivable way.
마구 이기는 게임.
Okay, some tanks popping. I think he's okay. I think he's okay. Oh, okay. Valkyrie's dead.
와 근데 역전은 아니 진짜?
아 근데 막을 생각이었으면 발키리로.
Oh my gosh.
There's
There's no shot.
진짜 발키리 두 개만 있었어도 그냥 이기는 건데 배틀이.
이거 이렇게 3개만 섞고 저거는 이제 이게 맞다.
인지도 해야 돼.
근데 이게 어떻게 역전 또 당하네 신기하게.
진짜 이걸
와 이것도 역전이 다.
아 근데 너무.
배틀 왜 깠지 그냥?
PQ probably like me doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about, Super Apple.
근데 발키리 섞는 게 어렵나? 3마리만 있어도 그냥 저 조이빙이.
I can't believe he's thrown this.
아니 안
Oh
깠으면
my.
이겼어 그냥.
Oh.
한 군데랑 기다렸는데.
What an unimaginable throw. Thank you for the follow. What? What?
시각이라도 걸려라. 대박이다.
아니 센터 볼 때 그냥 7시 먼저 치지. 7시 수태밖에 없어.
Ace match. Light versus Mini.
그냥 이거 해프닝이야.
아, 야, 내 유튜브 하지도 않겠어.
아
미치겠다. 이게 뭐가 됐어.
아니야 마지막 타임. 아쉬워. 세 대만 있었으면 레이스 그냥 되게
못 봤으면 모르겠는데 봤는데 그래가지고.
와 그러니까 너무 이게 약간 될 줄 알고 찍은 거라 그랬지.
뭔가 처음에 레이스터 터졌을 때 약해 보이길래.
Yeah. I really don't understand, like,
불리아 선녀되면서 비잡히.
here's the thing. Why don't you just take a look at any and all of the countries that are being, like, taken advantage of by America, which I'm sure that they're getting favorable terms. I'm sure they're being taken advantage of.
진짜 힘든 건데.
But literally,
윤바들 여기 오졌다 이거.
they're doing fantastic. And all the countries that bucked the US and said, this is horrible, we don't want to be under you,
재호 형이 계속
we don't want to do business with you,
오른쪽 터치 하니까 왼쪽이라서.
like every single one of them is a shithole.
제발 게이트 짓고 대각선 추가고. 이쪽으로 추가고.
이거 에서지까지 할 거야.
It's not like US hasn't done anything wrong.
아까도 재호 형이 늦은 서치했었어가지고 그런 거 노리고 하면 돼 그냥.
오케이 대각 간다.
야 갔어?
대학 찍었어.
나이스.
아 이게 여기까지 올 게 아니었는데. 아그 토스.
We just look around the world, anywhere that's allied with the US and
야구리만 존나.
works with them, their quality of life is infinitely better. Infinitely better.
한 1킬만 하지. 아 정말. 개자식
그러니까 유철아. 너
Yeah, you can talk about the ASL if you want.
형님 엔서 찍고 난리 났다. 진짜로.
아, 너 지금
아니 투개 찍었는데 이거 프로 찍으면
딜러고 한 번도 안 쉰 거 아니야?
안 쉬어 이거 안 쉬잖아.
이거 1로 나오면 돼.
근데 여기 왜 안 쉬어? 이거 원래 이래? 내기 빨라서 원래 쉬잖아.
자, 찍어놓은
진짜
거지.
잠깐 쉬어.
I think it's time for Japan to grow up a little bit. I know he's being harsh on Japan. I think it's time for Japan to step up a bit.
갑니다. 자,
스타에서 때문에
볼게요.
슈발
일단 실패 봅니다.
The whole like anti-war movement here is incredibly powerful. The thing is, like, if you want peace, prepare for war.
아 들어가지 어차피 죽는데.
And Japan is not prepared for war at all
근데
by
이렇게
any
벌써
stretch.
이거 프로볼 시간 끌면 심시티도 안 해도 되잖아.
아
시간
그렇구나.
걸리는 거야.
그런
The
것까지.
thing is, though, America can't protect everybody around the world at the same time.
이거 바로 떼어야 원래 들어가지는데 이러면 들어갈 것 같은데.
오케이. 파일럿 하나만 더 지면 완막인데?
어이 강 떴다.
너왜 이렇게 빨라?
나이스 SCB까지.
오케이.
서봐. 오케이.
아 형 이거 벌생 안 당하지?
왼쪽 빠지는 척하고 다시 달려봐.
벌써 이제 봤다. 오 이러면서 원질 뛰는데?
봐봐.
아빠까지
왼쪽으로
올려놨는데?
쑤셔봐. 파일럿 하나 더 줘봐.
들어를 안
근데
쉬어.
벌써 P도 빠져나가지고 막 빼나가지고.
It's 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time on Monday.
이게 마트도 약간 견제하는.
Just Floto, if you're sub to me on YouTube, just hit the turn on the notification bell. I always post right before.
이러면 압박 땡하고도 압박이 되잖아.
그래 땡하고 이 게이트 좀 쉬지만 줄 알겠지.
Right before we go live, I put out a post saying like, "Hey, we're going live now," and I got a link there, so you can just
잘하고 있어 지금.
나이스.
탱크 그러니까
You can be notified by me when it's time.
많이
근데 많이 받고
근데 이러면 뭐 마트 아닌 건 대충 알잖아.
많이 나왔어 많이.
One failed war after another. That's because the objectives of the war didn't make any sense. The objectives were stupid.
진짜 없어.
The objectives were like change people's minds about, you know, how they should be governed. Some ridiculous bullshit.
아 근데 여기 사업 들어가면 사업 들어야 되면 주택이 딸만한데? 사업 대박. 현재야
사업 됐어. 사업은 됐어.
됐어? 딸만한데? 아왜 생각 안
아.
됐어?
근데 마린 줄이는 것도 좋아.
The war objectives made no sense.
저 들어가 빠져나.
어떻게 나? 야 뭐야 이거 왜 나?
많이 나와.
많이
No.
나가 많이 밟았네.
그러니까 올 끌어봐.
I see a very distinct difference from last time.
우리 하면은 우리도 이거에 죽을 수 있는데 근데 셔리긴 해 셔리.
그냥 죽을 일은 없겠다 이거 웬만하면.
여기 세우나 그냥 여기 세우나.
근데 언덕에 세워놓자요. 아유 근데 빠지는 거 놓치면 안 돼 이런 거.
벌써.
아좀 리스크 많은 움직임인 것 같아.
와 12시로 간다. 야 12시 가는 건 좋은데.
드라를 여기 세우는.
They had weird objectives in Iraq and Afghanistan. Like they achieved their objectives, but then they're like, now we have to stay and stabilize the region.
모르잖아. 아 봤다.
방금
세쳤는데 못 봤다.
아 근데 이거
근데 뭐하게?
근데 이거 빡세
어떻게 나가?
이게. 아, 리버가 근데 셔리를
There's no
찍긴
clear
했어.
objective at all.
몹이 안 나왔어.
벌써 소급돼서 오는 거 봤잖아.
나이스.
이게 결국엔 못가 들어가 의미가 없다니까.
아니 근데
이거 막고 12시 넥 지으면 되잖아 이거.
아 근데 이거 어떻게 막냐는 거야 이거 시즌
그러니까 시즈 모드가 찍혔는데 멀긴 했거든 시즈 모드.
이거 봤잖아 지금 봤잖아.
한번 쏴야 돼. 자!
오케이
잘 썼다.
질러 내리고.
질러 내려.
질러 왜 안 내려?
이거 어떻게 막는 거야?
아
아니 왜 이렇게
Oof. He's in. I don't understand you, Super Apple. You're just so fucking rude, man. It's crazy. Your comments are, yeah.
아 근데 리버 뜰 거 아니야.
Like, who wants to talk with somebody who just constantly fucking
이게 굳이 리스크 있는 판단을
attacks your character or, you know,
형 탱크 피 없는데 탱크 옆에 못 내리냐?
talks to you like you're an idiot
그냥 먹잖아 원래.
그러니까
or calls you an idiot constantly.
이거 거쳐. 프로 빼. 막아도 안 터져야 돼.
다들 왜 빼놓지?
Like, what do you think you're achieving by calling me dumb over and over again? Like, you've said it. You've said you think I'm dumb like 9 times this conversation.
이거 오비 없어서 이게
근데 4사랑하는데 센터 온도계 있지 왜 센터 온도계 있었냐.
그러니까 아이
Do you think that's making your point? It's making your argument any stronger? By calling me dumb 9 times? It's like people calling someone a Nazi over and over and over again.
이거 막으면은 엄청 유리한 건데 막고 캐리어.
Why?
근데 4사랑 그냥 센터에만 있었어도 나올 때 원택을 따고 그냥 못 나오게 할 수도 있었을 것 같아.
딴거 차를 나. 이게 오비 없으니까 사드라가 좋네.
Just making me like less likely to see your side. You can't present your arguments in a coherent
아무리 진짜 느렸는데 이거.
way without, you know, swearing at me and calling me an idiot. It doesn't make me feel like you're smart.
그러니까 이게 이드라가 죽은 순간 마인이 있는데 먼저 히드라가 빠져나온 게
Yeah, Mini's in a really bad way, for sure. Ah, River's in the range.
지금 터진다.
여기서 많이 딸려?
All right, later, PQ. Russian disinformation agent / Israel shill.
저게 또 안 터져?
근데 이 죽음은 말짱 도루묵이야. 빼야 돼. 사업돼 있어. 주방 모드로 죽는 거.
/ person I don't agree with.
하긴 한데 왜 그런
그러니까 마인을 몸으로 제거할 거면 그 정면에 일질 이드라가 그냥 돌아오면서 제거를 하지. 일질 드리면 셔리는 그냥 빗잘거겠네.
I just want you to notice that I never called him stupid or tried to, you know, attack his character or his beliefs or his thoughts about the war or anything. I don't mind having a nice conversation with people. I think somebody in chat said he was a Reddit poster.
타이탄이 잘 밀던데.
I think it was PQ, yeah.
오케이, 하나 먹었다. 어?
아 뭐야 어디 쓰는 거야? 발가락 뒤로 한 마리도 없는데 템이 나오네.
That's a much worse insult than being called stupid.
발가락이 없어.
A Reddit poster. Sometimes I say that people need to go to Reddit when they have a balanced opinion about Brood War, yes.
근데 역전사 먹니? 이게?
발질 안 되나?
When it comes to talking about StarCraft balance, I don't hold back calling people retards. Or Reddit posters. Whichever one is worse for you.
발질이 어떻게 안 되나? 닥템 셔틀은 다 있는 것 같은데. 발질이 돼야 되는데.
All I want to say to people like that,
많이 줄였는데 근데.
people who are
가보자 이제 싸워.
like Super Apple, is I'm sorry you're so demoralized
들아 있어. 막아봐. 일단 막기만 해봐.
about the state of your own country.
이거 왜 안 와?
이거도 귀여워.
이거 위에 거 와봐. 슬롯이랑.
I think he's actually gonna break this. Wait a second.
아.
Oh, like 2 tanks left? 1 tank left? 2. I think he's got it. Oh, it's so close. He doesn't catch this reinforcement. Oh my god, Mini is so chaotic with this view.
안 돼.
Stop clicking the map. Holy shit. Or no, this is effort, excuse me.
천천히. 아 천천히. 아이고.
Go. Ah, Reaver. Oh my god, both Reavers are gone. GG. Damn. Got him. Holy shit. Light was on fire today. Holy goddamn. Light played really, really well. How many players did he beat? Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he basically got an all kill here. That's nuts. Only YSC beat effort. Holy shit. And then they got so lucky to roll him in the final match when he's on fire there. That's wild. Well played by Light, man. Oh, what group is he in actually? Let me look. What group is he in? He's in okay, he's on Monday. Calm Royal Mind. Wow. All right. So many Terrans. So many Terrans. Okay, I want to eat and I'm going to watch this. You guys can watch it with me too if you want. Switch over to just
Tucker
chatting.
Carlson has been saying some interesting things about China lately. Let's dive into it. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. Right now, the U.S. and China seem like they're headed to World War III. Bigly things are happening, and YouTube doesn't want me talking about it. They're constantly demonetizing my episodes. Training for free. And now, on with this show. And once again, the internet and social media are abuzz. And the viral obsession of the week is, right-wing commentator Tucker Carlson, who's had some interesting things to say recently about China.
The U.S. is not going to defend and cannot defend Taiwan. Be real. A big power wants to control, hopefully in a non-brutal, enlightened way, but they want some influence over their neighbors. We can no longer be the sole author of terms, of commerce, of anything. We have to share power.
With China?
Of course, because of their scale. And so there's got to be a non-destructive way to do this.
He's also interviewed this guy.
There he is. Jiang. Professor Jiang, the famous. The one everybody wants to talk to me about. Have you heard Professor Jiang? He made so many accurate predictions. Let's see.
His name is Jiang Shuiqin. He also has some interesting things to say about China.
It is the nature of the Chinese government not to interfere in foreign affairs. China doesn't really have a geopolitical framework, a grand strategy. It really believes in global trade.
Ooh, poor timing, since just a few days after Jiang said that, the Chinese Coast Guard swarmed Filipino boats in the waters just off the Philippines. According to Jiang, the U.S. should give way to Russia and China for a new multipolar world order.
It's time for a new world order where we are partners in this relationship. Right? Before America was the hegemon, before the U.S. dollar was the world reserve currency. But now, what we want to do is open a dialogue where everyone is respected, where America is no longer the bully, but a willing partner in creating a new economic order that benefits everyone and not just a few.
Thankfully, Carlson saw right through this, called it out for the malarkey it is, and
I think that's the wisest possible advice and probably the only path that preserves civilization. But the one country standing in the way of that is Israel.
Ah, yes, Israel. That's a whole different topic that I won't be getting into in this episode. And no, it's not because I'm getting those fat $7,000 paychecks from Mossad. If I was, I wouldn't be pushing website subscriptions so hard. Subscribe at ChinaUncensored.tv. But what's going on? This is the same guy who has, in the past, frequently warned about the threat from the Chinese Communist Party. Back in 2018, he warned that China is the U.S.'s greatest rival, capturing Western elites and having them bow to the elderly fascists who run that country. He also warned about how China was exploiting the WTO.
One of the biggest economic events in this country, really a seismic event since World War II, was something that most Americans barely noticed when it happened: China's admission into the World Trade Organization.
When the COVID pandemic first happened, and the WHO shilled for the Chinese government, Carlson called the organization out.
You might think that a World Health Organization, a group that got $58 million of your tax dollars last year, might care that a government arrests doctors and lies about deadly new diseases, but no. Like so many other organizations, they are lapdogs for the powerful, and that means their real job is sucking up to the Chinese government.
A few months later, he said this.
China's tentacles extend almost everywhere in our society.
Carlson has also had a lot of guests on who spoke critically of China. This includes Brett Weinstein, who warned of military-aged Chinese men infiltrating the U.S. through the southern border. And Xi Van Fleet, a Cultural Revolution survivor who warned against following China's footsteps. And Steve Robinson, the editor-in-chief of The Main Wire, who warned about China's role in the U.S. drug market. I've interviewed him too. Why, if it weren't for some of his recent comments, you'd think Carlson was an avid China Uncensored watcher. So why does Carlson now say the U.S. is not going to defend and cannot defend Taiwan?
I don't understand this at all.
Well, there's another piece to this interview clip that nobody is focusing on, and it tells you a lot about where Carlson is coming from.
I think we've reached the limits of our power, and power has limits. Like, that's another thing just to keep in mind. Power's not infinite. You can squander it. And we're in the process of doing that.
Tucker Carlson is essentially demoralized. He looks around and sees a Western civilization in decline, fueled, at least in part, in his view, by self-hatred.
There's not a single Western city that's thriving. And they're all degrading in exactly the same way.
Is a lot of it just a moral decay, or is it actually true from everything?
It's a lot of things, but it's self-hatred.
He sees cities that are degrading, slowing population growth, and diversity that isn't really working. But then, wow, look at China's glittery skylines and a worryingly large military. And so he sees a U.S. that is no longer the sole superpower and global hegemon.
Now, it is a multipolar world. You've heard that phrase, no doubt, and that means there are at least a couple centers of gravity. Really, there are two. There's the U.S. and the constellation of states with which it's allied, and then there is, on the eastern hemisphere of the globe, China.
The U.S. sucks now and China is on the rise. It's self-hatred. Interesting. But here's the thing. What Carlson is arguing for is basically the same.
China's done a fantastic job demoralizing Western countries, injecting ideology into the universities, and injecting fentanyl into the countries. It's part of their unrestricted warfare campaign. It's absolutely worked a treat. And when I hear conversations like today, people like Apple and Sweep talk about how horrible the US is, I just feel like this is exactly the playbook. This is what the result is of allowing, I mean, not that we don't want to be a country that restricts free speech, but other countries have used the free speech in our country to completely demoralize our people. At the same time restricting free speech at home, even though their country is doing horrible. It makes their country seem better because people are not demoralized there. Even if they hate their country, they can't even talk about it.
Failed foreign policy that U.S. elites have been pushing since the 90s.
Maybe they don't hate their country, but they hate their government.
Tucker probably doesn't see it that way, but that's the end result. It's appeasement disguised as being practical. Carlson's all for the U.S. countering China in the Western Hemisphere, but believes the U.S. is incapable of doing that beyond our own backyard. Which means you're on your own, Taiwan. We just gotta work with China. All we gotta do is let Germany take the Sudetenland. But we've tried that. When we granted the People's Republic of China a seat in the UN Security Council, accepted China into the WTO, granted China most favored nation status. And look where that got us. Chinese IP theft costs the U.S. approximately $5 trillion each year.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's crazy how the U.S. has actually given China this power to challenge them. They've actually created their own rival in a lot of ways. And now they're like desperately trying to figure out how they can counter them appropriately now that they've built up to this massive level. And so a lot of these moves, like in Iran and in Venezuela, have been to try to counter China and their growth in influence. It will escalate because Australia has promised to defend Taiwan, and we will lose, and it will escalate. No, I think if China attacks Taiwan, China will lose. That's my feeling. I know it's a hot take, but already Japan has Japan has stated, and they were very mad. China was very mad about this, but the prime minister here in Japan said that if Taiwan gets attacked, that would be an existential crisis for Japan, and that would activate their clause, the clause in their constitution that says they're able to act. China has a lot of crappy equipment. And crappy equipment in today's day and age, it just does not cut it. You know, in World War II, if you had rifles from 20, 30 years ago and artillery from 20, 30 years ago, you could still kind of fight, you know what I mean? Like there was still a chance that you could fight back. But now you have aircraft from 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, weapons from 50 years ago, you know? Like you're not going to do well. You're going to get absolutely smushed. It's not even going to be close. And so it doesn't matter if you have millions of people to throw into the meat grinder. Like the meat grinder is too efficient. It used to be the meat grinder, like some would get through, but now the meat grinder is like an industrial meat grinder. Like the shit just chews up people now. It's too efficient. It's too powerful. There's just no way you're getting through. And it's funny because China is like lining up fishing boats in the ocean, and like one massive component, major component of their naval fleet is what they call I think it's called they have like a naval militia or something like that, and it's like fishing boats that's kind of like a reservist navy, and that they would call up when they want to attack Taiwan. And they call up all these boats to like set up blockades and help to move equipment and stuff. Man. Japan's got a railgun. Like they're shooting metal darts at Mach 5. With pinpoint accuracy, they can hit missiles out of the air. And China is using fishing boats to back up their military. Like, what in the fuck? Seriously, what are we even talking about?
Or over 30% of the U.S. GDP when you factor the full value of the stolen innovation. China is killing about 70,000 Americans a year with state-subsidized fentanyl. That's more than the entire Vietnam War a year.
That's fucking insane. That is so fucking insane. Wait, what?
China is killing about 70,000 Americans a year with
70,000 a year? Jesus, fuck me.
State-subsidized fentanyl. That's more than the entire Vietnam War a year. We've got Chinese spy balloons floating overhead, and China now has the world's biggest navy and dominates global shipbuilding.
What's up, Propo?
That's all thanks to the money we pumped into China. The Chinese Communist Party considers itself at war with the United States. We can't share power with them. And here's the important thing to remember. Communist China's ambitions don't end at Taiwan. That's just step one. If you thought the crisis over the Strait of Hormuz is bad, wait until China controls ship traffic through half of the Pacific Ocean. Gas prices will be higher than Afroman on April 20th. And it won't stop there. China has been very active building ports in the Pacific Island nation.
Did you guys see that Afroman won his lawsuit? I thought that was hilarious too. I watched that. Afro man got sued by a bunch of police officers who broke into his house, or they did like a raid on his house. And he spent like 10 years making songs about them. Making songs about making fun of them. And they sued him for defamation. He just won in the past week or so. That was
the same places
cultural
Imperial
moment right there.
Japan did before World War II. Why? They've told us. Back in 2008, Admiral Timothy Keaton told the Senate Armed Services Committee that a senior Chinese officer suggested to him, why don't we reach an agreement, you and I? You take Hawaii East, we'll take Hawaii West. That's basically what Carlson is arguing too. A multipolar world where the US, Russia, and China each take their piece. After all, the United Citizen Federation can no longer be the sole author of the terms, we have to share power with the bugs. And no, I'm not comparing Chinese people to bugs. I'm comparing communists to bugs. Communists want to kill you and take your stuff. Our comfortable American lives rely on technology fueled by rare earths and semiconductors. China already has a monopoly on rare earths, and last year they put the squeeze on us.
I think that this is some of the news that I've
on rare earths. And last year,
this is, I think, one of the biggest news stories for the past year. This was massive, man. I think this slipped by a lot of people. A lot of people didn't pay attention to this, but when they clamped down on rare earths, the whole world went into shock. Like, everybody freaked out because doing rare earth mining is really dirty and bad for the environment. And China just does not give a fuck. They have like more than 90% of their groundwater is polluted beyond drinking level. Like they can't drink their own water, their own groundwater, because they've done such a poor job controlling their industry in their country. And so part of that is just strip mining for rare earth elements. And they basically lowered the price of rare earths so much by just kind of dominating that industry, because every other country in the world has at least some level of environmental protection, right? And that costs something to have that environmental protection. So more costs means a higher price. So they weren't able to compete, and China basically just dominated the world in rare earths. And then when they put on this export control, when they had that like big tariff scare with Donald Trump, the entire world went into shock. They were like, "Oh my God, we nobody else is selling rare earths." And rare earths are incredibly important for basically everything that we do. And so all these different countries like Japan, like America, like all these massive powers decided together basically at the same time, okay, we need to start mining our own rare earths. We need to get away from the Chinese supply chain. And I think that's going to massively shift things up. And that's something I've been trading on when it comes to stocks.
They put the squeeze on us. All the best semiconductors are made in Taiwan. If China gets their hands on that, they control the lifeblood of modern technology. Why wouldn't the communists, at long last, turn America into a third world country? The give up and let live mindset Carlson is pushing is exactly what the Chinese Communist Party wants us to feel. They want us to feel so discouraged that we feel we have to choose between fixing things at home and stopping China abroad, when we can and should do both. In fact, We must. It's a matter of survival. It's not too late to stop the CCP. We can, with actual prudence, manage our resources in a way that address issues at home while also preventing China from taking over the world, one Belt and Road initiative at a time. This is a message that we need people like you to share. So please share this video and subscribe to our website, ChinaUncensored.
It's a great video, guys. I'm gonna post it in chat. Really, really good video. I think there was another one. I was actually looking for another one where he did about Zhang.
Tucker Carlson has...
Like, this one was pretty good, but I think there was another one where he talked about Zhang, Professor Zhang. Let me see. I think it might have been this one.
The Iran conflict proved what we already know. The world is not ready to fight China. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. Right now, the US and China seem like they're headed to World War III, and YouTube doesn't want me talking about it. I have to warn you guys in this episode where I'll give a special update. And now, on with the show. All signs are pointing to the fact that the Chinese Communist Party will at some point try to invade Taiwan. That would be catastrophic for the free world. That's why the best way to ensure war doesn't break out is to be better prepared for war now, not later. Otherwise, it's like getting pulled into a street fight and saying, okay, now is the time to learn Kung Fu. And if you know what you're looking for, you'll see that many of the Trump administration's policies are about preparing for a war with China as soon as possible. For example, a massive shipbuilding push. But still, the US can't defend Taiwan by itself. It needs its allies. And some allies, well, might leave something to be desired. The EU spends more on Russian oil and gas than on financial aid to Ukraine. The UK seems fine with a Chinese mega embassy that has secret underground rooms that could easily hack into financial cables. And there was that whole Canada talking about building a new world order with China thing.
That fucking pissed me off so much. I couldn't believe the speech from Carney in the UN. Oh my god. Talking about switching sides. Like, we need to switch sides and start working with China. Like, oh my. People are so fucking brain broken. They're actually going for this shit. People are so demoralized in the West, man. They actually think that China is a better option than the US. It's nuts. Like, America is not a perfect ally, and they're not they're definitely out for their own interests. Duh. They definitely look after themselves first. 100%. But I mean, that goes without saying, man. And China is... You don't want to be one of China's allies, man. You do not want to be China's ally. Like, it's a poison pill. You're gonna end up completely ruining your own country. Trump is nuts. I mean, what's like a good equivalency to this, or like a good metaphor for this? It's hard to say. It's like, it's like you're okay, let's see. I'm trying to think here. It's like calling someone Nazi who questions trans and female sports. It's kind of like you have a buddy at school and you know, he's a nice guy for a really long time and you guys get along really, really well. And then he starts like making fun of you and like your mom and stuff. And then you stop hanging out with him and go hang out with the school shooter. You know what I mean? Like you're like, fuck you, man, and you go and hang out with the dude who's like about to fucking kill all the teachers and everybody at school.
So if war were to break out between the US and China over Taiwan, would our allies have our back? Well, we might be getting a preview of how that would go down, thanks to the war in Iran. Not only was Iran a major source of oil for China, China was using Iran and its terrorist proxies to create chaos in the Middle East. How do you think Hamas got all those Chinese weapons? And when it comes to what might happen in a war with China, let's look at the Strait of Hormuz, where roughly 20% of the world's oil supply flows through. It is vital to much of the world that those shipping lanes stay open, especially Asia and Europe. The US military has been doing its best, but it's also a bit bogged down at the moment, what with, you know, the war. And so President Trump called upon America's allies to unite and do their part to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open. The response? Not our war. Sure, a lot of people disagree with the US strikes on Iran and think Trump's the massive jerk, but what Trump asked them to do was directly in their own interest. Only at the end of last week did 7 US allies say they might back a potential coalition. But their statement did not include any commitment to send naval vessels or other resources.
This shit is so dumb. It's so ridiculous. Like, the other countries in the world should at least be able to agree that blowing up civilian ships shouldn't be tolerated. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're just gonna anybody who goes through here, doesn't matter if they have any relationship at all with the country that you're fighting, you're just gonna blow them up. Just terrorize the entire world. Then cut off energy supply for, like, what did South Korea do to you? You know what I mean? They get like 90% of their oil from there. What did South Korea do to deserve that? You know what I mean? What did China, and China as well. China gets so much of their oil from the Strait. And so it's like, it's really not that deep. It's basically what Iran can do. It's like the only thing that they can do is just punch somebody else in the face. Even though they're being attacked by America or Iran or Israel. They're being attacked by America and Israel. And so they just turn around and punch somebody random in the face. Like, what? How are allies not able to realize that they should prevent civilian ships from getting destroyed in the Strait? Like, this is just an obvious no-brainer. Like, they should be over there defending UAE too. Most of these European countries are allied with the UAE too. The UAE is just getting bombed to shit for no reason, just because it's the most accessible thing for Iran to attack. China does not threaten the world. They just want to do business. I mean, they're threatening Taiwan. Is that just business? If they just want to do business, then why are they, you know, doing those military drills and trying to take over Taiwan? That they're going to take over by 2037 or whatever, 2027. Can't remember which day it was exactly. But they're putting like deadlines on that. And like, you know, Japan said they don't want to. Japan said that if Taiwan is attacked by China, they're going to take that as an existential threat, and they would like try to defend Taiwan. And so China cut off all imports from Japan. They were like, no more fish, no more this, no more that, like everything. We're going to cut off a whole bunch of stuff that Japan imports or exports to us. We're cutting off those. Like some sort of like what how's that, you know, you need to you know what I mean? If you want to say they just want to do business, like what is that? What does that mean? how do those two things match up? Do you know what I mean? I don't think you're seeing the whole story on Iran. You have to look at what actually been going on historically. Is China bombing? Is Iran historically being the aggressor? How did Iran end up the way it currently is? So my understanding of the way Iran ended up how it currently is that there was a British businessman who went to Iran and he talked to the king or whatever, this Shah or something, way back in the day. I'm talking like 1800s, early 1900s, something like that. And he made a deal with the king that he gave him like a big check and was like, hey, I'm going to look for oil here. And if I find it, you have to give me the rights to extract the oil. And so the Iranian king said, sure, fine. So they went and did that. And that guy ended up becoming British Petroleum. He made an insane amount of wealth from that deal. But eventually the British had to cut in Iran into the deal and let them have like part of the oil that was being extracted from their land, because it obviously was not fair at all. And so eventually Iran became a democracy, and the democracy elected a guy who was promising to get an even better deal from Britain for extracting their oil. And Britain didn't really like that so much because they were recovering from, I think it was World War II. And they weren't very happy that Iran wanted to, you know, get a higher percentage. It wasn't like a ridiculous amount that Iran even wanted, but Britain accused Iran of being communist and sent people there to go try and disrupt them, and sent the Americans information about them. And the Americans sent a CIA operative to try and dismantle the government as well. And they basically successfully did that and installed a guy, the Shah. And the Shah worked with America and Britain and protected the Western interests for many years. And the conditions under the Shah were pretty decent. Like they were all right. Persia was doing quite well under the Shah, but of course it wasn't a free country. The Shah was a dictator, and he didn't treat people very well, and so people were not happy with it. And he also took a lot of the wealth for himself rather than distributing it to the people, and he tried to, you know, protect himself, insulate himself from the people, and rightfully people were not very happy about that, and so they ended up overthrowing him. And unfortunately, after him being overthrown, radical Islamic government took power. People from other countries in the region backed and supported in Iran this takeover. And basically foreign elements and foreign Muslim extremists came into the country and set the country on this path where they ended up with the IRGC. Yeah, I mean, he should have for sure. I mean, they should have worked with the Shah to set up some sort of like democratic system in Iran, but they had it pretty good. They liked their arrangement. It's one of the failings of the West for sure. This is a big error from the West, 100%. They really fucked up. And for like 40, 50 years, they've been eating the consequences of that massive fuck up. And that Muslim extremist government that took over in Iran, not necessarily Persian people, but a good quantity of Persian people are part of that government and part of that takeover. And since then, it's been, yeah, death to America. It's been funding terrorist organizations all over the region, shooting missiles at people in the region, trying to destroy Israel, trying to destroy America, economic terrorism. And some people will say, oh, economic terrorism, like Cuba, you know, the US is blockading Cuba, or not, yeah, blockading them, or like, what was it called? Sanctions? No, I'm talking about killing innocent people in order to stop trade. That's economic terrorism. Also, a lot of people don't understand about Cuba. From my understanding, there's no restriction on trade for regular day-to-day stuff, food and stuff like that. Cuba can still buy food and they can still sell into the American market. There's just certain things that they're not allowed to buy or sell. Like, I think forever it's been cigars, which was one of the biggest exports of Cuba. And oil. They're not allowed to buy oil from the US, I believe. I'm not even sure about that, but it's not like we're blocking them from buying food. Well, the US is blocking them from buying food. The Shah also had cancer, which made him weak, was taking crappy US drugs. That's rough. I don't think the Shah was a good guy. The old Shah seemed like a real big dickhead. He fucked up a very good thing that they had going. Like, he could have been basically like a he could have been like a UAE dictator. You know what I mean? Like, he could have been a crown prince of Persia if he had, you know, done better for the people in his country. Like the crown prince, like these people in the UAE and stuff could have absolutely, you know, been overthrown, but they did a better job of taking care of their people, keeping them happy, you know? Is there even one democracy, like a solid democracy in the Middle East where everything's good and, you know, people have rights and they're protected? They don't just kill people who disagree with them and, you know, have a bunch of extremely restricted laws on women and gay people and stuff. So that's right, Israel. So they just call Islamic extremists any country they want to wipe out. Why are millions of Iranians in the streets every day supporting their government? I think millions were in the streets against their government, but they're not in the streets anymore because they just killed them all. Not all of them, but they just started killing people, and they put out orders saying anyone who protests against them, just shoot them. Currently, Cuba is allowed to buy gasoline, but only for private businesses like hotels, but not for public government run like hospitals. So newborn on ventilators are in danger. That's strange. Israel led by extremists, it doesn't seem to bother you very much. I mean, if Israel is run by extremists, how come they don't follow their book exactly to the letter? You know what I mean? Whereas the people who are so-called Islamic extremists, you know, stone women to death and you know, kill gay people, burn people alive and stuff like that. I think every citizen of Qatar is a millionaire. I mean, these people in Qatar, like the Qatari government is also a royalty, right? But they've managed to stay in power because they're not, you know, extremely greedy. They're also allied with the US, right? They're doing very well. The Iranians in my country were celebrating. Yeah, I've seen it in Canada as well. Huge demonstrations in Canada. People out on the streets like crazy big. Canadian demonstrations from Iranians. Spent billions of dollars to make Iraq a democracy. Yeah, that was a dumb idea. There are plenty of Orthodox Jews in Israel. The thing is, if we make them a democracy, if we make another country a democracy, then the people in the country just believe that we are ruling them. You know what I mean? I kind of like, I kind of understand. I don't know if I like it, but I understand what they've done in Venezuela now. Like, they took out the person who was the leader, and they put the second in charge, or in command in charge. You know what I mean? The system is still in place, but they got rid of the problem boy, you know? And now, if Venezuela has another election and they actually elect somebody else, I think the person who's in charge right now would be a little bit crazy to like go out in the streets and just start killing people or arresting people and like try to seize control regardless of the people's will, you know? Like the result of the election. If the result of the election is different than the ruling party, the Communist Party, and they elect someone different, I think they would be I think they would be kind of crazy to just deny that and go and kill a bunch of people, you know what I mean? Yeah, they have plenty of Orthodox Jews in Israel, but not everybody has to follow the rules of the Orthodox Jews. or else. Do you know what I mean? Just being religious doesn't mean you're a religious extremist. Being religious to the point where you tell other people how they can live and they have to go by your religious rules, that's extreme. You know, I don't have a problem with somebody living in my country who wants to practice some random religion. Like, just go ahead and don't tell me what to do. You know what I mean? I think this is obvious, right? Extremists always pick and choose and interpret however they want to fit their purpose. For the most part, yes. Saudi Arabia has actually become quite liberal. You just can't criticize the rule of MBS. Yeah, that's right. That's called a dictatorship. I think Iran or Persia was that way before with the Shah, right? Basically, people did what they wanted to do, but the Shah took all the oil money for himself and gave it to, you know, Western countries. The oil companies took a lot of the profits, and then he took most of the profit, and then very little went to the actual people. But the people were free, and they could do what they wanted as long as they didn't criticize him. That was it. Right? You're saying that's superior to democracy? I mean, isn't what I'm just saying, isn't that the criticism of democracy that people throw around all the time? That it's like a dictatorship? And the elites just do whatever they want? You just want it to be out in the open, like, oh yeah, we just rule over you. You can't say you can't say anything bad about us, but do whatever you want on your own, and we just take all the money from the oil or whatever. Right. So rather than an oligarchy, you want a monarchy.
Thanks. Glad the U.S. spends so much money on its
Gotcha.
NATO allies. France said it would help only after the fighting dies down, when there would be no need for help. I feel like France should read the story of the little red hen. Even Ukraine, embroiled in fighting off a Russian invasion, has been helping the U.S. I guess that's their way of saying thank you. Happy now, JD?
Non-Jews do not have the same rights as Jews in Israel. All right, let's do, how about Claude AI? Let's see. Okay. Law of return grants all Jewish. Okay, I know about that one. Nationality law. Jewish Israelis and Palestinians and Israelis by treating Jewish nationalities separate. Yeah, that does kind of suck, doesn't it? The 2018 nation state law, self-determination be a right, entitled by Jewish citizens only, and made Hebrew the sole official state language. Prior to it, both Hebrew and Arabic had official status. Oh, that sucks. Israeli courts can strike down discrimination against Jews, such as political policies that denied women the chance to be fighter pilots, while upholding policies that discriminate against non-Jews, like an admission committee's law that allows Jewish communities to deny housing to applicants who don't fit the community's social and cultural fabric. So just not allowed. You're not allowed to stay in my backyard or whatever. You're not allowed to join my community. They do that in Japan too. Yeah, there's a lot of places where I'm not allowed to buy a house or rent an apartment because I'm not Japanese. Arab citizens of Israel have the same legal right as Jewish Israelis in many respects. They can vote, hold office, practice their religion freely. However, they tend to live in poorer cities and have less formal education and face other challenges that some experts attribute to structural discrimination. Israel's Declaration of Independence provides for full social and political equality regardless of religious affiliation, and Israeli Arabs are generally free to practice their religion. The statement contains real truth. There are legally enshrined distinctions that privilege Jewish citizens over non-Jewish ones in important areas like immigration, land, and national self-determination. Critics including Israeli human rights organizations, call this structural discrimination. Israeli defenders argue that these distinctions reflect the state's foundational character as a Jewish homeland and do not negate democratic functioning. Or an ethnocracy is genuinely contested. The underlying legal asymmetries themselves are well documented and not seriously disputed. All right. Does a good job. I like Claude. That's interesting. So they can vote, they can practice religion, but the right to return, and maybe a couple of other things are not equally given as rights for Arabs. I can see that. I can see people being mad about that. But let's not pretend that that's the same as Iran, okay? Let's not pretend that that is equivalent. All right. That being an Arab in Israel is the same as being a Jew in Iran, okay? Let's just make that clear. Clearly there are some differences, right?
But America's closest allies are nowhere to be seen. Trump was furious. He's now saying the U.S. doesn't need any help. The U.S.
Hold on. Rocket bunkers? Let me look this up. Because that seems crazy to me. What's true? There's severe documented disparity. IDF Homefront Command statistically shows that only 37 of Israel's 11,775 public shelters are located in Arab municipalities. Even though Arabs make up about 15% of Israel's population, alongside one highway in the Galilee, Arab communities only have one shelter per 26,000 residents, while the nearby Jewish city of Carmel has one shelter for every 440 people. God damn. That is pretty one-sided. In the South, 100% of Arab survey respondents said they have no access to any safe room or shelter. What's not quite right about the framing? It is an official government policy that shelters are only for Jews. The disparity comes from the decades of neglect, unrecognized village status, unequal infrastructure investment, and permit barriers. Israeli civil rights groups like ACRI have called the situation unconstitutional and a gross violation of the right to equality. Even the Israeli state controller acknowledged that 46% of Arabs have no protection from missiles. And the government pledged to address it, but then did nothing. That sounds familiar. The disparity is real, stark, and well documented. Calling it an explicit Jews-only policy overstates it, but the functional outcome, Arab communities left massively unprotected. Ah, I see. I see. Let's see. Uh, I'm curious because are they actually attacking? Are they actually getting attacked as much? Because I would assume, like, in the South, there wouldn't actually be that many attacks. So, like, the fact that they don't have a lot of shelters down there might be because there's, like, no attacks down there. You know what I mean? If there's no attacks in the South, why build a whole bunch of shelters if they're only attacking Tehran or whatever? Not Tehran. Tel Aviv. That is sad. Good question. The rockets fired indiscriminately, and this is actually what makes the shelter disparity so serious in practice. I see. Hezbollah rocket struck a soccer field in the Druze community of Majal Shams, killing 12 Druze youths. Wow. During Hezbollah campaign, the rockets fell on Arab communities, including the Druze, man. They've been having a really bad time. Rockets fall on Arab and Jewish communities alike with no discrimination. Arab communities have a tiny fraction of the shelter. Arab citizens, therefore, is substantially more exposed. That's what makes the shelter disparity documentation in the previous question particularly damning. It's not a theoretical inequality. It results in real death and attacks from everyone. That sucks. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That is not good. Shouldn't be doing that. There are and have been Jewish communities for centuries in all these so-called extremist countries who are attempting to destroy for the sake of actual extremists. Historically, but do they exist still? I'm not planning to destroy any countries. I don't think that that's what the US is doing either, destroying countries. I think what they're doing in Iran is they're trying to defang the IRGC. Damn, bro, just like voting session doesn't exist, you have to wait 5 hours to vote? 5 hours to vote? What do you mean? That's sad. Iran hasn't targeted any civilian area. They're targeting military assets? What? What? Iran? This is, like, obviously wrong. This is like, I mean, your head is in the sand, bro. I would assume that they aren't being targeted. This headline sounds spicy, though, so they might as well pour gasoline on it. Stuck targeting everyone as a target. As Loja said, what? I've heard it described as mowing the grass, keep having to knock back their long-range threat. They're attacking Iran military installations, blowing up their launchers and production of missiles. I mean, they have been deliberately not attacking their basic infrastructure like water and power. That's why Trump made that threat, saying like we will target your water and power if you don't come to the table to negotiate. From what I understand, the school was like right next to the base, like connected to the base. It was a school for the people at the base, for the kids of the people at the base. Wasn't like what's the strategic strategic advantage of attacking a school for the US? Like I would love to hear your opinion about, love to hear your like thought process for why they would attack. Why would they waste a missile to demoralize the enemy? Doesn't that do the absolute opposite? The statement is partially true, and I think we've learned that through a long period of being in the Middle East. Attacking you know, wedding parties and stuff like that, that doesn't help the cause. Statement is partially true but incomplete. The pictures change over time. What's true about earlier attacks? October, April 2024. Primary stated targets: Nevada Air Base and Intelligence Center on Mount Hermon, both military targets. Other targets in April 2024 include Tel Aviv and Dimona, latter home of Israel's nuclear research center, but also a civilian city. More significantly, by June, the picture changed dramatically. Iranian attacks in June 2025 largely targeted Tel Aviv and surrounding civilian areas. Missile struck near... Okay, yeah. The statement is clearly false when looking at Iran's broader regional conduct. They hit Dubai International Airport, Kuwait International Airport, the Barraj Al Arab Hotel. All of these military targets that they attacked, right, Sousen? They haven't targeted any civilian areas, just military targets. Military targets like the Crown Plaza Hotel in Bahrain. Clear military targets. It was. They also use civilian shields. They don't give a fuck about their own people. They mowed down thousands of protesters for nothing. That's a fact. Using civilians for shields, that's a fact. That is a sad, sad reality on the ground right now. They literally use civilian, same as Houthis and Hamas, they use civilians as human shield and schools, hospitals for headquarters. They don't operate in good faith of trying to cry bully their way into being victims and martyr optics. Yes, true. It's part of the demoralization campaign. They're trying to demoralize us. Make us feel like we have to let them have their own... We can't intervene here. We can't intervene because intervening means that there's going to be collateral damage. And they make sure that there's going to be collateral damage because they put their civilians in front of them. There's no good side in this war, which is why the US should have never gotten involved. The thing is, there's always a consequence. There's a consequence for getting involved, and there's a consequence for not getting involved. And if not getting involved consequence is bigger, we don't know all the information, but we know that they were using centrifuges to enrich uranium. Imagine if they had nuclear bombs right now. They don't give a fuck about anybody else in the region. Just attack literally anyone around them. Imagine if they had nukes. You don't think they'd be using them on Bahrain and Kuwait and everybody else around them? You don't think the second that they got a nuke, they would drop it on Israel? Your biggest criticism of Israel is that they're not defending Arabs as well as they're defending their Jewish counterparts. Like, they at least have Arabs there. They do have them there. And, like, if Iran gets their way, they're just going to bomb the whole place. Kill all the Arabs as well as the Jews, right? I know they're going to get nuclear weapons argument is a tired argument, but in this case, it made a lot of sense. I actually hate Trump, but every in administration, including his first term, nobody fucked with Iran. Obama, nobody. This actually needed to be done. They had to press the knee on their neck. I agree. I think, like, Obama sending, what was it, billions of dollars to Iran with that nuclear deal that they did. How much of a fuck up was that? That was an insane fuck up. Like, they sent billions of dollars to Iran, who immediately turned around and just handed that over to terrorists all around the area. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Just handed them out. Just give out all the money to everybody around, and then just continued the nuclear program at the same time. Like, just went along and just kept doing it. But thanks for the money, idiot. Nuclear program is a go, boys. We paid them to keep making a nuke. Just insane. It was a deal. They made a deal for they weren't going to get a nuclear weapon. They gave them money not to have a nuclear weapon, and then they went ahead and got a nuclear weapon. Or tried to get a nuclear weapon. While using the money that they got to stay in power and promote regional terrorism. Trump ended the deal so they started to enrich. So just keep sending them billions of dollars forever. Trump did end the deal, yes. It's this. The U.S. unilaterally withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal in 2018, and in response, Iran accelerated its uranium enrichment, limited inspector access to its nuclear facilities, and moved closer to developing a nuclear weapon than before the deal existed. Iran was actually already enriching uranium before the deal. The deal constrained enrichment. It didn't start from zero. JCPOA blocked the two main pathways to weapons-grade fissile material, enriching uranium to 90+% purity and separating plutonium. After Trump withdrew in 2018, Iran didn't immediately break out. They waited about a year without access to the economic relief of the JCPOA. Iran eventually restarted nuclear operations, including developing more low-enriched uranium than the agreement allowed, and restarted stalled activities at the once secret Fordow facility. Then in January 2020, after the U.S. killed General Soleimani, Iran announced it would no longer place any limits on its uranium enrichments. Big mistake. Why would you announce that? Absolute retards. Why would you say that? By early 2023, Iran had stockpiled enough uranium enriched material to reach nuclear breakout in about 12 days. And by early 2024, it had enough material for approximately 3 nuclear weapons. That money was owed to them. It's not like they got free money for no reason. They were just getting their money back. Getting their money back? Is that right? Let's see. I wonder where that nuclear material is. Core claim is true. The money Iran received under the JCPOA was not funding given to Iran by the U.S. government. The amounts referred to foreign assets that belonged to Iran and were frozen by sanctions imposed to impede nuclear program. U.S. taxpayers paid nothing towards this. Iran's assets were first frozen by President Jimmy Carter in 1979 after revolutionaries overthrew the U.S. allied government and took American hostages. Much of the frozen cash includes Iran's income from selling oil prior to sanctions. Money it legally earned but could not transfer back to Iran. Ah, I see. The $400 million at the center of one controversy was money Iran had paid in the 1970s for U.S. fighter jets while Tehran was still a U.S. ally. After Iran became an enemy in 1979, the U.S. never delivered the jets and never returned the money. Iran took the dispute to international arbitration, and The Hague and the Obama administration negotiated a settlement of $1.7 billion rather than risk a larger arbitration award. What? $400 million became $1.7 billion? How? The actual amount Iran could realistically access was $50 billion. As about half of the reserves were tied up in Iranian foreign debts and illiquid projects that couldn't be monetized. Huh. That's interesting. I did not know that. Inflation? That's a lot of inflation. They should have given it to them in Iranian dollars. Here you go. Here's the 1.7 billion Iranian dollars. It's like enough for a piece of bread. We should have done what Trump did now instead of the deal. Fuck Iran, bro. Well, the problem with Iran having a weapon is, I mean, for one, they outright say we're gonna fucking kill you and we're gonna destroy the US and Israel. That's not a good prospect. And then number 2, all the people in the Middle East, all the other countries in the Middle East say, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, we want a nuclear weapon too. And we don't want every fucking country in the Middle East to have a nuclear weapon. Like, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, then Saudis have to have a nuclear weapon, then Bahrain has to have a nuclear weapon, then like all these different countries will want one. The UAE will want a nuclear weapon. Because if only one country has a nuclear weapon, nobody else does, then it totally screws up the power dynamic in the area. You know what I mean? They could start bullying all the other countries around them. Even more so than they already are. You know? Everyone having nukes finally ends war. Or everybody's dead. One of the other, I suppose, right? Also, how did that work out for Ukraine? Like, they're allied with, I guess they took away their nukes, right? When did Ukraine lose their nukes? Did Ukraine lose their nuclear weapons? It's a fascinating, genuinely tragic piece of modern history. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, found thousands of nuclear warheads on its soil. It had around 1,900 strategic nuclear warheads. Damn. Third largest nuclear power in the world. Arduous negotiations, Ukraine agreed to relinquish its entire arsenal and transfer nuclear warheads to Russia for dismantlement. I wonder if that happened. In exchange, the US, UK, and Russia signed the Budapest Memorandum, pledging to support Ukraine's territorial integrity and refrain from the use or threat of military force against it. Oh man. I actually did not know about this agreement. I knew that they had nukes, but I didn't read into this story. Bro, that's nuts. I know this would be economic suicide and probably war crimes, but tell everyone to evacuate and turn it into a sheet of glass. I don't think that's going to be necessary. I think these strikes plus maybe a couple of like SEAL Team 6 missions, and there's going to be so few commanders left in the IRGC that the regular military, like, start open talks with the military in Iran, because you guys, I don't know, a lot of people I don't think know that there's 2 militaries in Iran. It's not just the IRGC. They have a regular military. The IRGC is like their extremist military, you know? It's like their Revolutionary Guard Corps, right? Whereas they actually do have like a regular military that's been deeply defunded, but is also still a thing. Like, it still exists. It's just totally gutted. But if they were able to like help them to defeat the IRGC, I think there could be a real path for for Iran. Yeah, Ukraine got so fucked, man. They must be so fucking mad. They must be so fucking mad that they had this agreement and the rest of the world didn't back them up. You know? The Budapest Memorandum, 1994. Compensation for the enriched uranium value, U.S. funding to cover dismantlement costs, and the security assurances of the Budapest Memorandum. Had Ukraine tried to keep the weapons, it would have faced huge political and economic costs. The EU partnerships, U.S. strategic partnership, and NATO-Ukraine cooperation agreements that followed would not have helped, or would not have happened with a nuclear-armed Ukraine. That is a point. Man. That's sad, bro. The Ukraine war is so fucking sad. It's so fucking sad. I was watching news that there was they're losing like 1,800 people per day in a recent conflict in Ukraine, like in recent battles in Ukraine. The Russians were losing so many people. It's so fucking sad, man. I mean, the start of the war is decided by, like, when to start the war is decided by those people, but it's everyday people who fight and actually win or lose the war, you know what I mean? There's a lot of everyday people out there who are just... Oh my gosh. This is kind of messing me up because this is the CIA. This is the CIA in Canada, but I don't think that's what they're saying. CSIS. I think that's a different CSIS. Ukraine suffered somewhere between 500,000 and 600,000. It's a lot. 2.5 casualties for every Ukrainian soldier lost. God damn. It's a lot, man. Hard to believe that this is still going on. It really is. Forgot we were watching this.
Might be going this alone. And so the question is, where will America's allies be if China attacks? The problem is Europe talks big. Back in 2020, they created the European Maritime Awareness in the Strait of Hormuz Initiative. Oh boy, so much awareness. Dictators are trembling in their boots. What with all that awareness? The initiative was supposed to secure shipping in the strait. Now that it's in danger, well, I'm certainly now aware of some issues. But if this is a response to Iran, a widely condemned regime that wasn't doing much business with the West, what will happen in the event of war with China, with its much greater military and economic leverage? It's looking pretty grim. So why is Trump pushing Europe so hard on the Strait of Hormuz? According to Michael Lucci, the founder and CEO of State Armor, World War III is on the horizon, and Trump is trying to get you ready for it. According to Lucci, Trump is forcing U.S. allies to reckon with a future world they may have to face, where they need to suddenly get off Chinese supply chains, including rare earths, and secure shipping lanes like the Strait of Hormuz. He's pushing the baby birds out of the nest, and that nest was made of Chinese money. The alternative is for the U.S. to allow Europe to sleepwalk into World War III without a single European leader having taken seriously what that future looks like. lines are being drawn for World War III. And I'm not liking where a lot of America's allies are standing. China has overtaken the US as Germany's largest trading partner. The UK now has a navy that is at its smallest since the English Civil War in the 1600s.
Goddamn.
What will America's allies do if they become responsible for securing global supply chains during a war with China, if they need to fight? These are questions that need to be asked and answered now, before war breaks out. And we might not have loads of time. This is why we need China Uncensored, to show the world that standing up to the CCP is the right and most rational thing to do. Otherwise, we'll all be in a world of pain. Okay, I know I've had some bad luck with this, but since I have a time machine,
I think it's escalating as well. I heard that they had attacks on oil. There were attacks on the oil fields in Russia this past week, which I don't think has really happened until now. Ukraine is getting serious, it seems like. And the most recent offensive by Russia did not make any ground. I think it's starting to stall out. I don't know what the exit strategy is for Russia, because they gotta give up. Like, they can't just keep fighting Ukraine forever. I really wouldn't doubt that China's helping Iran and Russia. Yeah, they are, of course. Of course. Even just by trading with them, they're helping them, you know? Like, they're sending them drones and drone components and all kinds of weaponry, you know? Trading it for oil. Russia's got oil, they've got weapons. It's an easy agreement. Same thing with Iran, right? It shows US can't win in Iran the same way Russia can't win in Ukraine. I don't think it's the same thing, man. I really don't. I really don't think it's the same. Like, for one, the US has complete aerial dominance. Whereas Russia, most of their planes have been shot down. But they can't really project air power anymore. They're totally ground based. Also, the US, the level of technology is insane. And they're not trying to take over Iran. They're not trying to take ground. The US does need to hold the Hormuz, but they just need to weaken the IRGC enough. That's the goal. Weaken the IRGC enough so that people in the country can take over. And we can get somebody who's favorable to the West, favorable to US interests. One of the things I think that's very different about the war with Iran versus the war with Iraq or Afghanistan is that this administration seems way more pragmatic in their approach. Way more pragmatic. The goal is to get somebody in charge that they can deal with, that they can work with, and that's not gonna ally against them with China and keep causing supply disruptions. Just negotiate and try to end the war, but Israel doesn't want that. I think Israel will go along with whatever the US says, as long as Iran doesn't keep bombing them. As long as Iran just doesn't keep sending missiles at them. I think they'll go with whatever the US says. This whole idea that Israel controls the US, I find to be really a silly argument. The tail wagging the dog, you know what I mean? This tail wagging the dog argument. I don't like the influence that they have in America. I think it's kind of fucked. But I don't like the influence from fucking companies too. And like a lot of Gulf nations have insane influence in the US as well. Israel axed the last two negotiation committees with the US. Israel will not go along. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what that means. This guy's really good. If you guys haven't
The Iran conflict proved what
if you guys haven't been following him, definitely recommend it. He covers a lot of Chinese stories that other people don't really talk about. Him, and I like Cappy Army too. Cappy Army is excellent. I actually need to subscribe. I think he has a really pragmatic opinions. I haven't seen this one yet.
We're anticipating that there was going to be a strike on Karg Island, and it appears like there was precision hits against some of the IRGC targets there. We were looking at a declassified CIA document from the 1980s where they outlined exactly the kind of defensive positions that the IRGC has held in.
Oh, this is a full-on this looks like a full-on podcast. All right, guys. Lao Wai and Serpenza, you don't like them? I like them a lot too. They're good. China haters? Bro, they lived in China for like 20 years, man. Both of those guys lived in China for at least a decade. Then they both speak fluent Chinese. And they're both married to Chinese women. Well, when they were in China, they didn't talk badly about China at all. Because they knew what could happen. Right? They knew that they could get in really big trouble. So they had to get out of the country first, duh. It's like I didn't talk shit about China at all when I was living there either. Like, what am I, stupid? I'm never going back there again. because I have too much shit. I have too many clips of me talking shit about China as well. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the Chinese government at all. Pivoted 100%. What? I don't know what you're talking about. When I listen to them, what I hear is a lot of bad shit about the Chinese government and a lot of really nice stuff about Chinese people. We have a full China hate episode from soon. I haven't heard your whole story on living there. Yeah, maybe sometime. Maybe sometime I will pull one of those out. I might put it on like a second channel or something like that and just talk about it in depth. Ooh. In 2003 in Iraq, finding a target took thousands of people days or weeks manually dig through pictures. Intelligence today in Iran, the military uses AI. It instantly scans oceans of data, spots targets, and suggests which weapons to use in minutes. Human commanders don't have to do the deep digging anymore. Just review it and approve it. It changed war from slow human teamwork to lightning fast computer speed. Yeah, that's true. That is a huge difference as well. They used to be pro-China, then pivoted to U.S. good, China bad. I don't think they were pro-China. I think that they were like travel vloggers. They were like, look at this delicious food, you know, like we're going to talk to these people. And like at the same time, they were doing a lot of interviews with Chinese where the Chinese people were talking bad about the government. And then they just didn't release it at the time. And then later on, they released it when they actually moved out. The reality is the Chinese people are great. Chinese people are fantastic. I met so many good friends. I know so many nice people in China. Like the food is good. People are really, really nice. The government is awful. It is awful. I heard the same thing about Iran too. I think it's a similar situation in Iran. I heard the people are great there. People are super nice. But the government is horrendous. And you cannot talk shit about it while you're there. You cannot say anything. And so no duh, like they leave and then it's all about what's bad about China. I think that's the most nuanced thing. They're really good about China. Like they had plenty of nice views about China. And then, you know, they leave and they have freedom of speech now that they can talk shit about China. That's very nuanced. They're definitely presenting both sides. Showing the good and the bad, right? You don't like the pivot? The pivot is only because they weren't allowed to say any of the bad stuff. They didn't have the ability. They didn't have the option of saying anything bad about China. And when you listen to them, they don't say bad stuff about China. That's the thing. This is the thing that China tries to do. They try to make a false equivalency between China and the CCP government, right? They try to say these two are the exact same thing. These two are the same thing. If you talk bad about CCP, you're talking bad about China. You know, if you talk good about China, you're talking good about the CCP. You know what I mean? And they're not. They're not the same thing. China is a place. The CCP is the government. If you talk bad about the government, you're not talking shit about China. You're not talking shit about the people in China. You see what I'm saying? That's their play. The Chinese government's play is to stick them together and say, these two are the same. You know, we are China. The PRC ain't going anywhere, though. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully they're out of power in the future. Hopefully. I mean, they've totally fucked the country up. There's, like, if they go out of power now, the 100 years of them being in power, or I guess it's like 80 years now, will be a legacy that will cause problems in China for the next like 500 years. I said it before, but 90% of Chinese groundwater is polluted beyond the ability to consume. Let's look it up. %. And that's the government says that. And you know they lie about every single number. But the government is admitting that 80% of their water is unfit for human consumption. Unsafe for human contact. 47% extremely bad quality. Government study found 90% of Chinese cities is contaminated. Well, groundwater in Chinese cities is contaminated. Most of it severely, and nearly 2/3 of China's rural population use water contaminated by human and industrial waste. If the PRC burns up and we get a new government in China, there's nothing that could be better for the Chinese population. In Iraq, we jammed their radios, so they just switched channels or used runners. In Iran today, AI-driven microwave weapons and electronic sweeps instantly fry anything wireless. An Iranian commander even turns on a cell phone or digital radio. AI pinpoints them and drops a bomb in seconds. To survive, they're forced to completely abandon modern tech and wire up old-school copper landlines just to give basic orders without getting blown up. True. Exactly. The level is different, and the goals are different as well. And that makes a completely different circumstance here. All right, let's how does that compare to places like Iowa? Da, da, da. 30% shows detectable levels. So that's not critical levels, that's detectable. They can detect it. Serious. The key difference is regulatory enforcement and sources in the tap. Iowa has serious contamination at the sources level, but the public water systems are heavily regulated. Around 7.4% of Iowa's population served by public water system has been exposed to nitrate levels consistently exceeding safe thresholds over the past decade. That's a real problem, but nowhere near the 80% figure. I think this is a great example of the whataboutism of the West. The problem with Western people, and like they're just complete misunderstanding of how bad it actually is. You know, oh, China is a dictatorship. Well, our country is kind of a dictatorship too. Oh, China has controls on free speech. Yeah. So does America. America is not free either. Oh, China has a corruption. Yeah, so does America. Like you guys, the scale is so different. It's not close, guys. Okay, let's assume Claude is 100% correct. Let's assume that the number is double. It's still not close. It's still not close. If this was 14%, we're talking exposed to nitrate levels. We're not talking about what's going on in China. China, unfit for human content. Put 80 to 90% of China's groundwater as unfit for drinking, with half of its aquifers too polluted even for industrial use. That is horrible. Half of their aquifers too polluted for even industrial use, not to mention drinking. The scale, like the power level is ridiculous. The power level is nuts. How many ships does China produce a year? Who the fuck cares? They produce garbage. How much CO2 do they produce? How much pollution do they produce? I wouldn't worry about a war with China. They are so fucking corrupt. Like, I don't think they would be able to fight anybody. Literally anybody. Israel kills 75,000 Palestinians. Iran kills 15,000 Iranians. Who's worse? I'm pretty sure Iran killed over 30,000. And we're talking about like a week. Iran killed they killed 30,000 their own citizens in like 2 weeks period, something like that. And the Israel 75,000 is like 10 years or some shit. The scale, like the there's a little bit of a difference there, you know what I mean? Like the time scale. The reason I'm using Claude is because it's not like it's supposedly very like if I start looking up news sources, then you're just going to accuse the news sources of being biased. The reason I'm using Claude is because it's something that we can pretty much all agree is pretty even. Like, look at... We've just been going through all of these different things about Iran. It feels pretty fair. But now you're going to contest the numbers because it says the water pollution is bad? Why? China min-maxed for cheap manufacturing, but the system is breaking down. Severe industrial pollution ruined their water supply, making clean water dangerously scarce. Morale is totally gone. Birth rates are plummeting because life is too expensive and stressful. The ultimate flaw, young people grow up expecting higher living standards. They refuse to grind in the same brutal factory jobs their parents did. They are opting out, permanently starving the massive production machine of cheap labor. Absolutely. I mean, 30K number, how do they know that number? Hard to know. Yeah, they turned off the internet. I think it's from doctors in their country, but I'm not sure. Let's see. How do people know that 30,000 Iranians were killed by their government in the most recent protests? Let's see. Generally difficult to verify. That's what I thought. Iranian authorities imposed new total internet and telecommunications shutdown. That's funny. I wonder why they would do that. To conceal the scale of killings. Ah, I see. This shutdown made it extremely difficult for journalists and human rights organizations. Yes. The numbers didn't come from a single count. It came from several converging independent sources. Huh. So that sounds, I don't know, like kind of useful number, since it comes from several converging independent sources. And the 75,000 can be much more. I didn't say that either one was good or better than the other. I'm saying that the scale is different. You're talking about a war that's been, or a whatever military operation that's been going on for years. And what I'm talking about is a protest that was like a week. The scale is a little bit different, you know? So which one is bad? They're both bad, but the scale is pretty different. Let's see. Yeah, one's bigger. The Gaza Health Ministry says over 50,000. And this is 3 years. In 3 years, they said 50,000. Iran, 2 weeks, 30,000. Claude is going to favor the more official narrative angles. Yeah, you might be right. It's possible. Some dude on Twitter is probably not going to take that so seriously as, you know, verified numbers for sure. 30,000 and 36,000. Yes. Canadian NGO estimated 43,000 total. 43,000 total by a Canadian NGO. Iranian government figures historically have only captured about 12% of deaths. Plausible and comes from credible insider sources, but cannot be independently verified due to the internet blackout. What is verifiable? Morgue footage, hospital testimony, family accounts, bullet fee payments families are forced to make, all consistently point to the death toll far above what the government admits. Most serious analysts treat 30,000 as a reasonable estimate, likely conservative. No, I don't think so. The U.S., I don't think they should be at war with Israel. They're working with us. I don't think the reason that we're at war with Iran is because of the Iran is because of the 30,000 people either. I don't think that's the real reason. I think the real reason is because of what's happening in the Gulf. The fact that they're ready and willing to just attack everybody around them. Happy to just attack friendly nations that have nothing to do with the U.S. and then aren't allowing the U.S. to even use their military bases. They're just going to start lighting them up and attacking their civilian targets. The fact that they've been a state sponsor of terrorists all around the area. I mean, Bibi bolsters Hamas and fosters terrorist growth to justify his political survival. I think that he might play up the rhetoric about Hamas as an existential threat to help him stay politically viable. I think that makes sense. I think it makes sense for him to make it sound as bad as possible. Doesn't mean it's not bad. Fosters terrorist growth is pretty insane to say, though, when they're constantly killing them and infiltrating them with Mossad. I don't think they're fostering their growth, aside from, you know, they kill one of them and then two more pop up because other people get radicalized. More people want to join the cause because they don't like what's happening. I think that's the only way you can say that he's fostering their growth. I think there's definitely a valid conspiracy theory that you know, Gaza was a part of Israel and they gave it back. They gave it back to the Gazans, and the reason that they did that was because they didn't want to have too many Arabs in their country that could outvote them in elections. And so they like split them off and had them be their own country, and then once terrorists took root there, they used it as an excuse to wipe people out and push them out of the country so that they can take over Gaza as an empty place. I think it's a conspiracy theory, but I can see the logic. But I think it goes pretty far. I think that I think that the Occam's razor argument makes more sense. That's politically convenient for him to play it up, and make it out to be like a massive threat so that he can win elections. But not that he's trying to create terrorists. He's trying to protect his people from terrorism, from missiles that are constantly attacking them. And it's just politically convenient. Not that it's some sort of major conspiracy. I don't think he's creating it. I think he's playing it up. I think that's obviously what you would do. And then it's not doing any favors. They're doing him a favor. They're doing Netanyahu a favor by attacking Israel over and over again and trying to like sneak bombs in and trying to shoot missiles at them. Every single time they do that, that's a political win for Netanyahu because he's the hawk. He's the war hawk. Freaks everybody out and they go and vote for him at the ballot box. I don't think he needs to create a terrorist threat. I think they're being funded by Iran well enough. They're being promoted by Iran more than enough. Doesn't need to do anything. Just wait for another attack to come and then boom, popularity goes through the roof. I don't know what's going to happen, guys. But I do enjoy talking about it. Even if we can't agree. Even if we can't agree on everything. I enjoy the chats. I appreciate you guys. I think I'm going to take off now. I'm going to go have some lunch. Chill for a bit. Tonight, we're going to be doing KCM. And Monday is going to be ASL again. We might also do the finals this weekend. We'll see. If you guys are super, super mad about anything that I said today, that's on you. It is what it is, man. Just remember, we're all Brood War brothers. None of us really has any control over any of this shit. Matane. I'm not mad at any of you guys for expressing your opinions. Not even Apple Flap, who called me an idiot 10 times for whatever reason. He's obviously very passionate. Not really bringing me over to his side, but that's on him. Is what it is. Anywho, I'm gonna take off. I'll probably be back tomorrow with some more Pro League. We'll go hang out. We'll hang out for a bit. Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot of insults being thrown around, that's for sure. That's for sure, man. I would tell you guys to keep it civil, but I know you wouldn't listen. GG's, boys. I'm not willing to start banning people like crazy just to keep everyone civil. I think that's a losing proposition. Night, everybody.